All right, I guess that's all the time we have. So then we got the 1. Hey, that works. And then we got the 2.
Ooh.
Okay, we'll have to fix that camera because it's also the 3
sorta.
right now. But we'll get there. We'll fix it when I'm not in the middle of the intro because then we've got the 3 guys. Welcome back to the Truther Cast, home of the Truther Cast. We are here to take your truth order. Thank you very much for stopping on by here, folks. I'm very fully aware that there's a whole lot of Charlie Kirk shows going around and a whole lot of videos. So, you know, we're going to just echo our way into the entire out of control world. So if I mute these, maybe it won't echo right now. And we might just drop down to 1 mic if it's not working well. But for some reason, it seems like it's echoing a whole lot. But anyway, we are going to try and not just be 2 to 3 now today. Dudes just out here complaining on the old internet or, you know, just going over the same stuff of the Charlie Kirk thing. So we're going to get you with today's updates. I believe my girl sent us over some updates. I was a little unplugged from the world today, but we're going to give you a summary of what the hell is going on. But a lot of people can get that. So probably going to be a little bit more of just like our thoughts and takes on things and whatnot. But I definitely kind of stand on the side of pro Mr. Charlie Kirk. So it's a little bit of a like, well, this is my take because I feel like people saying a lot of nonsense is a little bit aggravating to me personally. But we shall be getting into that one very shortly, folks. So, you know, hey, if you're not familiar with the show, thanks for stopping by. You can check out the website TrutherCast and TrutherCast.com. And we got a recommended list on there for people to follow because we are all about trying to help you build a better news feed. So, if you got a decent news feed and you landed here on your own, you might be fine, but maybe there's a few blokes that you might like you didn't know about. So check that out over at truthercast.com in the resources section. But we'll be going over a lot of those people today, I believe, over here in the locals community, which I'll show you in just a bit. But if you would like to help keep the show on, folks, you're watching, you're digging things, consider hitting that, I believe it's a join button. And you can come on over and join the locals community for free. And to keep the lights on, you could join the Primo Squad. But we like to save money, so make sure to use that promo code Better News Feed, and that will help you save $1. But Dan also likes to give you the option if you don't have many dollars, or if you just don't really want to support us that much. There is a free way that at minimum you could help out.
Button. It'd be great if you could click it and then click a place to share it on with a friend or a foe or Putin if you know the guy, like Donald Trump if you have his direct line, Mark Cuban, Kamala, send it everywhere, any place, all the cracks, all the crevices. Realization from the awareness is important. Don't be a hoe. Share the show, please. Inspired by Andy Frisella himself. Go check his show out sometime. Other good content.
The great Andy Frisella. So, yeah, and then welcome to the show, Mr. Jonah. Thanks for joining us here today. Joining Jonah over here.
Joining Jonah.
Yeah, you got to plug it all, bro. Like Jonah ain't got no plugs yet, but he gonna work on that.
He gonna plug himself.
No,
Jonah.
Whoa, hold on.
Whoa, oh, yeah, nope. Oh, sorry.
Nobody want a Lil Wayne over here, bro. Like, don't do a full of Lil Wayne. Well, if you need to rent a place, maybe Jonah can help you out if you're in the area. I think you'd be your plug.
I'm pretty full on all those too.
So another plug right now, but Course of the ebook. Yeah, that's what we be trying to work on, right?
A solid winner right there. Seems like I haven't seen anybody be not successful, at least a little bit, on the interwebs with that stuff. Solid one. It's going to be about real estate, the ebook? Yeah.
Insurance, life insurance.
You got to get up on that mic, G. I don't think I can hear you.
The life insurance and how to kind of read a good attorney and whether you should hire him or not. Because a lot of people don't understand how important it is, detrimental to your life, that you get a good attorney for whatever you get an attorney for. Because there's things you don't know about the world of legalese.
It's an important thing if you're going to spend that money on an attorney, be able to know you have a good one.
Some of them can sell you out and still charge you for it.
Oh, 100%, bro. And then definitely don't be afraid to talk a little bit louder and right up on that mic, right? When I say right up on that mic, I mean right up on that mic.
Yeah. Hard for Scott to dial in the audio other than his, because Scott's voice, as we know.
Yeah, bro, when I whisper, that thing hears me, dog.
It's a carrion.
When I whisper, that shit works.
Scott, growing up, he said, if I'm going to be anything one day, my voice can never not be heard.
Yeah, bro, I heard that thing about Jan Hancock, writing his little squiggly ass, signature, very, very giant. And I was like, why you do that, bro? Just make sure everybody heard you.
Just speak. Scott said, speak loud and carry a big stick.
Right.
Why speak softly? I'm going to speak loud.
Well, I found out if you speak softly, you got to use the stick more often, bro, and that gets you in trouble. So,
a big stick is heavy. Rather not, work smarter, not harder.
Bro, I don't want to hold it. I just want to be like, yo, it's over there if the loudness didn't get this across.
Less energy used and louder than swinging big stick. I like your style.
People coming up with their big stick being like, let's have a big stick fight.
Yeah.
Right. So I just was words to weasel out of it.
Scott's a true conservative to the core, even conserving his calories. Yeah. That is true conservatism if I've ever witnessed it.
Yeah, and I wonder if I just have like extra energy so it works, or I have like the me weird genetic like difference where like the speaking doesn't burn as much as someone else or something because I just go like an Energizer bunny. God bless.
This guy I do some business with, I had a buddy meet him for the first time the other day. He's like, man, dude, what's he on? Like, he's just got all the energy. Like, yeah, I know, right? That's everybody thinks, but no, he's just got the gift of energy. Ain't on anything, not even caffeine. The dude just is an Energizer bunny. And then I mentioned you as basically the only other person I know like that.
Yeah, nice.
People are like, what is he on? Like, he's on life, dude. He's on life's energy. And life just decided to pump him some extra on accident. He's like the dam, just trying to hold it all back. But there's so much water coming in. There's a lot of spillover. And it just goes wherever.
Bro, 100%, dog. I always say, bro, I don't think I worked at one job in my life. Not one job before I started my business, bro. That wasn't like, hey man, come on over here. Gotta like, like this. I'm talking, have a talk with the manager real quick.
Have you heard of AA? There's help for you. What? What are you talking about?
So what are you on, man? Like, no,
what do you mean? Like my diet plan that gives me so much energy, you should check it out. Yeah. It's called life. I diet on life. You don't even really have. Well, the other guy I know, he's on a no carbs diet. That's what he says because he's older, but he's got all the energy. That's his whole shtick to it.
His shtick is the no carbs is what gives him the energy.
Yeah, which he learned from good old, you're familiar, Dr. Berg.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Well, that's what people
he's
say.
He's a big follower of Dr. Berg now. He found him. He's like, wow, this guy's got a lot of great stuff.
That's why people say that keto is so dope, man.
Yeah.
There's like more energy or better for your body to burn that than calorie.
Yeah. Any grains and carbs just slow you down.
Right. And so it's the natural fats are what are used for energy. Bro, I just think everybody's sleeping on that methylene blue, dog. That's what they need to get, fam. My brother got me some of that methylene blue for my birthday, and I've been using it. And I don't know if I like feel a difference. So at minimum, it's placebo. But I've been trying it out, man. I couldn't tell because I would have had so much energy. But apparently, people that talk about the methylene blue, obviously, like most things, they're like, well, if you have your mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cells, if you have a problem with those in energy, you're going to see more of a difference from taking the methylene blue because the methylene blue helps your mitochondria have energy and function better and shit like that. So people like me, man, I'm going to take methylene blue and be like, yeah, I feel the same.
So methylene blue is the master down there in the cell. Cracking the whip. Come on, mitochondria. Get up and go.
It is, man. Yeah. But then what's crazy about the methylene?
Is really a slave driver, damn.
We had no idea. And just to think, they created it in a science lab as well.
You got to think these things fully through.
That
guys, that's what we're here for.
Bringing you awareness. Systemic racist shit right there. Created in the 80s.
I feel bad for that methylene blue.
All right, bro.
Does the methylene blue even have a choice?
Not the methylene.
Well,
no, the methylene blue is shady.
Does the methylene blue even know it's shady? Does it have a choice?
No.
These are questions. You come to the Truthercast.
For the productivity of the larger body. Mitochondria has to deal with what it has to deal with, and they get any credit. One day, when it realizes how important it is, and it just flips on the whole body, then that'll be the day.
And it'll
we haven't
be
got there yet.
And it'll be methylene green. Change colors.
Then the methylene blue will be working for the mitochondria.
Straight up.
No matter where you look, it's always a power struggle.
Right.
Oh, and what's the other one?
Everything's just zoom in deeper, bro.
What was on top will come bottom. What was on bottom will come on top.
That's what the God books say.
I mean, that's why yin and yang is a thing. There's a balance. You got your good bacteria, your bad bacteria. Good food, your bad food. Your good deeds, your bad deeds. It's all a balance.
Okay, so it's pretty tight on your guys' mic, so just make sure you don't talk quiet, and it should be good. Not loud. Don't forget, somebody might have headphones on. That's a thing of doing a live show. Don't be.
My apologies, headphone user, if there is one.
Don't be too crazy. Yeah, I don't know like what to get started on, but a lot of crazy stuff going on with the Mr. Charlie Kirk and whatnot. I think the Today stuff was sent over to a place that doesn't go to my computer, so I gotta flip that over to somewhere that goes to my computer.
Lost in the digiverse.
In the text message verse, yeah. Where? Yeah, I can pull that up later, I guess. I was gonna maybe start with that because it was from today. But we can flip on over to the locals here, folks. And sometimes things are broken because it's more fun if it's broken, right? So I'm going to go ahead and switch this over. And if you're not familiar, man, Locals is a great place to come hang out because it is a non-big tech censored kind of platform. I'm the only one that's going to censor you, if you talk nonsense or something like that. Okay, sweet. So audio should be okay. Okay, sweet.
I'm trying to figure out if I should restrain my jokes or not.
If they're going to be more mitochondria jokes, yes.
They're not going to be mitochondria jokes. They're going to be about crackers.
No, then you should be fine there.
Well, I was going to say this one. So far, I'm observing a cracker basket working on a cracker barrel.
Yes, a basket of crackers working on the cracker barrel.
Better said.
Yes. Which everybody says they need to bring back biscuits.
They took away the biscuits?
How they made them. They need to bring back making them daily instead of making them, freezing them, and then throwing them in the microwave and then giving them to you.
What doing now?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't think
they were
Red
wasting a lot.
Lobster ever does that.
People stopped, probably during COVID, they probably stopped a lot of people eating so many. So I can see why they did it from an accounting standpoint. But
yeah, some about like prep making it ahead of time, like bulk making it, I'm sure.
I used to be the guy who would flip the biscuits in there.
Did you work at a Cracker Barrel?
I did.
Oh, nice. I did Thunder Bay Grill, and then I had to do biscuit work.
Oh, I never heard of Thunder Bay, but it sounds like.
Don't forget, you talk way quieter than you do in real life, bro. You like whispering when you on microphone.
No, I never heard Thunder Bay.
This is what
Thunder
you
Bay
talk
actually makes
like.
Storm.
Hey,
You like a quiet Obama.
Especially if you like
So
some
why,
good fish dishes. Like they got trout, salmon, all sorts of.
Yeah, I wasn't big on fish like that.
Yeah, Thunder Bay was definitely a fish joint. But anyway, Cracker Barrel is in the news here because guess what? They decided to put the old frickin' sign back up and do everything. They made a montage of undoing the remodel. We heard it. We heard people didn't want it. Yeah, dude. So I think that's pretty telling, man. I think that's definitely one of those, just kind of like a pop culture win kind of thing.
The left can't be mad about it either because we're doing what they wanted to conform. Well, I mean, they're doing.
That's a stretch.
They're doing what they want. They want conformity. So we needed them to conform. They're conforming. See. You just got to play the game a certain angle.
Well, so that's how a logical person thinks, Dan. But the tricky part is, things like the tolerant left is not being very tolerant right now about,
true
taking out somebody
in
for
much
their
recent
thoughts.
Times we've learned the
opinions.
tolerance level is quite lower than we expected.
That one's tricky, right? Because now you'd think they'd be happy for the conforming, but it's not their type of conforming. So
I'm starting to think you just can't make them happy. They'll never get enough. That's the thing.
I do believe,
and that's why when they get into power, they try to go absolute, and why we tried so hard.
I do believe that's what many people say.
Yeah, they didn't win this last election because we would be in a full blue country state, electorally, and
because they say don't apologize to the mob because the woke mob's still going to just find the next thing to be upset at you about, blah blah blah. So it's never good.
Right,
and then you show some kind of weakness, and they'll just kind of like wolf down on you or something like that.
Wolf.
What up, Mr. Semi-Mike? Definitely sound off in the live chat, my good brother. Welcome to the Truther Cast, my good friend.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Hump day.
So this one is definitely a little bit of a crazy one here, right? Like we've got the tolerant left now bombing Fox News vans. So this one's from our good friend Benny Johnson. If you're not following him, definitely a good follow on the old YouTube. See if he's a your type of news source or something. But this one's pretty ridiculous. This was one I grabbed from today.
What is the role of the government? Why do we even have a government? Well, from a religious and theological, biblical-based perspective, the government is there to protect you. There are many verses, but Romans 13 is a great one about how the government's sole role is to be established by our Creator in order to provide for protection, in order to wield the sword against the wicked. The terror of the government should be felt by the wicked, it says. And it is high time for our...
That's interesting. I wasn't familiar with that kind of a verse. Yeah, but the takeaway here is basically they're bombing Fox News vans now, which is kind of crazy.
Is it just me, or am I like I've this is anything different? You know, the whole Tesla thing, firebombing.
Right.
Like, oh, hey, look, this looks familiar.
It's escalated to like a news organization, I guess, is the only difference,
Yeah.
right?
Almost like you could say they systemically act kind of the same so far. When they're not getting what they want, get pushed into a corner, they get violent.
What up, Mr. Niltamir in the live chat? Thanks for chiming in here, brother. So the difficult one there too also is like we never heard anybody get in trouble for them making that website about just folks that owned a Tesla and then doxing their address so people could go jack with them and blah blah blah. Like,
and
holy
now it's
shit.
now it's the ICE officers.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and then we don't have any like this guy got arrested for this because it like caused people to get hurt or dead.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of crazy, man. But tensions are heightening. Now we're hitting the old Fox News vans. That's absolutely bonkers. Okay, yeah. So I think I have like 8 of these. But a big theme definitely this week of Charlie Kirk is Charlie Kirk racist, and then Charlie Kirk supporters arguing, nah, Charlie Kirk ain't racist. So here's my first entry into Charlie Kirk not racist. This is from Terrence Williams, comedian and founder of Cousin Tees. When this guy was genius. Talk about hopping on an opportunity. So when who was the pancake mix? Not Uncle Ben. That one's the rice. That was syrup. But like I think it was because of Aunt Jemima.
Buttersworth.
Because they removed Aunt Jemima on the syrup.
Is that what it was?
But he came out with a pancake. So he got Cousin T's pancakes, and then maybe it's also syrup, bro. But he came out with Cousin T's pancakes, and now he'd be slanging pancake powder, bro.
Betty Crocker.
Yeah. So I was looking for what black person got removed from a thing that was like related to pancakes or something. So not Betty Crocker, because I think she was white.
I'm pretty
It's
sure
Aunt Jemima and the syrup is who I'm thinking of.
Betty Crocker.
Betty Crocker is the pancake person. You're autistic right now. I'm not looking for the pancake person. It was just a black person that got removed from a food where it's like, wait, why would you do that? That's kind of almost racist. So I don't think it was like literally the pancake one or something. Yeah. So I think he is right, and it was the Aunt Jemima syrup one that gave him the idea to do pancakes or something. But anyway, smart man started his pancakes business. So buy some pancakes if you want to support this homie. But he says Charlie Kirk was not a racist, and I will not sit back and allow people to spread that lie. I gave Charlie Kirk his flowers last year and thanked him for helping hundreds of young black people get an invite to the White House back in 2019. He helped pay for most of their flights, hotels, because it cost so much to travel and he didn't want them to miss out. He have gave them an experience, an opportunity of a lifetime. And yes, he helped me get an invite as well.
Let's get to the White House. He changed a lot of their lives. A lot of them never imagined going to the White House. And Charlie helped hundreds of young black boys and girls go to the White House. Charlie, thank you for that.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, man.
So for people who want to call Charlie a racist, kiss my black ass. Excuse my language. Charlie Kirk is not a racist.
I love this guy. I'll tell you. And, by the way, I have some New York Times reporters for you to talk to.
I'll talk to them.
No, yeah.
And so this was obviously when Charlie was alive. So it's not even like a, hey, I'm just going to make a testimonial video now. It's like, oh, wait, hold on. Let me pull up that one video of when like he wasn't being racist.
Yeah.
Kind of thing, like from the past. Like, seems like this might have been from 2019. That's a long time ago that he hasn't been being racist. That's crazy.
That was before Biden's term.
Right.
Before all,
No. That was
recent-
COVID. So that was right before Biden. Biden took over 2020. Election of 2019 at the end of the year, and then 2020 he took over, right?
Yeah.
Or 2021.
I was just saying it was like before.
Oh, my bust. I thought you said during Biden's thing. Yeah, so that was like during the whole Trump stuff, huh? So another one that's interesting too, when people are like, "Oh, Charlie Kirk bad," because like, "Oh, he doesn't change his opinions or whatever." I think a lot of people didn't realize that actually listening to JD Vance's kind of like message on the whole like ordeal or whatever, right? Mr. JD Vance was actually describing how Charlie Kirk is the one who introduced JD Vance to Donald Trump Jr. And JD Vance was not a Trump supporter. He was actually an anti-Trumper. And Charlie Kirk was also skeptical of Mr. Trump. But then Charlie Kirk realized that Trump was the only way forward to try and promote God, family, patriotism. And then actually spoke with JD Vance and was somewhat a part of Mr. JD Vance coming to this conclusion as well. Then, since Charlie Kirk introduced him to Donald Trump Jr., one would imagine it probably was what started them talking together and him kind of being in like the Trump orbit, and then kind of got us to where we are today, where, maybe Trump would have got elected with a different VP, but it was definitely a great one to try and seal the deal, right?
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So I think the point of that one was I got a buddy that's just not into this stuff at all. And he said something about like, hey, I'm not into like politics at all and stuff, but I do think people celebrating the death is just kind of messed up. Like, oh, that's bad and shit. But, oh, I don't get into politics at all. So I just messaged him like, hey, man, like, that's cool. You don't get into politics and he said, I don't get into politics at all, but I don't really care what happens to somebody that's just like some talk show host. And so I messaged him just like, hey, bro, that's cool if you're not into it and stuff, but just heads up. It wasn't just like, oh, just some podcaster or just some like news radio guy. Like this dude was like seriously pivotal to how Trump got elected again. And oh, cool, we could debate 1,000 different arguments, but life definitely seems to have changed already since the second term of Donald Trump. Monetarily, socially, like very much different. And Charlie Kirk was a huge reason for that.
The specialness of life has been diminishing in the eyes of that side.
Right?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I think almost like we have to think worldwide. Political assassinations are huge everywhere. But it's more the idea it's hitting American soil, almost like now we're starting to be kind of like the nations of the world. That when we have
You got to talk way louder,
we have
bro.
problems with our political system, instead of debating people, we just try to take them out altogether.
That's where I love that quote. That's like, you cut out a man's tongue and you like didn't win anything. You're proving that he was right.
Right.
He was so right that you got to cut out his tongue to shut him up because you can't win. So also you a loser because you can't debate him in words. And also you're probably the loser bad guy because whatever the F he was saying to make you cut out his tongue was right.
The bigger emphasizes this too. It's more of, cut the head off the snake and the body will die. It's more of, we got into a society where they know how to distract us with the day-to-days and things, where if they cut a message off short and kind of put enough things in front of what's going on, eventually over time we'll just forget about everything.
That's what I was
Yeah,
saying.
great
like,
point.
They're pretty desensitized. Like, we could have like one person die in town. I know when I was like growing up in grade school, we held a whole assembly or like made an extra part of our school's assembly just to like remember this homeless person that died. And like nowadays, like homeless people are dying all the time. Like nobody really even like they acknowledge it, but they don't really like care. Like nobody does anything about it. Well, I'm sure there's like a little bit, but not as much as we used to. It's dying out. It's part of their plan desensitizing our society and culture.
To like make us more savaged or something.
We'll get them to be more. We'll try to get everybody to be more savage. Yeah.
Was it savage to talk about a homeless person dying to your children at school? Was that be something you might have to send a parental slip home and get signed and be like, is it okay to talk about someone passing to your child at school while he's developing his brain to spend that amount of time? But the idea that
what age?
the school actually cared enough to do that, and then you're like, well, what happens when there's multiple people? Do you talk about all the people that died, or you just talk about one person that died?
Right.
What type of person was they person? Then you're introducing death to children. I guess maybe that's not as. But I mean, depending on where you come from, I could see the essence of it.
Well, so great point, because a lot of teachers are talking positively about the death of Charlie Kirk and being fired right now. So these teachers are bringing it up and they're going like, this was fantastic. Oh, he was a fascist. This is fantastically great. And then the kids are ratting him out and then they're getting fired right now. One woman I just heard about today was showing this to like freaking like, it was like fifth graders or something like that, and showed them the actual video of the shot with the blood, and then kept saying, he fascist dead, now good, blah, blah, blah. And like, that's absolutely bonkers.
I think we still fail to understand that we're in a society that we have individuals in every way, shape, form of jobs out there. It's almost like the Body Snatcher movie, where you never know who's a Manchurian candidate or who might have a certain view, and the only thing they need is to have that something like this done, and now they're trying to push out that narrative to where you wouldn't expect someone of that position. But you got to figure teachers are low-paying jobs, so almost anybody could be a teacher. Anybody could have access to your children in a way, because it's not necessarily a job that's sought out for unless they have some kind of skill that they're paid a lot for. So it's almost like these people getting paid next to nothing, who knows what their political ties are. And you almost think that that's almost maybe a democratic job, because it's like, okay, you're pushing narratives on children. You're not paid that much. So you're almost in this kind of mind state that the reason you don't have is because the rich are taking from you and not giving back. And we're in this push-pull of that.
Right?
I could have kept going, but felt like you kind of knew what I was going at with that.
Most def. And then the other idea, I think it was a good question that you said, is like, how do you, or should you bring it up to kids or something? There's a couple scenarios where that just makes me think about, like, the young teachers do have to bring these things up because the kids hear about the things happening at home or some crap. And so I've heard like elementary teachers have to talk about some things, but then it's how detailed you get into it or something, like, this is what happened. How does people feel? Because then it's helping kids process a little bit.
From the homeless, you're Dan talking about his school was telling about homeless people dying. I mean, I've never heard of anything
interesting.
like that.
Yeah,
that's
that's
interesting.
interesting.
But if you're saying
it probably isn't regular either. It was private school.
Right. Oh, well, but just that kind of,
that's a difference too, right there.
Yeah.
How the schools operate right there between public and private school, right?
Well, it's more of, privatizing anything gives you a different scope when things are just publicly kind of made for everybody. Especially the influence and what you're really trying to push becomes real cookie cutter. But then it's almost the idea of schooling was only made by the Ford Corporation to teach the population how to work in factories, right? Was that the whole
obedient work?
That was the whole initiative of schools in the first place.
So I guess we had schools like a little bit before or something, but it was insanely invested in and pushed by Ford and Rockefeller and blah 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 of the early 1900s because hey, now we have factories, now we need these people. I did look farther into that one to get better accurate information, and it was older than I thought. So it was actually in the 1800s, and it was over in Prussia before they got turned into whatever. They had come up with a whole educational strategy to kind of, guide or brainwash people into being a little bit more docile or robot, get ready for job, blah, blah, blah. And then an American senator went over there and saw this and was like, oh, dude, we need this. And then came back here and lobbied for it. And then, then those kind of companies that were creating those jobs were like, oh, gosh, yeah, no, we need to like make this 100% a normal thing. Like, we can build this school system to just be putting out worker bees that don't think for themselves, and they got to rely on us. And that's how you do it, right? Like, unfortunately.
Well, that's true. Like I said, most if you have enough money to pay for education, the fact that you're teaching them the bare minimum of certain things, you can teach them anything else.
Yeah. Right. And then like finance and home ec and blah, blah, blah were kind of removed from these things. I mean, shit, you can even say woodworking is teaching somebody some kind of a base level, life skill of something. Like you could kind of build things for yourself. Like
where you can get away with not having to do something with a little construction with some 2x4s and stuff. So
Legos, right?
Well, if you build your own things, you're not consuming as much perhaps too, because you're not going to buy things. If you could build your own shelf, or then you could even take it to like if you had to go build something in the woods, even if you ain't got a saw, you're going to be maybe a little bit better off if you've got these.
That's the second thing they subconsciously burn into you as a student. Be a good debt slave and also consume. Yeah.
Well,
every year we get new supplies, the old stuff's garbage. Like, what? My backpack can't go another year. I had a backpack for like 7 dang years or something like that.
My mom would want to give me a new backpack just because, like, be a good mom. Like, new schools to do. I was like, no, I love my backpack. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, it's more of too. She wants to look like she's taking care of you to the rest of
There's
the
another
community and society that puts it on her.
Yeah.
If her son shows up with the same backpack last year, she doesn't have money.
Which again is a society more consumerism training.
Like the kid that comes with
the Jones.
new clothes. The backpack was just like shoes. Like, got the same backpack as last year, man.
The kid that doesn't have anything has to deal with the trauma of people thinking that he's a broke.
You're right.
We need to start teaching our kids at a younger age about the no F's given.
That's where like, bro, if I had kids, bro, I'd be hilarious how it turned out because that little guy show up with the same stuff. And people be jacking on him and be like, that's fine. We gonna be rich and you ain't. I ain't mad.
Yeah.
Because I'd be teaching him that immediately.
It's more of the idea, if you have to put your kids in school, do it. If not, you could probably be better teaching them yourself.
Oh, 100%.
But then you got to understand that social environment of being in school and your parents not being around and knowing that you have to make it work. You can't show up in there just looking like, hey, my dad's more progressive than you guys. That's not going to fly. We know that, and if you want that kid to be bullied to the point that it's like, whatever friends he does get is probably going to be the bottom tier. Hell, last to get hooked on the dodgeball team kind of kid. Now that's the structuring he's going to be instilling in himself while you're trying to teach him. No, don't worry about those kids. Like, all right, Dad, I guess I got to take these punches, from these kids. They don't realize what you're trying to instill in me, but on a social, economic construct, at least be somewhat aware and give me something new so I don't look so bad in front of these kids.
And then Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos created great companies.
Yeah, it'd be a new investment. It'd be like, yeah, Dad just put like $1,000 in my Bitcoin, so that was my school present for starting school. No shoes.
I mean, that'll work later, but you got to figure he's going to use that money later to fill that hole of a trauma that he had of growing up.
Totally.
Where it's like, all right, well, now he's probably going to be a jerk to a lot of people.
Hell yeah.
So he almost created this villain of, having whatever villain just really doesn't like the poor that much,
What's that?
and then he gets rich, and now it's like, all right, I'm kind of against you guys. I'm gonna figure out how I can maybe extort all of you to give back to people like me, like a Punisher mindset.
Right. That does
I
kind of
was
make that.
just trying to see if it looked echoey on the screen. Niltamir, sound check. What's it sound like? I seen he said it was echoes. Is it still echoey, dude?
It's a little bit echoey when he be talking, and your mic's kind of picking up. But I turned your mic really because you're like putting it up close, so I put it real tight. So it should be pretty good.
Real close.
Real tight. But you can talk over the mic. You don't have to talk into the mic.
Over.
Yeah.
Over.
I thought this was a really good summary of the current events from Mr. Tim Pool. Definitely biased. I very much align with a lot of the things he says and bereaves. But I thought this was a good current summary on the state of affairs, a Charlie Kirk ordeal. Specifically, the deep state media is trying to control the narrative and lie about the assassin being right leaning. So here's a good summary.
Over the weekend, we learned a lot about the alleged killer in the Charlie Kirk assassination. A man who is reportedly dating a transgender individual and is at least slightly left aligned. And the reason I say that is that simply because the individual was dating someone else, we don't know this suspect's political preference. However, considering their roommate hates conservatives and Christians, friends and other people who know the suspected assassin have said he's the only left person in the family. We have reports from outside the family saying he was left aligned and contextualized circumstantial evidence of pretty sure if you're dating a trans person, you're probably not conservative. But that in and of itself is not entirely far left. So I'm trying to be careful here because I want to give you the best and most honest assessment. This person was left aligned. To what degree? That's up for debate. But you're not going to make the argument that a MAGA conservative or groyper is living with and dating a trans person. But that's exactly what the left has been doing now.
Another thing that I find absolutely bonkers, if somebody is trying to say that this Tyler Robinson kid is a left-leaning something, or a right-leaning something Trump supporter, blah, blah, blah. I thought you said the right-leaning Trump supporters were all horrible, terrible, bigot people. So how would that Trump supporter be living with a trans guy and hanging out in the trans discords and the furry discord?
Well, would they say that his family was right-leaning, but he was kind of de facto-ish?
Defecting or something, yeah.
But then you got to understand where you hear this, it was something that's going a lot, where there's a lot of Republican families and at least one person is either Democrat or they're not as Republican. So they're almost getting like black sheep. So you never know what kind of psychological pressure that's putting on that person and be like, well, since, you don't love me because I don't think this way, now I'm going to turn into this, person that's going to, I'm going to show you,
100%.
So then now,
100%.
You have this narrative that works in almost every, context of what we would consider a villain of something, because you see his storyline already and it looks like something we've seen before.
And just like a leftist Democrat family, I bet there's some stat, like you were saying, there's probably one in the family that's always kind of like I'm going to reject the thing that I'm around, right? Because it's like I'm going to be the opposite of what I'm being trained,
The rebel position always has to be filled.
Right.
But you're wondering, where does it come from? Does it come just from sheer rebellion of someone being like, I don't like the way my family's raised, I don't like the views? Or are they in a conflict where they're trying to choose whatever the media's pushing, but then also they see what their family's pushing and they're conflicted, and for some reason they make a choice on one side or the other, and it might have been actually what the parent might have did to them psychologically. So now they're taking it out on the political side of the parent, thinking that the parent's parent, so thinking that they're pulling like how some, say for instance, someone's daughter goes and dates somebody completely opposite of their father just to stick it to their father, and it's almost like that sense of you're just trying to rebel because you're trying to show in a sense that you're not as with what is expected of you to where you're willing to go so far. But maybe you like that, but there's always some kind of underlining agenda of how you felt about who was showing you differently, and you're almost showing them that you're going to go another way and be so much more happy in that way that it's almost like sacrificial in a way. But
Yeah, sure. And then it's tricky to say like, oh, what happened to him and blah blah blah. Because what's crazy just about kids, dude, is you have no idea. No matter your genes or your raising of them, you could just have like the weird trigger rebellion thingy, or the you did something to me at the wrong moment, and I'm gonna hold that in my little brain for forever. And then all of a sudden that blows up when they get older in rebellion or something, because the family was Mormon, which, you know, typically Mormons are very strict about the religion and the community. And there's a big, like a big reason to stay into that system or that ideology, you know? So it's even more interesting that this poor kid got all crazy daisy and kind of, you know, sidetracked by whatever internet communities that he was falling into because they were promoted by society and whatnot. So this is a great example of flipping humans, dog. Like whatever the society, they had Mormonism, conservatism as the core belief of the family, and there's other kids that continued in that. But this one kid was like, boy, these furries and this being gay thingy sounds really interesting to me, and I'm going to go into it. It's like, whoa, interesting.
And he was a great shot, obviously, because they said the family trains on shooting.
They were hunters.
Right. So, you know, it's almost like everything's there to Manchurian candidate somebody, you know, in a way that it's like, only thing we have to do is get somebody who's already knows how to shoot, already leaning that way. And two, our phones could even give out signals like that because it's all data, you know, and things that we're shown.
And what we call it here is all someone needs to do is nudge them a little. Because we had a undercover CIA guy talking about how they nudge people to do things.
Alphabet squad boys and ladies can give some influence of a certain direction towards certain individuals, and guide them per se a certain way.
Well, even real one or fake one, bro. So that's where like the tinfoil hats come in, man, where a lot of people were saying Israel had something to do with this. So like
Right.
hey, and
Was
then
this a long-term psyop? Was he groomed?
and then does that sound like, oh, you're just being anti-Semitic, blame the Jews and stuff, you know? And it's like, well, no, but a month ago, this semi-popular man on the internet, on X, he actually made a post where he spoke allegedly with a close person to Charlie Kirk, and that person claimed that allegedly Mr. Charlie Kirk said, I'm a little bit worried because if I step out of line, I know Israel's going to try and take me out. So that was a post a month ago, which is all on hearsay stuff. But that guy got stupid popular now because the internet immediately went to like, oh, well, he was starting to change his opinions kind of on the whole, like 100% do whatever or support Israel no matter what kind of thing, and was pushing back on that a little. So people were naturally with their own ideas coming up with it. And then they found that post and everybody kind of was like, oh, there's the prove it, you know, like we were having this kind of idea. And then this man literally said that Charlie said he was kind of worried. So it's like, oh, that's tough. That's crazy.
Well, this is kind of going on in our American society for like quite a few decades now. And I think we started realizing how fear affects people to where, I mean, they're saying, you know, Charlie might have been afraid for his own life, how we all kind of fear mortality in a way, shape, or form, to where you could be doing something that's ethically right, but at the same time, you could be unalived, and then they use that as a way of pushing, hey, you know, can't say whatever you really want, or be careful what you say, because there's always type of recourse for saying the things that you say. If you get too big saying them as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
The bigger you get, the more,
there's
right?
been a clip floating around of Charlie. I don't know exactly how long ago it was, but he was talking about how, like, the question was something along the lines of where he thought the country was going in, like, the two sides of things. If we can basically band back
No,
together,
you're too quiet, bro.
or always going to be together, or if we can mend back together. And he pretty much said he hopes, you know, it'll be good and we can mend together, but more than likely the other side's going to get like really sketchy, because everybody's waking up to their bull crap, and then they're going to get violent. And well, yeah, they sure did.
I don't think it doesn't really even cost that much. We're not saying that, money matters, but people pay people to get knocked off all the time. And if you go against someone who has an unlimited amount of money, you would almost think it's nothing for them to, build the story, pay off whoever they need to pay off, and just to get a fall guy to do it. And then it all just happens, and then they never have to face any faults because they paid everybody off, where it never falls back on them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very true.
They are full-scale damage control. Here's a fake quote they're pushing out. My only direct reference to Kirk was one post, his own words on records. They're lying. Claiming that Kirk said black women don't have the brain processing power to be taken seriously. He never said that. It's a fabrication because they need to justify the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Here's Vanity Fair. Groypers, Helldivers 2, and furries. What do the messages left by Charlie Kirk's alleged killer actually mean? These are the narratives that are being pushed forward. But how about Charlie Kirk's own words? Assassination culture is spreading on the left. 48% of liberals say it would be at least somewhat justified to murder Elon Musk. 55% said the same about Donald Trump. In California, activists are naming ballot measures after Luigi Mangione. The left is being whipped into a violent frenzy. Any setback, whether losing an election or losing a court case, justifies a maximally violent response. This is the natural outgrowth of left-wing protest culture tolerating violence and mayhem for years on end. The cowardice of local prosecutors and school officials have turned the left into a ticking time bomb. Charlie posted this.
Back to what gets taught in schools.
April 7th. And there's the data. Yes, the left has lionized assassins. Luigi Mangione has sainthood candles and is praised to this day. The only reason they're trying to back away from this guy now is because mainstream America loved Charlie. He was a moderate, traditional conservative, and he preached debate. And he was killed for that. And the message is terrifying to the left. That's
which, I mean, it makes more sense that this man would be targeted and harmed all the way to death, even less than that CEO guy that Luigi Mangione guy killed that the left goes and champions. And like when that happened, they were all like, I'm going to post this list of other CEOs, like, oh, it'd be terrible if all these guys got hit. And it's like, dude, yeah, there's only one side that's champion and promoting flipping people going off and killing people. Absolutely bonkers.
I don't know where in the timeline it got to where being a Democrat or left, however you want to say it, they, on that side of the fence, they started going, well, like if they die because they're just, so mean, that is what it is.
Yeah.
Like over a theology or a policy, you're like, oh yeah, they just don't even have to breathe air. They can't even like exist in this human life we've been gifted.
I'd
like,
say
no, they don't deserve it. They can just like be gone.
I'd say the answer is whenever that party lost some sense of a religious morality that was at its core. Because you lose the morality.
Their religious view is they are the most virtuous.
Right.
They're the most virtuous for how they believe and whatnot. And it's actually, that's the woke mind virus.
Right. And when you lose those morals, that's what you get as a group of people that are like, I don't care about this person, so it's horrible. Because no one on the right that I know of, other than the actual extreme right people that we wouldn't claim, right? Other than those people, nobody thinks anybody should die. Like, we don't think Joe Biden should die or Barack Obama or Bill Clinton.
Except pedos.
Or all of these. Well, yeah, pedos get the wood chipper. That's about the only one we all agree on, other than the furries. But, we want all of these bad people that have screwed us over in government or, whatever. We want all of these people locked up. Like, we want them all like put in jail for a long time or forever because of the atrocities that they have committed to the American people or overseas with wars and blah, 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 and then burning through our American, military men and yada, yada. But everybody on our side, until the crazy crazies that we wouldn't even claim, don't even want the enemies dead. The left, that's a very shorter way before you fall into they are actually wishing death upon their enemy. It's like you get in like a little itty bit of Democratic left where they don't want that and they do want talk. And now they're starting to even shift over to the right. Like I was saying before we started, bro, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, and the list goes on. Like what's his face, man? Dave Rubin, the talk show guy. All of these people have slowly been flipping off the Democratic Party because the Democratic plantation is absolutely bonkers and just eroding the society out from the bottom. Absolutely bonkers.
Yeah. Yep. They are shooting themselves in the feet.
I think they've been kind of doing it over the years with, you saw that guy who drove his car through the group of protesters for the Black Lives Matter thing, and then they said that Trump was saying that there was good people on both sides, and then all of a sudden we kind of jumped to the January 6th kind of situation to where I don't know if you guys ever have been in a Democratic household or kind of seen it from the other perspective or were objective where they perspective where they kind of look at it where look at what the other side's doing that we can't do or we don't do, because it's more idea they were pushing the idea that most people who were Republican were on the side of, let's say, neo-Nazis and KKK and against Black Lives Matter and things like that, where it was almost trying to condition people to feel like, okay, what side are you on? Pick a side because they're being extreme now, so maybe we can be extreme later.
So what you're saying is they are diversifying, which is the core thing they are against, but they're so brainwashed that they're just self-diversifying from everybody else.
So it's almost, you have to be able to see the things that are kind of going on, but it kind of reminds me of the time of, when the guy drove through that crowd of people and killed one woman and then took off again, and we don't really see these people anymore, but they push the narrative of, this person might have been a Republican or he thought like this, and now they're almost domestic terrorists, and so where now they make individuals feel like they have the kind of a Punisher complex where they're like, oh, well, they took some of ours, we're going to go take one of theirs. And if, somebody takes me, a lot of these people don't look like they were ever any kind of person in their life to where if they get in trouble for it, they feel like it's worth what they did to do what they did.
Yeah, which is why it's important for us all to conversate, communicate.
Well, absolutely. I was curious what the point of those three stories was, because I think I heard of like one car that went into a BLM, but I don't think that was ever like publicized of like who actually did it.
The guy with the Charger, one who like they showed like just creamed into a whole bunch of people and he ran one person over and then he tried to take off and like part of his car was like dragging.
Well, I've seen people running into crowds and stuff, but I don't think I saw anyone about a BLM. I just heard about it. And then now that you mention it, why didn't we hear a follow-up and why wasn't that a big news thing of like, oh, this guy, and then especially if they were a Trump supporter, I feel like that would be on repeat. Well, the Trump supporters ran into the black people. Well, the Trump supporters ran into the black people.
They made it more of this guy was just, I guess just against that movement, but they almost tied it into maybe like it was right leaning, because of that whole division between, how they use.
Right. But my point is they're trying to destroy the right and literally will lie about them, because the second one was a complete lie where the mainstream media and the fake news bullshitters, Snopes, even now had to come out and say, yeah, so no, he never called neo-Nazis and, the others, the very fine people. Yeah, no, he didn't say that. He never said that, actually. Yeah, what he actually said was, with this place we're talking about, there's very fine people on both sides, except the neo-Nazis and those terrible people. I condemn them. But there's, good people on both sides here, folks, except the obvious ones, dummies. But I have to say that because you're going to take my words out of context. And they still took his words out of context.
Yeah. And push a narrative to where, now, been 5-6 years. And
Lots
you know,
of years and lots of damage has been done.
you got younger people who grew up in this environment, so where I don't know if it's, you know, I don't know about these discords and these like hidden chat rooms, and you know, where people can almost make their own ideologies and find like-minded people, or even young people who might be susceptible to these kind of things, and then draw them in, groom them, and then push them out to do the bidding or the wishes of that collective group. You know, it's almost somebody being like, hey, I don't like what's going on, and one person's like, well, I'll do something about it. And it's like, well, send so-and-so off, you know, to go handle that, but he might never come back, but more power to him because he's helping push our narrative, and therefore maybe they become a hero in that group's eyes, and the person almost feels like they got that martyrdom syndrome of being like, yeah, I'm going to go down for this, but I know all these other people that I'm going to get the approval of, you know, that's going to, you know, to this really, when people commit those kind of acts, do they necessarily go to jail forever? You know, at some point they get out, you know, let's say, and there's probably a community of people who are almost like, all right, since you did that, now you're out, now we're going to take care of you for the rest of your life, you know?
Right. Very complicated.
But just more idea, we always worried about the shooter, like he really thought of this all himself and can just easily do these kind of things. And it's so easy just to knock somebody off, you know, but it almost seems like there has to, or we feel like there's got to be so much more to that. Like maybe he's just a fall guy. Maybe he just was the shooter, you know, because we do live in
the Kennedy thing all over again. There's going to be CIA documents be on.
Well, too, we
what was it called?
Which one?
Declassified. There's going to be CIA documents on this assassination, just like JFK's, that are probably going to be all found out about. And we're going to be demanding they be released, and it's going to be like decades until we see them. Find out there was just like JFK, there was a shooter on the grassy knoll, and then there was the fall guy, and then there was actually Secret Service, this and that.
Man, that's one that I wanted to pull up. I don't know how we would get that.
Don't our FBI, CIA, they've been involved in assassinations in our country in a lot of ways to where they know the truth, but they don't tell us the truth because they feel like we can't handle the truth.
Yeah, there's definitely all of that.
So you're almost wondering, you know, what don't we know? What do we know?
Well, that's why we're all into that tinfoil hat, alternative news, and independent journalist stuff, right? Because we're all about trying to get to the bottom of that stuff. That's one that kind of, oh yeah, they took the map down on their website, huh? Utah University, top-down map of, what do you call it, an auditorium, or is that an inside one?
Outside.
I don't know if auditorium means always inside. Is it also the outside thing? But the tinfoil hat theory of the shooter wasn't that person, or perhaps there were two shooters. A lot of people are going into that one, man, because Charlie Kirk was allegedly looking out straight. Shoot, yeah, I don't know where the hell the auditorium thing is on this one. The outdoor speaking area. Shoot. But
definitely was grass around, so you almost have to look for a grassy kind of area where people can like sit outside.
Another grassy knoll.
Yeah, way. But it said it was a bowl. It almost like the way it was like, you know, you're looking down into it.
Ah, shoot.
Yeah.
So the alleged, you know, official story is that Charlie was looking out at crowd, and to his perspective, the guy was in front of him to the right a little bit on a roof. And we've got video of the kid on the roof, and allegedly they caught the right guy, and it's this Tyler, you know, guy, and he was the guy. Okay. We've got him climbing down off the roof. So he was clearly up there. Obviously, we have no video of him shooting, but we do have videos of people watching a person up there on the roof. Okay. Well, if that was the trajectory, I haven't wanted to go back and watch the actual video over and over and over again in slow-mo to try and figure out if I could see where the bullet was, right? But that would be a front to back. Well, people just watching the video like once or twice, I'm guessing, because unless you're like totally desensitized to just watching somebody get like bled out, you're like, oh, why did I watch this? Or, you know, okay, that's enough for me, right? That was my opinion. You know, like, I gotta watch it. Yeah, I don't want to watch this over and over again. But at first, when you look at this, it looks like it comes in from his right because there is a blood spatter out to his left. So if that's true, bullet actually came from his right, not front right, because it would be front to back. So now there's guy in the crowd shooter theory where that's the real shooter guy and he's still
the MSNBC guy. Maybe they were we don't want to say anything yet because we're not for sure. It could have been a celebration, like a desk pop, you know, maybe somebody in the crowd was just celebrating and then it was a stray bullet just got him, you know.
The guy said it could have been a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, to which he is now fired, by the way.
But didn't they find the weapon?
They've got the guy and the weapon.
And the weapon.
But my point was about the allegedly, the like, oh, we know what they want us to know, blah, blah, blah.
Because then there's all the extra info or, well, like maybe rumors per se, because we definitely can't say for sure or not. There was the guy that initially was arrested that he was saying, but he basically like was turning himself in. He was like pretty much.
He was screaming, shoot me, as the cops were walking him out to be questioned.
Yeah.
So they grabbed a dude. He said, shoot me. So tinfoil hat theory, if you haven't heard it yet, the overall theory is a nation state did this that we've already mentioned. A nation state did this.
Planned.
It was a paid operation where that guy was told, nudged or something, threatened to be a distraction because how long do you have before you lose the guy? Right, so he was a distraction where it took at least a few of the guys' security that were on staff to hold him and then walk him out to be questioned while they're not looking for the guy. Then this other guy who they have now, and the FBI says this is the real guy, where they found the gun and they found the kid. Well, we're sending all the things off to the lab to be tested to find out if it actually matches the bullet and blah, 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 right? Yeah. We don't know if it's actually the guy yet.
Palm prints and stuff like that.
Allegedly, this guy is a active distraction. He's the guy that was meant to, if be caught, look like he's literally the stooge guy, the fall guy, right?
Yeah, because
where there was then actually a second shooter person who conducted the shot, who would be the professional to guarantee it would happen, and that guy's out.
Some people are saying that they're using AI to do facial recognition, also just comparing the two of the pictures that the FBI released of like, hey, we're looking for this guy before they caught Tyler Robinson.
Right.
And they're saying Tyler in that picture, like earlobes are different. They're saying it's a real close, but yet again, just like how people are saying, wait, look at Biden's earlobes, you know?
Right. That's where I'm like, hold on, I gotta see this. Otherwise, you sound like the kooky person to me. Because then there was also people trying to say the whole thing was staged. It's not even real. Look at Charlie Kirk's ring.
Like,
the ring changes fingers and it's all AI. I'm like, nah, dude, this literally happened. Like, no.
3,000 people saw it. Yeah.
There was 3,000 there? God dang, that's a lot of people.
Dude, it's real. I feel so bad for the wife and kids. They seen it like
the wife and the kids
seen
were
it
there,
like front row.
Mm.
They had to witness their
that's messed up.
I mean, but the guy believed in faith so strongly. It's almost like to the idea, at least you got to be there for your dad's final fucking moments.
Homie, the kid asked the mom, where's daddy at?
Yeah,
well,
I mean, we could pick that out as a positive. Yeah,
I mean,
but he came out and did a big speech kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean,
it's crazy.
It's almost like we understand everything's kind of done for a reason, for whatever reason.
If we are spiritual people, right?
Right. So it's almost like, and this stuff happens all the time.
There was some respect and ethics between men who did this regularly back in the day, and you don't do it in front of the wife and kids.
So people speaking in front of crowds don't get murdered every single day, bro. It doesn't happen every year. It doesn't happen every 10 years.
Don't get assassinated.
When's the last one
that I know of?
You just kind of dismissed it and kind of played it down by saying this happens all the time. And maybe it's your tone of voice. You sound way too casual and careless. So you're like, bro, this happens all the time.
We're up in the Americas, right?
Right, but again, my point is this man isn't some douchebag regular fuck that lives on the street. He ain't your neighbor. He ain't some regular Joe guy that was causing some shit, and then he got into a bat, and then he got shot. It wasn't a guy that was just walking casually, and then he got shot and did nothing wrong, but he got shot. This was a dude leading a movement trying to teach children, like young people, not even children, young people, that there is this thing called God. There's this thing called rational thinking and thought. There's a thing called debate. He was teaching them that when you stop debating is when violence happens. And then he was also trying to bring them into politics and say, well, if we all think that Tom, Dick, and Harry, or black, white, purple, yellow, whoever the hell thinks they're getting a bad rap, you know how you do it? Debate and voting on policy. And he was trying to do all of that stuff and was pivotal in getting a man that I personally and a lot of people believe was a good idea into. So it was way more than just like, it happens all the time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and I get it because we're Americans and we kind of think centralized on our own country. But I was in Ghana in August, and I saw a wall of, I guess, presidents that they have. And I was asking my friend who was there, what happened to this president? What happened to that president? Why does it seem like they only are presidents for so long? He goes, oh, they got assassinated. And I was like, seriously? And he goes, yeah. And he's like, well, that's a common thing in this country that if you turn president, you get assassinated. And then I asked him, well, who's assassinated him? And he said, America. And I was like, what? So, but,
so again, that'd be a tinfoil hat theory because there's no actual evidence, proof, or documentation of legal stature that says America assassinated them. So now here's a great example. So the last time this happened was last week in Germany, because in Germany, they were going to have a vote. And the day before the vote, 15 of the right-leaning Republican candidates happened to die. That's a quinky dink.
Nobody's talking about it over here, though.
Ain't nobody talking about it over here, dog. America never talks about international news because then people would understand things are happening.
And that's what I meant.
Worse or like
where
on a global scale.
Because I travel abroad a lot, and when I put on the news, I hear about these bombings and things, and I'm like, wow, that's going on in your country, and people are like, yeah, and I'm like, I would never expect that to happen in my country, but then it happens in our country. I'd be appalled
if it did because it'd be absurd.
Right, but it's political. People are, almost like when Russia had, people bombing the streets because they were against the royalty of Russia, and that almost caused communism in itself. People were like, we're tired of this oppression. But maybe it's the mindset of feeling like you're being oppressed by the other side, so you have to do something violent to tip the scales.
Which then I believe is like ignorant, uncivilized, savage, like the word we were kind of discussing earlier, because that's just like giving up on like civilized communications and things and stuff.
I think it's the power of violence that we know that it has this type of undenying way of making things happen.
Which biblically and spiritually, who decides to use violence to solve their problems because it's the powerful thing? It's definitely like not a God side thing.
It might be an idea that we all being creatures of God have good and evil in us. That means we can do the most good and we can do the most evil in a way of taking another life of another person, especially if they're doing good, because animals aren't out killing one another depending on how they feel about the person. Everything's all instinctual, but man being the creation that he is, feeling like he needs to overpower things, or if he doesn't have his way, if you can't get your way, they do it by force. So we are known as people that do things by force.
Which is tricky, dog, because like sometimes you got to do it. I get it, but I am like more liberally or,
You-
never
some-
fight, never war thing. So it's like nah, bro, it's still like a cop-out thingy. Like, if you
Sometimes
can't figure out a way to do it without like hurting and murdering people.
Right. Like sometimes the only way to
Gosh
stop
darn
the
it.
serial killer is to, kill the serial killer. That's
Well, sure.
like if we didn't have a way
Pretty
to
on board
lock
with
them
that.
up and all these people and whatnot, like sometimes that is the only way, but it's supposed to always be the last resort.
If you lock him up, then, that doesn't stop what he's already done. The whole idea, I guess, would be more of the prevention of, but then when you get somebody after the fact and you're like, well, I'm going to punish you now, more of the punishment you would think would making them suffer with what they've done in some kind of way or form. But if you just kind of take them out as well, then they never really get to reflect or dwell. Because maybe, if you keep somebody long enough, they start reflecting on themselves and actually repent, from what they did. But if you just execute the person themselves, that's what they kind of wanted anyway, and they never really have to deal with the consequences they already kind of did. And that's why a lot of the school shooters you see, half the time they kill themselves or commit suicide with the weapon because they know what's coming after the fact, and they only planned so far.
Right. And then that it's so complicated deciding where you are on some things like these, because lately I've been like, man, it's very barbaric, but over in Saudi Arabia they have markets, and these markets, they got gold, they got diamonds, they got gems, and all kinds of expensive shit, all just laying out, and ain't nobody worried about it going anywhere.
Nobody locks up their multi-million-dollar Ferraris.
No one
none of
worried
that.
about it. No one worried. Why is that? Oh, because if you get caught stealing,
They cut your hand off.
they go
Yeah.
chop your whole hand off.
Yeah.
Problem
Do it again,
solved.
they'll chop the other one off.
Yeah, problem
Yeah.
solved.
Yeah.
Or
If you get caught at R word, bro, they chop your pecker off.
and
then
give
they
you
kill
a little straw like
Or
horse-
they
or
just-
full,
just
yeah.
like horsedick.mpeg.
They know.
So my dad, I told my dad this one, and my dad goes, "Oh yeah, man, I had a buddy that used to do business out in Saudi Arabia, and it was wild." He told me this one time. He come back, and he said, "It's crazy out there, dude." And I said, "He go, why?" He said, "Dude, over there, man, if you accidentally forget your wallet on the park bench and you go home and you realize it, you're like, oh, I'll go get it tomorrow. You don't have to go back there and get it, because you'll go to bed, wake up, eat breakfast, walk your butt back to that park bench, and the wallet's still going to be there."
As long as
Because
the
they'll cut your hand off. And I was like,
storm.
"Damn,
Yeah,
that's
as long as
crazy."
the dust storm
Dude,
didn't
right.
blow it away.
But I was like, damn, yeah. So that's another story of like
Well, too, you got to think of how.
capital punishment, man.
Yeah,
That-
more like the spankings as a kid.
Well,
It's
good or
punishments.
bad.
We got rid of those and under Biden admin, and then no cash bail, blah, 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 letting all these people out. The subway man out 14 times instead of like, hey, bro, after 7, you go into lockdown, son. That's like some 3 strike shit right there, dog. And then he goes and, ends a woman's life on the bus, who, by the way, the woman was white. So now they're talking about hate crime.
Was she
But also,
Ukrainian?
she was Ukrainian. The poor lady came here on refugee status to try and live and not die from the war over there. And then
Yeah.
she just gets her throat taken
She
out.
was kind of attractive
subway.
too, wasn't she?
Very important to the story.
And
I just.
She just
I don't
got
know.
off of work, so she didn't look attractive, but the picture shared around of her was very flattering. She was very attractive.
I think that did something for it too, as well, right? Because if usually.
But in the subway, she looked
about
like
it.
just some woman who got off from the pizzeria, bro.
she was like a young, she
sat
was a
down.
young looking girl. More.
Yeah.
She was barely even woman status.
And then this man just like, boop, like, God bless, bro. So punishments kind of do things, bro. Now, we definitely need to make sure we have good judges that aren't doing things like Kamala Harris in California, putting all sorts of black men in jail from silly little marijuana charges. But we still need, like, rules and laws to try and stop bad guys from doing bad things, bro. Taking them off the streets or making them reconsider how they do things, because they don't want to be taken off the streets, bro. I was a bad kid and had marijuana, went to jail for 2 days, 3 days, and was like, oh, I can't have marijuana on me anymore. Gotcha. Fast forward, it's legal here in the state, but back in the day, bro, I had to be like, oh, we're going to have to put it down, bro.
But you realize marijuana wasn't the problem. It was more of the construct of how they demonized people who had marijuana because they couldn't make money off it themselves,
No,
and
of
also
course.
because there was a demographic.
But my point of
people
this
they were
story
used-
were punishments, not the like nitty gritty there.
Well, even when you
Absolutely.
talk about the Saudi Arabia thing, I mean, everybody says that, yeah, you can go over there and don't have to worry about people stealing anything. But think how many people get wrongly convicted of things, get punished, and there ain't no going back.
Well, that's
on
why we
if
don't
they
do
did
it
or
here.
not.
It's because people say that stuff. It's because that's why it's all
Well, it
super
just
duper
goes-
court and all. Let's be nice. Maybe it was not true. Oh,
There's
geez.
probably another
Well, somewhere in
pretty
between is the best, right?
extreme punishment if you're caught lying and frauding the thing, for that.
Right. Well, like just like women doing calling the R word, the whole Me Too
Yeah.
thing. How many times was that incorrect? Should they be reverse punished by them having to pay a lot of money and stuff like that?
They won't do it because then that lessens the women who would go forward, because they feel like because people who usually have done it are in places of power and have enough money to buy their way out, to where even if they do say something, they're not going to get what they want. They mostly get attacked in another way, shape, or form, because that person that does have money has influence.
Kind of like E. Jean Carroll that tried to say like Trump did something to her, and then now that case was appealed and things aren't looking really good for her, and she's not going to see a dime because it was all made up bullshit.
Oh, really?
And it was funded by a guy who had a personal vendetta against Donald Trump.
But you see how far it went, to where, like I said, if you have money, you can create things.
She didn't have the money, but sure.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah, where, like,
But she was still well off.
Right.
And she was a book writer.
Well, she was around him at least at some point in her life, right?
Yeah,
To where, how do you even get around him to do something like that, but then get paid off like the Stormy Daniels things, right? Like to where some people, you pay them enough, yeah, I'll lie.
Again, yep.
Yeah.
Came out that was all a lie.
Yeah.
She had to pay Donald Trump's,
And wrote a book on
lawyer
it,
fees.
Like,
yeah, crazy.
and made
And
money
then
off
her
that.
and then her lawyer, Michael Avenatti, actually was stealing from her and then went to jail.
Which is why
And the View and the mainstream media all had Michael Avenatti on and was going, "You're the Trump guy taking down her guy. You're going to be great. Are you going to run for president? Because you're going to take out Donald Trump because of this lawsuit with Stormy Daniels." Yeah, it turns out he's a snake and he's in jail.
Yeah.
Which sounds right up their alley. He probably, if he would have weaseled past that one, he would have been a great candidate for the Democrat Party, actually.
Well, it's just the idea that luckily all of it crumbled, when some people, they can create these narratives that last so long, you start believing that it's actually what happened. Because if things aren't seen as uncredible in a certain amount of time, you'll just forget that it was something that could have been a false or a farce.
And that's why defamation is a real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
By the way, Charlie, we don't support complete absolutist free speech here, so that's why I think you're confused. We support free speech, but you can't do things like, scream fire in a crowded room,
Condone
and then
violence.
and then specifically here, you can't come in and just say like horrible, dipshit, trolly, terrible things about this Charlie Kirk man that I like. So there's your censorship free speech explanation, just to be clear.
The frontal lobe is still developing.
Still developing in that one. Hey, bro, here's them Cartier boys I keep telling you to watch, man. Like the boys here, it's a good one that kind of sums up the absolute handicaps of the left still out there on college campuses, complete absolute lies about Charlie Kirk. Shit that the troll reads.
And he's over here having empathy for him. Charlie Kirk hated empathy.
You're a very loud, angry person.
No, I'm not. You're stereotyping a black woman.
Explain why Rest in Peace is bad.
Wait, what was the thumb on this one? Oh, dude, I think they changed the thumb.
Explain why murder was good. Why are you mad about that?
Because you live by the gun, you die by the gun. And that's exactly what the was got.
When did Charlie Kirk live by the gun?
I think that's.
I'm confused.
I think that's her referring to. He said it's worth it for people to die. That's what the quote everybody's been throwing around. Apparently, he said that it's worth it if some people die because the Second Amendment just has to be absolute.
So
something.
I was
like
telling
that.
him it's a little bit tricky what he said. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I wonder how twisted or
So
not.
he said sometimes the gun deaths are like meaningful because then we can show people that we need to help people not shoot people
Right,
and mental
yeah.
health and stuff.
Yeah. which is, oh, what a surprise. A twisted narrative of words again.
Which,
And too, it's not like that, nice, they're at a college campus. She looks like she goes to college there too, she had a book bag on, but it doesn't look like she reads and looks into a lot of Charlie Kirk's, things, but it's almost most of whatever algorithm she's in, probably that's spewing this to her, and she's just been scrolling, and people are being like, hey, so-and-so, this is this guy, and this is what he really said, and, to where she's just regurgitating what she's been given, in a way, and then trying to be over extenuous about it, being like, no, he got, and it's like, you're still talking about the same idea of someone getting something, but it's almost like a mental kind of idea to where you want to see someone you consider, as your opponent, hurt or in some kind of bad situation, because, usually people who are dealing with pain and they feel that there's all these other people who don't have to go through anything, they almost feel some kind of relief or satisfaction seeing someone who they feel have so much lose because they haven't been able to have some kind of stature in their own lives.
Which, in my humble opinion, is ignorant victim mentality. And it's not, ignorant as some get angry, just using words as they mean things, whether it's her fault or the environment she's surrounded in that's not her fault, or the environment that she chose on purpose to be surrounded in that is her fault. Who knows? However, in my humble opinion, the ignorant one, because then you are open to these things to try and sway and lead you in this manner.
I would be interested in knowing if she has a inner dialogue or not. If
that is an interesting thing, dude.
Well, it's more of, like I said, you haven't seen anybody come out to really know who this person is, but almost like when you see people's mannerisms, it almost is a test of their character. And, it's
careful, don't make no judgments there, Jonah.
Like,
talking about projections.
We see this clip where this individual is just holding a sign about something that's going on, and this woman seems so kind of infatuated with, being like, shaking her head, pointing her finger, pacing back and forth, to where she's not having a real conversation with the guy. She's kind of almost trying to shame him.
So why is she this upset over this man holding a sign about the dude?
What the
and then
kids call it is she's triggered and she's raging.
Right. And then the other thing that everybody's making comparisons to, which it's like, well, yeah, it's a good comparison, but I don't think we need to bring it up because it gets everybody heated, is everybody's like, well, he didn't have any fentanyl in his system.
Who had fentanyl? All right. Well,
so you're going to tell me that a man who committed money crime and literally committed monetary federal crime of using fake money to buy cigarettes, that then went out to his car, and then while the cops were trying to arrest him, ate all of his pills of fentanyl, and then had methamphetamine in his system, and then who got pulled out of a car and said, I can't breathe, and then got put into the cop car and said, I couldn't breathe. Then they got taken out of a cop car and then said he couldn't breathe. And then they put him on the ground and held him there, where a cop showed up that didn't hear him say he couldn't breathe, and then held him in a completely legal and trained place where his breathing is not restricted, then passes away due to overdosing on fentanyl because he had like 6 times the amount that would kill you in his system. And then, by the way, the autopsy has said that he did not die of asphyxiation. So the cop literally did not kill him. And then we had riots over it all. But have we seen one riot about a radical leftist taking out one of our big leaders that we believe in and we like?
Did he not put his knee on the guy's neck?
What is knee on neck?
I thought the cop put the knee on the guy's neck.
So why do you think that? Because that's what you heard repeated.
That's what I was shown
over and over and over again.
Right?
That's not what you were shown.
Was it on that?
So this is another great example of you heard that so much that you don't even remember what the F you saw. It was on his back.
Okay. Yeah.
And which is also a literally taught to people in police training of how you restrain a person without cutting off their airflow.
He already had
anything. It was between the shoulder blades.
he already had handcuffs
Which is
on,
still not
right?
neck.
Didn't he have handcuffs on? Like, why do you still got to put your knee on somebody's
Have you
back?
not watched like some cops thing ever in the history of your life? What are you talking about?
They
The dude was
always-
wacko. He was overdosing on fentanyl in a meth speedball.
Was fighting the.
I haven't heard
the
any of this.
fentanyl pretty hard, so he was.
That's
a little
bonkers.
smarmy.
Are you serious?
I didn't hear any of this.
You've never heard any of that?
No.
Not the autopsy proving that he didn't die of asphyxiation.
None of that.
The 6 times overdose
None of
of
that.
dying on
None
fentanyl.
of that. None of that.
Earlier when he said this guy's misinformed or uninformed.
Well, that's why he here on the Truther Cast form. It's about to get. It's about getting informed,
But
man.
again, like I said, depending on where you grow up, certain things you don't get taught, but it's not like you're not open to be more exposed to them so that you have a better perspective on things. But that's what I mean as far as when, we pull up clips of people acting certain ways, we forget there's people who grew up in a whole different, almost seems like universe as others. And when certain things are done, we have a misunderstanding, but we still need to have the space to where maybe we can talk about it, but then be open
Maybe?
to.
What do you mean maybe? Hell yeah, talk about it.
Funny,
Yeah.
It's funny you bring
No,
that
the
up.
whole point is to
feel
talk
like-
about
I
it.
feel like that is actually the whole point and what you could say is a conclusion to this week with the Charlie Kirk thing is what Jonah just explained. We need to be able to talk about it instead of just going to the
And
violence.
make sure you let me know if somebody in the chat has something to say about me, because I definitely like to fix those kind of things.
You should have the chat
somebody
pulled up,
said
fam.
something about me being misinformed, and it's like, yeah,
Oh,
I guess.
we got the troll hater, dog.
I was like, okay, so if it's just the person who usually does that, because I'm like, I don't like being misunderstood, and if you feel like you have something
Well,
to ask
other
me
people might feel
personally,
like that,
it's
so.
like, oh, well, maybe it was something I said in
Pull
a
the
way
chat
that
up.
wasn't enough.
Pull up the Rumble, dog. Pull up the
I don't
Rumble.
have Rumble downloaded.
Oh,
Oh,
no wonder why he's not informed.
Yeah.
Ah, come on.
Actually, I do have it downloaded. I just never.
I'm pretty
go on
sure
it.
I made
Yeah.
you subscribe, dog. Come on
So
now.
weird that your
So-
conclusion came back to like, if we acted that way, yeah, we wouldn't be having this episode with the Charlie Kirk stuff in it because it wouldn't have got to that. But that is why it's really crap why we think it probably was a setup, because they know that we are on the edge. We are like shoved full. The trash compactor is done full like 10 compacts ago, and you're still trying to shove bullcrap down our throats. And we're just trying to not explode to do the whole revolt thing. And to basically go, oh, so you think this is how we play this game? Okay, like they would find out really quick. It wouldn't play well. They wouldn't like the game that they started and wanted us to play with. That how they're playing.
100%.
It won't go, and we are trying our damnedest. But all they've been doing is trying to pre-program us. They came out with that Civil War movie that was funded by what we would say is the deep state, Barack and all them. They've been trying to get us riled up to where it's either Civil War or World War III. You see how both of them are right on the verge right now? The depopulation thing is their main goal. They've been doing the war for a while. It's kind of getting to the expiration date of where it either has to go to World War or it's going to fizzle out. So after that's done, how are they going to keep bodies falling off? They're either going to get they are all about work smarter, not harder. How do we get us to get rid of our set? Like how to get rid of the population? Get them to get rid of themselves. Easiest way to do it, right? If they don't have to do anything, we just log out of the game ourselves.
Make it their idea.
Yeah. And what's one of the easier ways to do that? So like the main cleanest way where you have less damage would be suicide. That's how a body leaves the population, but they don't want less, they want more. And the only thing that gets more is when we kill each other. It's easier. You could get mass suicide, but it's way easier to get people. You say one crap about somebody else, doesn't even have to be true, but it could look like it's possibly true. Get them all riled up. They want to kill some other side because of this bull crap. It's happened multiple times in history. And then let the ants, let the bugs, the pores fight it out. Let them kill themselves out. And we're just over here in the watchtower with binoculars watching it happen while we get more space on the planet, more breathing air because they're all taking themselves out.
They're not eating enough potatoes
Because we're
that are
not
poisoned.
coming together. We're not talking about things, debating things instead of just being barbaric. Come on, guys. Aren't we about the new trends? That's so like 700s. Like that's so long ago. We're about getting together now. That's
So
barbaric.
we're supposed to be modern.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Aren't we on the modern trend here? It's not very modern.
So
You
your
should be
house-
ashamed of yourself.
Your house was supposed to look boho, and you're supposed to.
You can't be
not
part of the
barbaric.
new hip cool kids club if you don't get, conformative with debating.
Let's
not just killing.
Let's check out the Cartier brothers for a little bit, man. I love these guys. Cartier family, that's what they call themselves. I love these guys. You should go follow them on the YouTube.
I can't believe
Why are you surprised?
I'm not surprised. Actually.
I'm not surprised at all.
It's just
you acting like you surprised, like you haven't been on the.
But you gonna say F your homie? Like you're causing all this on the college campus right now, bro.
Imagine who she listened to.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what they say in the songs. The same thing.
So I'm not.
I mean, this happens in the black community. They do like people dying and they make songs and troll about it. You said it best the other day whenever we were talking about this in the group message separately. You were like, "This is what they do to each other." Disagreement in the black community. Like, obviously, y'all, not all black people, we know this. But with ninjas, they don't agree. If there's an altercation, what do? You kill them. And then you make a song and you glorify it. And that's what happened here.
But we gonna
and
say
then it's free him.
White people is doing the same thing right now too. Can't just say they not.
What do you mean? Doing the same thing as
like cheering like how she was. This
for death?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is. But on my timeline, I'm gonna be real. I only see black people. If you look at my timeline, it's only black people.
I've seen all type of people.
No, it is. It is some liberals.
If they had to,
one of my homies
I see what the no
about it.
Wait, say that.
I was saying it's almost kind of like the urban gang culture where it's trying to put two sides against one another, where you, depending on where you live, depends on who recruits you, and then you're ingrained with the ideology of that side. And then as you grow up, it's more of that's your enemy, and if you get a chance to take one out, you take one out. I mean, this is something in the black community a lot, where we see it now kind of in a political sense, and everyone's kind of doing the same thing. So maybe that might have been a testing ground in the 80s and 90s where, gang cultures between the Bloods and the Crips went on, and everyone kind of was like, oh, that's their thing, but now we're seeing it 20, 30 years later on a continental, standpoint.
Well, then that's where the tinfoil hatters go into. It's 100% the deep state, the Illuminati, whatever the evil bad guys controlling shit thing is because if you wanted to get rid of gangs, bro, you could get rid of gangs. And people would say, no, man, we've tried so hard, blah, blah, blah. But what's his name? The El Salvador guy, man. Shoot.
President guy?
The president guy of El Salvador just proved it. You can 100% eradicate almost all of gangs and crime in your country if you really want to, right? So that dude proved it. So the evil deep state, Illuminati, bad guy, whatever's controlling it, don't want to get rid of gangs because now they let gangs live there in these communities, in these places, right? But then we want to erode family. Or like we were talking before the show, we want to make laws like you were pointing out, right? In the 70s, 80s, where we're going to make laws that disproportionately affect and hurt black culture, black families by increasing the likelihood that a woman would not want to be with the man so she could get welfare because we're now taking advantage of the poor people, right? So if you're poor, you're going to be a little bit more willing to go with that kind of a deal, right? So now if you don't have family, you don't have dad, and you're looking for some kind of a leadership organization to help you, then you fall into gangs. So it's almost like it's a overall entirely orchestrated thing to then perpetuate the destruction of all cultures, but specifically black culture, because then not too long after that law, now thinking about it, right? When was hip hop culture popularized? 90s, thousands, that stuff blew up. And now all of a sudden gang life's cool. Talking like a thug, acting like a thug, going to be a thug, going legit after a while, but you got to go get your reps in as a thug first.
Make it out of the war.
If you do, right? Yeah.
Just to show it was never really worth anything, but it's almost like you want to play Grand Theft Auto for real. not knowing that you still only got one life in it.
Yeah, right.
And you get out of it and you're like, huh, well, I'm glad I made it out, but think how many people don't. But it's almost like now on this scale to where now people are picking sides and almost being okay with people being killed by the opposite side. Like, that's okay. But at the same time, we understand people are kind of raised this way. So we're on the outside looking in, but we almost have pity or grace for them because if they knew what they really were doing, they usually would apologize.
Well, if they were taught to have some sort of a remorse, right? Where that's a big problem in society as well, is nobody ever has this remorse if I was wrong and, I'm going to apologize anymore or something. Way less or something, right? Or these people that believe this way so much or something, right?
Yeah, to where you almost think initially these are people who, get up every day, don't necessarily break the law in such a way where they need to be arrested immediately. It's just these are their opinions and perspective due to their upbringing and then them being conscious or unconscious of what they internalize as their morals and values.
But so that one's tricky, man, because I can't agree anymore with the whole like anybody should be able to break some kind of a law and not be arrested immediately, because then that's what perpetuates it with the removal of the punishments or whatever. Because you have these punishments completely taken away from Chicago, but you have the strictest gun laws in the entire nation, and then still they have the most deaths in the entire nation. And then I think we talked last week, they have more deaths a month in Chicago than they did in the Ukraine war.
Yeah, what's the
like,
idea?
That's bonkers.
What's the idea of too? It's like, do you jail a man for stealing bread if he's going to feed his family who's starving, or a guy who steals medicine because his family's dying, or he can't afford it, so he just lets his family die?
So yes, you do, because then again, like I said, it perpetuates breaking the law. What you need to do is go talk to a church and go get help where they will give you food, they will give you medicine, and probably give you a job. Like there's a million other ways to solve that problem, then go steal it.
Is there?
And that's what's tricky. Yes, there is.
I didn't know about things like that. And I don't know if they necessarily, I mean, maybe now, but
No, dude, forever. Just watched a black man do a reaction to Tom McDonald's video where Tom McDonald is a white man who grew up in Crenshaw, California, and talks about his life struggle of being a Canadian, moving here, getting hooked on dope, and then being a complete dope head, his buddy, turning into a crackhead. And his whole shtick was showing up at the food line, going to church, trying to get the bread and the juice. And that was his food for the week. And just living like a crackhead, or whatever his thing was meth or something, right? And da-da-da-da-da. Then he decided to turn his shit around. And now he's literally the #1 independent artist in the entire world. And then the guy,
crazy, especially since he did all that being Canadian, like that's enough odds against you right there. Being having Canadian in your
you almost think it might be a mental kind of thing to where you're from here, but you don't utilize the same kind of resources somebody from the outside looking in can
because
come
you're
in
entitled
and
you took advantage of thing or blah blah blah, or didn't understand and respect thing, right? So that's what a lot of people on our middle side or the hard conservative side say is, we're completely not teaching the young to respect all these thingies. If we don't talk about what it all took to get here, you don't understand these thingies. Then they go into liberal college and then they get spun in a certain direction. And now they're entitled and don't know where any of this come from, right? So now my struggle is the worst. My struggle is the hardest. And I deserve all these things. And then have ideas like, well, shouldn't you be allowed to steal if it's to stay alive? Homie, there's a bagillion ways to stay alive, dog.
Victim.
There's 100 billion ways to stay alive, dog, and stealing ain't got to be one of them. Go get the job, go to the church. There's a bagillion ways. Life seems so difficult and down and bottomed out. But there's so many stories of people turning that shit around. The only difference is they went and did it. They dug down deep and said, I'm going to effing do it. So my point on top of that was the black man that I was watching do the review of the Tom McDonald video, which if you haven't seen God Mode, bro, you got to watch it. Out of control banger. So during this, he was doing the starting to, and he's being a little bit over exaggerated because his channel is like a reaction thingy. So it's more entertaining, right? But he was snapping off as soon as dude started saying all that ish because he didn't know nothing about Tom McDonald yet. So he was going and then he paused in and backed up and he said, guys, I'm tripping right now because this dude's telling my life story. That's literally what I did. And this black man looks extremely successful on a stream thingy where he has thousands of followers now, probably making good cake. He makes his own music business endeavors. and then he had like a chain on and cool stuff in the background of his little studio and blah, 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 blah. So this dude was snapping off that Tom McDonald just told the same story of being a drug addict loser, turning it ish around and being successful that black man had. It's so possible.
Not being able to monetize your humility, huh?
How so?
Well, because the other guy was able to show how he came from nothing to something, when a lot of us don't like to show ourselves in that kind of light because it makes us insecure to show people when we don't have. It's only when we're in a situation where we're like more presentable and like, okay, now I can talk about this, talk about that.
Well, that's a human condition, of course, dude.
Right,
Nobody
but like I
is
said,
talking about being down.
Where, you know, we have these conversations where it's like, hey,
well,
we all
that's
have
not
a
how
story.
they made the money, bro. So I don't understand the point. He's telling the story after he's already become successful. And then plus, nobody wants to listen to your stupid story until you're successful because it's stupid. Why are you telling me about how dumb, broke, and loser you are? Go do something and then come back and tell me the transition.
Didn't do the same thing. Kind of Tom Madonna was like, look, I'll show it too. You know, one guy was like, oh, this is exactly what I did. And it's like, oh, well, maybe you have to either come from that to actually go through it, which is the whole idea of being oppressed, because usually that's how you forge who you are, is to actually go through something. So maybe that's what it's all about. That's why
Life's
people
journey, bro.
who feel entitled, maybe that's kind of the psyop that, you know, the one state can do, is make everyone feel so self-entitled they never have to go against the grain and be oppressed in a way where they really have to find out who they truly are and have self-discovery. And therefore, that being said, we're caught into this idea that we feel self-entitled and never really fix any of the problems because we're only thinking about ourselves. But
and because it was given to you. Because then you have no overcoming struggle, right? So then that's what one may argue and say that us doing welfare is the food and housing version of DEI. So if you get food and house, now you don't respect it, and then you expect it. So you don't respect it because you didn't earn it. You got it because you're a broke loser that doesn't get their shit together, whether that's your fault or not, you know. But then also you now become expecting of it because now you're relying on it because you got it. And then some people say, well, I ain't going to rely on it. I'm going to go to get my shit together still. I just needed a platform to stand on, right? I needed some like job security or, you know, unemployment monies to go get my shit going. I needed a food to eat and then go fix it. But growingly right now, it is what, like a large majority that are like, this is how I'm going to live my life. And then, by the way, I'm going to go pop out more kids and make this a hustle.
Either people crutch with it or they follow with it, AKA just good people in a hard time, or well, not necessarily saying other people aren't good, but other people that then take the communist route.
Have you ever been in that situation?
That's definitely the baby steps into communism.
Correct. Is
giving the, hey, here,
living
handout.
on the government.
Yeah. Get used to, you are provided for. That way you don't have, because the reality of the world, the only reason all of us are even here in this room breathing and we can eat meals every day is because men, mostly men, there's women out there too, you're not excluded, but we, mostly as men, because it used to be just at the home, we're the ones that, even if we don't want to do it, guess what? We got to go do those things. We got to work the field.
Guy,
we got to go do all this stuff. So we got
sewer
food,
guy, the tall line guy.
Well, just as a human species, we got to go do this stuff so we can keep going.
Yeah. You were saying,
guys, ever had to
ourselves is one thing, that's cool, but either way, we can't survive if we just find ourselves and don't make food.
Have you guys ever lived in the projects?
So I lived in a dope house for about 5 months.
Okay, but did you ever, as an adolescent, grow up in the projects to where you're in a situation to where, for whatever reason, your parents landed there? You know, dad could have been, you know, on drugs or didn't have a job, you know, into the idea the mother
and I was blessed. No,
the mother didn't either, you know. So you're gonna understand that who knows what the situation might have been for parents, you know, growing up in whatever situation. Some have, some don't have. And our government thought of it as, oh, let's make these housing complexes where we're going to put all these families who don't have into one building, not knowing these people might have mental issues.
And then what's your quality of life?
And it's being stipend, right, to where it's being afforded just to get these people out of the way. And they create almost the beehive of its own problem. And therefore,
100%.
disperse these people
create the problem,
out,
sell the solution.
Disperse these people out into the community, only knowing of bad because that's where they're stuck to live up in. I mean, they're not really going in making the situation better. They're almost just facilitating the problem
100%.
in such a way. But then we kind of look at what we were saying, oh, well, let's take away people feeling entitled. Or it's like, well, if those people didn't have those programs, they probably might have died.
Which is why nobody is saying take away the program.
Okay, but it's more of...
Or not what I'm trying to get at, or maybe some people say that.
Of, hey,
that's what we need to fix.
Things,
that's what we need to fix.
It was more of this, what is the value of money besides what we put on it? To where there are people who make so much more money than we do. They could.
That's irrelevant.
Everyone.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, it's more idea we put this emphasis on money and wealth.
What does that matter?
Well, it's more the idea people need money to survive in this capitalist world.
So money doesn't matter because it could be pens, it could be flowers, whatever the thingy that people use to transact time and energy. Money is just a thing that we put our labor into so we can easily transact stuff.
Okay.
So even if we were trading chickens and blah, 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 and blue, 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 and there was no such thing as money, if we had this problem, it would still be a problem.
But we don't do that in this day and age, right? Everything's about trading Tinder for what we want. So that being said, we took away certain jobs because whatever reason our corporations were like, well, we're paying these people either too much and we can pay them less. So let's take the work from this area that might be dependent on by these people, and let me move it offshore so I can make $5 or $10 million. But then those people who are left are like, well, now we don't have a job, and everybody's like, well, hey, this is on you. Now you have children of these people who were working. Now the father feels like he's worthless. The mother doesn't know what to do, and it's almost like, okay, we need to make a way for them.
But what about that?
It's more of the idea where you were saying.
We all agree that happens. That affects
we feel self-entitled. It's like we had these programs that are supposed to be set in a way to buffer, for situations that happen. But it was more of the idea, adding the idea of, okay, well, don't have the man in the home. Certain factors that were put into it that kind of made it the bigger, large-scale problem than what it was used to kind of fix what naturally could happen in a capitalist society.
And then where this possibly happens, reading that Rich Dad's Guide to Investing yesterday is, I forget the flipping stat, but it was like wildly 80% or some shit, bro, of how many people own their own business in like 1920 comparatively to now. So it comes back again to another, here's another truther cast griping about it, the education system. So the education system starts training you to rely on the job. And that was like the introduction to like welfare thing, even though that sounds crazy right now. Cause you're like, what do you mean? Job's normal. Well, no, actually everybody would just go make their own little business of whatever skill you had. And if you sucked at it and couldn't make your own, you kind of worked for the families or, the neighbors, and everybody had their own business up until when were jobs created, bro? Like late 1800s. We didn't have department stores until 1900. We didn't have electricity until 1900. We didn't have cars until 1900. Like, they were starting a little bit 1800s and shit, but in 1900s where like everything kind of started. We didn't have, the stock market until like the 20s, 30s. Like all of these thingies, all of a sudden just everybody go get a job. Then we become reliant on job. Then they mess up job. But now we've taught everybody to rely on job. Now everybody work for self stupid. And so that's why I'm really excited about the big wave of entrepreneurship and encouraging that and teaching that. Blowing up the last like freaking 5-10 years, bro, has been absolutely neat to watch. Because that's a getting off of that system of relying on the job man or the government man, right?
Basically the same rules as supply and demand. If the times are hard, and things are going to be happening in trends to create, harder men.
Yeah.
If the times are good, trends are going to be, how to say it really, other than like
tough times make strong men strong men, make good time, make weak men, make bad time, and then start it over again. Fourth turning.
Same thing.
We got to get that book and read that.
Whatever's happening, it's just apply the opposite.
Very true. Yeah. Very true. So on the idea of welfare kind of maybe being like a DEI system where we want to help you out, but then, oh shoot, it does cause these other problems of like, you didn't earn it, so you don't have that, want to do something more, like go fix the problem or whatever and shit. This young man is debating with Charlie Kirk, and this is one of the more popular of debates that's been pulled up since, you know, his passing and whatnot. He was bringing up the concept of, you know, still being a struggle for, you know, the black population and then DEI and stuff like that. And here was Charlie's argument and his against this here.
Give me your perspective on DEI, and because based on what I heard earlier, I feel like you don't think I belong here.
Oh, really? Why?
How I am a black man, and because of DEI, I'm not qualified enough.
Are you?
To be here. Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Then you belong.
But why do I have to prove that to you?
You don't. You brought it up. I didn't.
Okay, but can you explain to me your position on DEI?
Yes, people should not be in positions just because of the color of their skin. Hard stop.
Okay, but do you feel like I'm here because
I'm not feeling anything towards you, actually. Okay, I'm not prejudicing you. I'm not stereotyping you. I'm saying that it's a material.
I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are.
No, you are. You said I don't feel comfortable being here. You started with.
I didn't say I wasn't comfortable being here. I said I feel like you made it to where I got here through DEI.
So let's examine that. What have I said that makes you feel that way?
When you mentioned how DEI is only just putting people of color and marginalized groups in spaces, even if they're not so and so
correct. That's exactly what DEI does.
But that's not all that it does. You're categorizing it as something it isn't.
No, that's exactly that is the charter missions.
That's not all.
Okay, so diversity, equity. So equity is outcome based. Is about making people who are of different skin colors have the same outcome, regardless whether or not they are qualified. The best example we have of this is the Students for Fair Admission Harvard Supreme Court case, where black students. They did not, literally, they could have a SAT score 300 points lesser than the Asian equivalent and still get into Harvard. That is DEI in practice. I believe when you're hiring for an organization or for a company or for whatever you are doing, you should prioritize merit and character, and race should mean nothing. We should build around things that matter and not things that don't
matter. You have to also take.
Which, like, sure, if you kind of said the like argument of like, oh, debating kids and stuff. And it's like, well, sure, he's going around trying to spread his ideas to question things with kids. And maybe there's stuff he's wrong about, or maybe like an adult would have a better argument for or something. So like, Steelman there would be like well, doesn't it somewhat like, hey, it was disproportionate, mistreated. So don't we need a little bit of help kind of thingy? You know what I mean? So he, in his opinion, is either, I can't remember his like more expanded idea on that, is either like, well, we've come far enough, that's enough. Or I know it sounds like a good idea, but it maybe shouldn't be this way. Because just like the welfare system or the DEI, it creates even if you get in, you could still like not do well, and then you feel worse about yourself than if you even got there. Like, was there another possible strategy that we could have did to help make equal opportunity, especially if you're like me and you're not very into college. Like, I think college is a big scam dupe system where you should only be going there if you're trying to do a super duper specialty skill thingy. And it shouldn't be we're just shoving people in to get, tens and hundreds of dollars into debt. And like, you don't have to be a, ignorant colored person or, minority person for it to be a bad idea. You just got to be somebody that's a regular effing dude, white, brown, purple, yellow. You probably don't need to go to college and go into debt, and that ain't going to really help you get a job.
Well, it's kind of what was that Brown versus the Board of Education, where that person got upset because he was saying, why are they, making this? I think it was the black guy was trying to get into a college, but then he didn't get into the college because the black guy took his spot, and it was more of, it's almost like they created this norm to where it's let's oppress one demographic of people, but not oppress the rest, so that the rest that don't get oppressed are like, well, at least it's not us. But then when we start seeing that they're like, all right, now we're going to kind of take our foot off the necks of the people we used to oppress and kind of apply a little bit of pressure on everybody else. And then everybody kind of freaks out like, well, this isn't fair. When it was like, well, that's what we've been saying the whole time, you guys, is that you've seen people putting their foot on our necks. But since it's not you, you kind of been like, well, what'd you do? Well, this won't last too long. Or, hey, fight back. Some of you are going to make it. And almost, yeah, that sucks, but what are we supposed to do? To where now we're in the system of people feeling like, well, this is our comeuppance. Yeah, I agree. If you're not qualified, you shouldn't do certain things. But it's just more of the idea of people who finally get a chance to be in a place that they wouldn't necessarily see themselves, because you have to come very far to get to where you're at when you're put in an oppressed position of being oppressed to that extent, where you feel the way you do, that DAI isn't wrong. But the more that you do for yourself, you can understand that people who aren't qualified shouldn't do certain things. But at the same time, you're compassionate because you might see somebody who's struggled finally have an opportunity to do something. But then you're like, the shortcomings that you've come from probably didn't put you in the right spaces to get the full articulated meaning of what the job is. And therefore, because you lack that, you probably lack actually being qualified for the job. That's saying if you actually went through trial by fire and realize, I'm not going anywhere, but I'm making the necessary changes to show that I can fit here, okay, then you get a pass.
That's what's really complicated, because I'm like, not very much into college. So I think everybody should be steered into some kind of a trade school system primarily. And then if you skill well, maybe, if it's the skills for a certain job description that is a college one, cool, let's go put you there. But then if we were doing that to a minority like the black population, because of stupid society being so ingrained with the college or nothing, or college or you're a loser, if all of a sudden we have there's 90% of plumbers are black dudes right now, bro. There was this DEI program that was like, all right, look, man, you didn't really test for college and you're at this intellect level because of the something environment or oppression system that you grew up in, right? But oh, bro, we got a great spot for you, and this is going to 100% pay the bills. Plumbers make a buttload of money, dog. This is actually something that's going to be great for you. But then if we did that, bro, as the society is now, if somebody would then be like, this is still racist because they're saying they're too dumb to go to college. And it's like, oh, God, this is why we can't have nice things, Cindy. Bro, 90% of plumbers are black men right now making over $150K a year. What is that? But then somebody would, say something where all of a sudden it wasn't socially acceptable. And then you know what I'm saying?
Well, too, we don't really understand that black people or people who come from certain demographics might not have 2 to 4 years to give up to go to college.
There was a DEI program to help go into the trade school system so they could do this or whatever,
Me being a landlord and, I hired a lot of people to where most of the people that I've hired to do work, they learn these trades in prison or jail or in some kind of program that's helped to re-establish people, to show them that they don't need to sell drugs or do criminal activity.
That's cool.
Because at the same time,
you've actually seen success from that system.
We realize that we don't understand that there are people who come from an environment of crime and poverty in such a way that they think that that's the only jobs that they have. And two, our public schooling doesn't teach you anything that prepares you for college. That's me for myself. That's the reason why I joined the military when I did, because I felt like I didn't know enough to do for myself, but I want to be put in a position where I'll be stable enough to learn something that by the time I got out, I could go to college to figure out what I need to figure out.
Did anybody steer you into that one, or did you come up with that on your own?
What?
Crap, I'm not even sure what the hell to do. Okay, do the military thing.
I was in high school.
That's a thing.
Well, it was kind of timing too, because 9/11 kind of happened right around that time. So there was a big
recruiting was heavy
on pushing to get a lot of people in the military. So, I was in chemistry, AP chemistry, and, they came in and gave me the presentation. It was like, hey, do you want to travel? Sure. Do you want to go to college? And do you want to make more than somebody your age usually makes? And then you get the badge of honor of saying that you served your country, which all sounds appealing to someone, at 17, 16, trying to figure out what he wants to do for the rest of his life. But he doesn't have the money to go to college. He doesn't really have the family structure of someone to teach him what he needs to be doing after high school. All his friends don't know what they're doing, so you got to understand how frightening that is as a young person to figure out what you're going to do with your life at such a young age. Where you have adults who have already kind of lived that, and they're just telling you, oh, it'll be fine, just figure it out. It might not be that easy. And a lot of people don't understand this because they don't come from this life to where even, when I graduated with the only person in my class of African American descent to have a bachelor's degree, it's almost like, why did it have to be so in such that way where I don't have other minority figures with me to pass this, mark of, okay, you learned all this, because college will teach you some things that you probably won't be able to find yourself, but there's people who are actually there who are supposed to spoon feed you this information. There's
the networking
too,
effect,
but it's more of they're supposed to be textbook teaching you how this system works, that system works.
A lot of successful people actually tell their kids that you're going to college not for the schooling. It's literally just for the networking. You go there, do your schooling for whatever the hell, maybe it's good for you, or like take business class or something. But what you're really trying to do is just rub elbows with these people that are in these high college positions. So you get the job coming out of the college. And then I watched one this morning that was very good. And he's saying that these schools, if not already before, but now are 100% way less necessary of training and teachings, because we're going to have AI and the internet. You can just look everything up and blah, blah, blah. So it's way less important to go to college and learn something. What you're paying for is the alumni badge. I came from Harvard. You don't necessarily need to have learned anything super duper, specific, but you came from Harvard, and there's places that hire people that just came from Harvard.
Remember, there was people who were in California where other rich people were paying for their kids to be able to go into these colleges because they understood that system of it depends on, because I even asked that when I was graduating from Rock Valley. They came into our class and was like, oh, we're trying to get you guys to go to Iowa University down the street. And I had this question where I was like, does it matter where you go after you go to college? Because everybody's saying, come here, go there. But isn't it all the same education? And then the professor came up and was like, you know what? That's a good question. He's like, that's only going to matter to the first place you ask to hire you. After that, it's all on what you've done. So that's prospectively thinking. People are thinking, let me kill this thing by going to the right college where I can get around the right alumni who own the right corporations where I'm a shoe-in to get this money to do this job. But I didn't go to a more prestigious, because that's what kind of conflicted me about going to the Rockford College as opposed to trying to get into NIU, because that's supposed to be like our big college thing or whatever.
Somewhat close still.
It was more of the idea that I just wanted to learn the knowledge to go about and do for myself. I didn't need to be a part of some kind of organization of people who came before to show me this, that, and the other. I just needed to be instilled with enough information, as my professor says, where you feel dangerous enough to go out and set a course for yourself. But think how, dangerous it is when you're going out trying to figure out the world and you don't really know nothing and you don't really come from a family of understanding to where you feel like they're telling you to do college, because some of them have never even done college. So you'll be the first person to even do that. And think of, you're instilled with people who didn't even go to college in the first place.
But now we got the society training, and they're saying, I didn't go there. And now that's the thing everybody says is the thing. So you definitely got to go there.
Well, Robert brings that up in one of his books. That's just what people don't expect to get asked that question, and they're just like, oh, like they've just been programmed in her, like, oh, you want to be successful, you go to college. All the people that make it and have good lives, they go to college, right? Yeah, so you should probably go to college, kid. Even though, all them people being successful, in their own businesses, instead of hey, let me tell you what I did.
And then life's complicated. I was a smarty, got good grades, and everybody would have thought you do great in college. But then I got there and it was lame and boring, and I was like,
I'm
good.
Further than me. Yeah, I had 4.0 and above, all AP honors, and then they were like, what college you going to? Like, college? What do you mean? I'm not really interested in college.
Yeah.
What was the whole point of just where I am getting my education?
Doesn't
mean it's a college prep school. Doesn't mean I have to go to college.
Right.
Just was a good environment.
I tried it because that was the thing to do.
There's a slight bit of waste there,
but were you pressured to go? Did you feel like there was such an expectation for you to go? Did you realize?
That was basically the main reason for the 4.0 and all that. Yeah, I had a heavy expectation, and that was what I was supposed to do. So that's what I did, And then I started realizing, oh, wait, this is kind of like my own thing I can do.
At the same time,
I can actually go do what I am interested in doing instead of like getting thrown down.
And then have you ever
the path.
regretted that?
Have I ever regretted it? Yeah, right. Like, I think only it's the overthinking part of me, or like the indecisive, like seeing too many different paths. There's like, there's part of me where it's like, you know, like, yeah, I didn't get the experience. It would have been a cool experience, you know. Like, would I?
More in the idea of the job thing.
My life
we're saying
in a negative way. If I would have, could I have done it basically the same way and included college? Yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
What did you want to do? That you didn't want to go to college, and that you felt like you just automatically knew you're like, oh, I don't need college.
The main thing was just everything I seen with college was a job where I would be more I only seen college as a cubicle life for the most part. I didn't really see it as too many other possible options out of there.
So
and I was like, I ain't sitting in a cubicle. There's no way.
I was an idiot and couldn't figure out anything I wanted to do, and nobody worked with me hard enough to help me figure that out. So I was like, there's literally, I have no direction here. It was just like I was going for like, you know, computer stuff. Because I was into computers. So it was like learning coding and stuff. And I was like, this ain't for me, dog. This is way stupid and complicated.
Also,
and
I
boring.
was brought up a little frugal, and I was already on the internet doing all sorts of research. And all the people that had money that I wanted the lifestyle, because that's one of the main things I always go by. Never take advice from somebody that isn't in a spot or has experienced what you are asking about.
Yeah.
I mean, you can, sure, but take it with a big grain of salt if they haven't experienced it and done it themselves.
But the best is to actually find somebody who lives that life.
Yeah.
Which then is also hard if you're in this place where that's like not your environment.
Because also I gotta imagine, you know, I didn't go to college until after 4 years of being in the Navy. But at the same time, I went to college while I was in the Navy, where it was like, you know, I was incentivized to kind of go to college because they were paying me to go to college too.
Yeah,
so it's kind of this.
Which is also another good reason to go to the military,
but
right?
At the same time, I mean, we think about now, and I tell people that, but then it's almost like I had to overthink it where it's like, well, what am I fighting for? You know, to where you're like, you're in the military and you're doing this for that, for somebody else's, almost like
you're trading
an employee.
Quite possible death for
you know,
but that's why
it's a little different than normal jobs.
Which is really why I
think about.
Which is why I really like the Robert Kiyosaki teachings, bro, because he says, do not take a job for the money because you will always be disappointed. You take a job for the training. And then that's your actual goal, which is also kind of setting the right expectation because you're almost guaranteed to like that gets met. So then so he did the same thing. And his rich dad character told him to do this. Go to the military. Because you'll learn how to work in a team, you'll understand business, and you will be far more educated than someone who did not do that. Then when you get out, what you need to learn is sales. So go take a job that's got the best sales training you can possibly find. So his story is he went to work at Xerox, which was like blowing up at the time, and they had like the best, you know, like big company corpo sales training.
Yeah.
So he learned that, and then learned by doing. So then for 3 years, he just broke his butt off and got a bunch of no's and got over the whole like getting turned down and feeling like, oh man. And then he became the top #1 seller. But now he's learned business, strategy, teamwork, sales, you know, negotiation, persuade, like all these thingies, and then went and started a business. And it's like, yeah, dude, guess it's not for everybody, but
time,
you know.
But it's almost like you thinking that whole cubicle thing, because that was my mindset because I got a bachelor's in accounting, where my professor was really looking at me in such a way to where I was like, I don't want to be one of those guys typing something on a computer. If anything, I want to be more freelance and be out there in the world talking to people, being able to explain things to them, but not be so confined. And he was like, well, that's a job in itself too. And I was like, oh, well, that's great. What kind of job is that? He was like, basically, you just take the information and work for yourself, but you already know that base of the career enough where you don't have to pay somebody to do something you already have the knowledge of yourself.
Wilkinson says, woo, veterans in the house. Mr. Niltemir is also a veteran too, I believe.
We thank you for your service.
I did 4 years Navy, 3 years Army National Guard.
Cool.
People don't realize that you can do both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that's just not allowed?
I didn't know you could switch branches halfway through.
Well, no, I did the whole thing, but it was more when you got out. they really like Navy and Air Force, because usually those people are on the side of more technically inclined and working with things, to where the Army likes to get those kind of people to join their military installations to help booster up that kind of expertise.
I'd like to maybe finish this one.
It isn't.
No, that's exact. That is the charter missions.
That's not all.
Okay, so diversity, equity. So equity is outcome based.
Okay.
Is about making people who are of different skin colors have the same outcome, regardless whether or not they are qualified. The best example we have of this is the Students for Fair Admission Harvard Supreme Court case, where black students, they did not, literally, they could have a SAT score 300 points lesser than the Asian equivalent and still get into Harvard. That is DEI in practice. I believe when you're hiring for an organization or for a company or for whatever you are doing, you should prioritize merit and character, and race should mean nothing. We should build around things that matter and not things that don't matter.
Gosh darn it, I'm trying to play the stupid video. But then that's also what's difficult, because businesses got taught that you get people from college because they were the smart people that rose to the top. So then all of this DEI stuff started happening, and these businesses started just, get the college person. And then all of a sudden these businesses have a lot of clunks and clerks and blurks and glurks.
Well, too, they're trying to have this whole idea of being inclusive right around the 2000s, where it was almost like everyone started noticing or making an emphasis on, hey, why is the workspace all seem like it's one demographic? You know, we need to be more with the times. Let's get somebody else's, but another demographic, you know. But then I think America started realizing how there was an indifference between people who had certain educations who didn't. Maybe more on the minority side, because I think we always kind of know as Americans, or we give credit to Asian population for being well educated and having certain jobs, as well as the Indian population for having a certain kind of understanding on certain things. But when we try to say, oh, this person doesn't know this and that, I mean, who knows? I mean, it was starting to get the idea they were just pushing people through and not actually teaching them and rating them, because I still think that comes from an idea that people who come from less might be working with less, so they might not make the same connections of people who might have had, you know, maybe a better resources to build upon to reach the plateaus of understanding to work certain jobs.
But then why did the Indian population rise? Why did that cream rise to the top, bro? Because the Indian population is known for being ridiculously poor in like uncivilized systems, or like, you know, still like very small town things or something, right?
Yeah, but that's
and so how did they raise up so well to then all of a sudden be these like software engineers and da-da-da-da-da-da? But then Africa and the African communities there didn't happen to do this as well.
And I think it's a cultural thing as well, because you almost have to look at influence from other countries into other countries, to where.
But how did that's what I was thinking you would say. But how did we influence India?
Well,
because China, you could say we went over there and built up China, and then that's how they got out of poverty and became all super smart people.
Well, I don't know what it kind of was with India, to where maybe coming from that, they just figured, okay, we're just all gonna hunker down and study. To where,
right? So why doesn't African American population do that in Africa?
We don't have the. I've been to India and I've been to Africa, and I feel like India still has control over their culture and their history over the centuries, where it hasn't had the same kind of influence by the Europeans, let's say, as Africa did, of having its natural resources
that got stirred up
cooking,
or something,
and therefore lessening their ability to build up their own infrastructures to keep their people cognitive on what's going on in the world. So it's like, but you almost have to have that mind to know what I'm saying, to understand that, because I've had that kind of mental block, to where it's like, well, why is that like this? And there usually is some kind of reason if you tie it back to what's been taken away and given to some people that other people didn't have, that they kind of needed. You know, I mean, almost like black people were uprooted. You know, you almost took them out of the soil which they could have grown for, and then you try to plant them somewhere else. that soil might not necessarily take to that person.
But there's still plenty of people in Africa, bro. There's plenty of systems and governments and da-da-da. None of them are successful. Why? And then another thing I wonder, well, the Indian population is known very much for being super duper religious. Hinduism, Christianity's huge there now. And they're all about family, family, family. And then again, it comes back to flipping, you know, some spiritualism of core moralities, foundations, and then a family structure that then ends up growing the seeds of people and kids that want to go get smart enough to somehow make money in something, right?
I saw when I was I forgot where it was in India, but there was our tour guide was an 11-year-old and he could speak 6 different languages.
Yeah, that's wild.
And I just kind of sat there like in awe in a way, because I'm like, what did your parents instill in you that could make you, because, you know, this kid was 11 years old and he was our tour guide. You know, and he was just so freely speaking to everyone, even the Hispanics in my group, to where they looked at each other like, I can't believe. And the guy was like, well, that's my language because that's my favorite language. And it's like, what can you teach your children to make them excited about knowledge in such a way where they look around and they see the disparity, but they know that this knowledge is available that could give them so much more in life.
Excitement, and that there's the possibility for them to grasp all these different things in life. And life is a great gift to us.
I'd say it's 2 things, right? So that's another one that it's, you know, oh, you can't say it or you're being a mean person. American parents are not great at training their kids. And so one of them is the parents told this kid to do the thing and then introduce the thing to the kid. So here's the thing, you're going to learn these 6 languages, right? And then the second one, which again, oh, it's not nice to say, but American parents suck at forcing their kids to do stuff. So then the second part is a little bit of, no, you're going to do it. There's no, I don't like this. It's, I'm introducing this early, so then maybe I can trick you into liking it. And then 2, if you don't, you're going to do it anyway. And then I don't think he said this, but people brought it up talking about it, was, what's the Bible say about raising your kids? Spare the rod, spoil the child. And it's like, well, not the rod literally beating the crap out of them, but like in the most recent years, we've definitely lost the whole parenting structure, because now parents go, I don't need to teach you anything because you're going to go to school and then you're going to go to college and I'm dumb. And those. So then we also have another bad society, something of college thingy, because then it made adults think that they're so dumb they couldn't possibly teach their kids anything. So then they let go. And then we also have shamed forcing your kids to do thingies, because you should be able to do whatever you want. Don't force the kid to do that. What if the kid doesn't want to do that? I firmly believe if I had children, you're getting forced into doing one sport and one skill that you're 100% going to be good at. And if you don't like that shit, cool, but you're going to have that skill to use to make money to at least jump off into something you want to do. And hopefully they don't lash out and rebel enough, but then they comprehend that and go, all right, dude, that was really annoying. And I just got introduced to the idea of doing my own thing. So now I'm upset about being forced into thing. But then I do see what you're saying. I'm going to use the one skill you made me learn how to do really effing good as a kid, go specialize in it, make a bunch of money to be good and safe and stable, and then pivot and launch pad into the thing I want to do. Ideally.
All right. But I mean, once you realize you have kids and then too, it's about the other parent too, right? We still have this society that seems like it's more two-parented instead of family as it used to be. That almost comes from where you grow up, how you grow up, and decisions you make at a young age, where you run into that girl who's like, hey, I want to have a baby. Or you're like, hey, let's have kids.
Well, but that's back to the India thing, homie. Is so our relinquishingness of the forced family structure is what ends up ruining them. So if it's a forced, like, nah, you can't just go out and have kids and then not be like with them forever. If it was more conservative old days, if you have an accident baby, you're like, oh, we're locked up now. Gonna go get married and we're gonna work it out and figure it out. I guess we made an accident, but now we're going to be the family. It's not, dude, that does messed up, so we're going to be separate still.
I always had the idea that our government pushes that because they need more soldiers later on down the line. So it's almost like they need more of a population coming out, more than what we even want.
No, let me explain this to you, bro. So the population is the only thing that matters with economy. So sure, maybe, hey, we need soldier people, right? Because we need to defend our country or we're going to be losers and shit's going to get taken over and then everything sucks, right? But also the big thing that Tim Pool's always talking about, so it's been stuck in my mind way too much, dog, is straight up, if you have baby boomers, you have a lot of babies, they need a lot of diapers, they need food, they need toys, toddlers, and they need entertainment, teenagers need cars, and they need books and blah, 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 and adult, so the more people you have is literally the only reason our economy expands. So now we've literally gone to full population collapse already. It's not collapsing, it's collapsed, okay? So now we have less kids, which means there's less diapers, there's less toys, there's less cars, there's less books. And guess what? Our economy is collapsing. We already have word of colleges, small colleges, shutting down because they don't have enough 18-year-olds. That's why government wants to promote population. It's all the things. It's literally all that matters. And then who's succeeding right now?
I feel like we have all the
India and China, because they're going snap off on having children and the growing population. China's hurting. They had the one child thingy, but they fixed it now. They're oh shit.
I think the main thing is we have the stuff. We don't have the people because if you look at India, they probably have less stuff and they have more people, yet they're still growing.
Right. Correct.
And two, they're not in a position where they've been able to have nuclear weapons and therefore make themselves
they have nukes.
A top, really?
Yeah.
But not as a severe.
That's why everybody was freaking out about Pakistan and
they're part of BRICS.
and India. They're part of BRICS.
Well,
that's the I in BRICS.
All the BRICS.
I'm pretty certain. I'm pretty certain India.
More like, I mean, their country's money isn't as worth as much as ours is, right?
Well, sure. They're on the come up though, dog.
Right. But
and the point was a whole what are they producing right now? Who do we think are the smart people? You pointed out Asians and Indians are known for being more of the smart people right now in our modern society. And I was just saying, a lot of it stems back to the spiritualism, the family. What is China, bro? China is hardcore about their religion and their family.
Well, I think too, another idea is if it's like you tell the whole population, hey, look, we don't have much, but if you guys try your hardest to learn what you need to learn that makes you a lot of money in this country, you can kick enough money back to our country to fix anything. So you're literally almost like a hero in a way because you come over to America, they're making more than we are to the point they're driving the nice cars. They got the nice houses. They're paying for stuff that we couldn't even imagine because they know how to save and they're more conservative than we are in a way.
Which is another financial training.
The only thing they have done is they have made a choice that they are going to take that opportunity and full swing at it. And if they miss, they're going to swing again.
And kind of like forced it, right?
But I mean, like we look at our society when we go into their cigarette stores or tobacco stores, get certain gas stations, or you go to a doctor, when we see
this is a great example. They came over here and started a business, now got a job.
And then too, in certain countries or certain cities, almost like they're the large population. Like go to Schaumburg, like it'll blow your mind sometime to where you're like, where am I?
Yeah.
But this is people who've come from a place where you go over there and, you got 7 people on a motorcycle.
But then you can also blame the government because, hey, man, you want a different outcome or you're wondering where that outcome came from? Show me the incentive. So like we said, with the bad incentive of, hey, you get welfare if you're not with your man, right? Like breaking up families, right? Well, if you come over here from, Middle East, India, whatever, right? If you're like a foreigner over here, on a visa thingy, right? You'll get a special tax break and not have to pay taxes for the first 5-7 years on your business, which is why they all stay close-knit with the family. And then they sell the business to another family member that's fresh off the boat. They get another, few years.
But they come and do their jobs very well, don't they? To where they're the person when you go into that cigarette store at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, and they're just sitting there like, hey, and they're just like, what, dude, you're my new friend because you're the only person I see every single day because I come in here for this. And then you really start building race relations with people to where you're almost like, I see these people every single day, and they're doing what I feel like I want to do, or I want my community to do more of. Yeah. But then they're almost like happy to be there and everything like that. But you're just like, you know, when you see somebody doing something you feel like you should be doing.
Of course they're happy to be there if you look at where they came from.
Right, but you don't even really get that, you know, and the two, they're such a fixture in certain communities. You're almost like, you can't really even fathom where they came from. It's just what you see on TV.
Yep. Chinese food store that I started going to like 12, 13 years ago, bro. I went there a couple years ago, and the first time I seen the kid that was sitting at the table reading books or playing a little video game for the last 10 years was now taking my order and taking my money and putting it in the cash register and handing me the food. Like, God bless. He sat there every single day, bro, like just with the family, and now he's the working kid, man.
And that's
like
the idea of the whole generational wealth passing down into the family, making your kids see what the family business is. You know, I think we've kind of gone away from that in our communities a lot, where what does the father have to show his son? Usually it was working on cars or, you know, plumbing, but then too, we made a society where we took away those jobs out of the school. We took away the factories, to where a lot of men felt like they had nothing to show kids, because the only thing they knew was, hey, do what you're told to do, go work this job, you know, and get a paycheck and come home.
Right. I don't know how far we can get this one. And then we got one that was sent in by Wilkinsane, and we wanted to get to from the great Andy Frisella.
You have to also take into the fact that black people have only been able to completely legally be able to make profit for themselves for around 60 years. And this is no. Since segregation ended in 1965 and the Equal Rights Act in 1965. So what you're telling, there's not.
How did that? So let's talk about you. How did that impact you? How did something that happened 60 years ago impact your life?
It impacts me all the time.
How?
What do you? Okay.
You're at Texas A&M. You're doing great.
Okay. Yes. Sure. Yeah.
So aren't you a living example that all that's a bunch of nonsense and you can just act good and behave well and succeed?
But there's also living examples of the exact opposite. If you look in the impoverished neighborhoods in certain parts of Chicago or St. Louis, there's black communities being thrown aside because they're not getting education.
Thrown aside? Okay,
yes,
so
aside.
I think we can get somewhere. Why have the black community gotten poorer since the passage of the Civil Rights Act? Tell me that.
Because of the way the culture has been perpetuated through the years.
Hold on. Think about it. So they were richer when we were segregated and more racist. America's become less racist.
What about Tulsa?
Yeah, no one's going to defend what happened in Tulsa again. But let's talk. We're talking about a lot of different cities. We're talking about Chicago, Tulsa. But let's again. This is a very important point. Do you think the fact that 70% of black youth don't have a dad around is probably pretty important?
That's because of the culture.
So respectfully allow me to interject. How does the white culture impact the fact whether or not a black dad stays around when he impregnates a woman?
I'm not saying it's the white culture.
What is it?
The culture that has been perpetuated through the 200 years of slavery, the 100 years of segregation, and Jim Crow laws.
The marriage, so I got to interject again. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt too much. But in 1960, before the Civil Rights Act, 20% of black youth had a dad around. Now it's 20% were single fathers, 80% had a dad around. It's been inverted. So we actually have seen black dads run away from their kids the last 60 years. Why is that?
Because of the raised incarceration rates, because of the perpetuated culture.
So how does one go to jail?
That's obvious. I'm not answering that question.
Yeah, so maybe it's because they committed crimes.
Okay, but when you're forced it's not just this is old, this is in the past, this doesn't affect you anymore.
Okay, so actually let's take a different group. How did the Holocaust impact Jews? They're doing pretty well.
Well, because they got reparations, we didn't.
How? What reparations did the Jews get?
Through acknowledgement, through money, through
we acknowledge slavery happened.
Okay, but you're sitting here and acting like it plays no role.
No, but to your argument, the Holocaust was 80 years ago. Half of all the Jews on the planet were killed. Everything they earned was taken. Jews are doing great. If all of a sudden something that happened 80 years ago impacts your material prosperity, how did Jews defy the curve? How did poor Asians do so well? Why is it that Asians are now the wealthiest minority in America, many of whom came with no money in the 1950s or 60s?
Because of the culture and opportunities that were provided to them.
But you're not hearing me out. Black Americans have had the same opportunities. However,
people still look at us like criminals every day.
Hold on, but like, I don't look at you like a criminal.
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying some people do.
But I mean, do you want me to be brutally honest with you, or do you want me to be politically correct?
Brutally honest with you.
Okay. Do black people commit more crimes than white people? It's not even close.
Okay. But.
And so then you would argue that that's only because they're getting racistly arrested?
Well, it's more of a systemic idea that a lot of officers who arrest people are white, and there are certain situations where some people take justice into their own hands. Sometimes,
right? But you think that is such a large disproportion that you're going to take away the fact that you think the majority of black men were arrested without crime?
And again, there's a factor in this where. Well, we're looking at how often is a black man pulled over because he's black compared to a cop pulling over a white man because he's white. It's more the idea that these cops have been trained to pull over minorities because, that's been the guy for how many years of who you're supposed to pull over, who's more than likely doing something because he's more than likely from this demographic. So he's more being prejudged by an officer. It's like,
so is that racism or is that just logic?
The logic of racism turned into logic.
So I dressed like a hip hop guy and had a flat bill hat on, and my homie was wearing Echo and had a flat bill cap on, and we got pulled over for what the cop said was a loud muffler. So this is why I always push back on a lot of this stuff, is because I was not black and I was still profiled several times in my life and pulled over by police officers because I was leaning back low in my car, and then I got pulled over.
But what did you look like?
What did I look like?
You look like
I just told you. I looked like hip hop. I had a flat bill hat on.
And hip hop is primarily.
So I got pulled over because of racism?
You got pulled over for exemplarizing the culture that was being oppressed at the time.
So then how is that racism? It's not oppressed.
Because
it's targeted because they're doing a thing. So they said, look at these white kids looking like hip hop peoples. I bet they're doing bad stuff because hip hop peoples do bad stuff.
Again, it was more of this idea of they took a culture that was used to show what black people were going through and therefore glorified the raping and the stealing.
But why were they correct when they pulled us over and then I got caught with drugs?
Because they feel that you, well, I mean, when, we got the Jay-Z, Big Pimpin', we got the,
Right, but that's not racism, dude.
But it's more of the idea
so just because your skin is dark, then you can say it's racism, where maybe it is, but maybe it isn't.
Let's look around let's look at what happened around 9/11. Where
how many times have you been pulled over because of your skin color and not been charged with anything?
Let's go back to the perpetuators of Jay-Z and what you're saying. So, how does that then work? Like, other than they are shooting themselves in the foot doing that.
That's people taking an opportunity for themselves to make a lot of money and promote that hip hop culture and not care about what it's going to do to their culture.
And they're being paid millions and millions of dollars
but that's
by
my
somebody
point.
even above them.
But that's my point.
Not even black.
They took the money and said, "Screw my culture."
But it's more of they knew, everybody kind of knew what they were doing, right? It's not that just because you like hip hop, you're a bad person. It's more of the idea of the rebellious
No, it's
attitude.
If you look like hip hop, you might be a bad person.
Remember, hip hop started off as just a rebellious concept against, the oppressive actions that were happening at the time. The Rodney King,
No, hip hop started because black people wanted their own music.
Well, they're more, it was like hood poetry. They were saying what was going on and how they were being oppressed by the police, by the government, by social structures.
But hip hop started because
it was a voice.
Because the black people felt that blues was stolen from them, so they didn't have that, and it was popularized by Elvis Presley when he was ripping lyrics off black people, and they were writing songs for him, but he was popularized because we couldn't popularize a black man that did blues music and shit, right? And so hip hop in the 90s, as the story that I've read and listened to other black people tell, is that this music was going to be theirs now because we're past the point to where it couldn't be popularized by a black person. So now if we do this music will be ours.
It's almost like what they say, somebody spiked the punch bowl, right? Because when hip hop came out, it was almost kind of clean, fun, rhythm. There's like almost after a decade, it turned into gangster rap.
Which again is where I believe it was hijacked by the evil bad guys that wanted to mess things up, popularize the bad stuff,
paid off certain artists,
and create chaos,
and only pushed a certain agenda. Therefore, knowing what it had on the demographic that were listening to it.
And why don't every single person in America know who the Wu-Tang is?
Why don't they, or why do they?
So they were absolutely gigantic, pivotal to starting hip hop, right?
Oh,
right.
You know what? It's always weird to me how much people must know more about hip hop than I do. But I grew up in it, but it wasn't like such a thing to where I see what people see of as.
Just example. So Wu-Tang was literally like Grandmaster Flash, Tribe Called Quest, all these OG DJ guys that started hip hop and shit, right, dog? Like Shaolin Fantastic, blah blah blah. So Wu-Tang was one of the first pivotal hip hop groups. Okay, why did they not get bought out by the evil bad guy man that wanted to popularize hip hop, but then corrupt it? And then corrupt the whole entire society, including white, yellow, purple people, not just black. But we're going to take black and we're going to promote them and make them think it's a great idea, then popularize things that will ruin a society for everybody, including themselves, right? Why did Wu-Tang Clan not get taken up by that, which would then make them a household name? Almost every single human in America knows who Jay-Z is, right? But why don't they know who Wu-Tang Clan is?
Probably the exact same reason you said, then I guess, right?
Which one?
Those who bought in and who didn't, who got sold out.
Because the dude was smart, bro. The dude that started up and ran the whole Wu-Tang Clan, he did the whole thing on, all right, guys, so what's good is we're going to start a group, but I'm going to get each one of you incorporated on your own. And you're going to be your own dude. And we're just like getting together and licensing the music on my own. So it was a super smart black dude that said, I'm going to go get the money man, the accountant man, the lawyer man, and I'm going to teach all y'all dudes where debatably all the other dudes were not as bright as this one man, right? Which was like the RZA, I think, was the main dude, right? So none of those dudes were as bright as this kid. And what he said was, I'm going to pull my homies together and I'm going to do something for the community, and I'm going to make all of y'all an independent entity where I'm not the dude that controls everything, and I'm going to protect y'all.
But didn't he get all the rights at the end to their stuff or something? Because they got into that disagreement about that album he made at the end.
I mean, some of the things might have been a little bit weird or some shit along the way, some bumps or something. But then allegedly there was many times where those guys got finally hit up to try and get sold outright, and he'd step in to be like, yo, dude, don't do it, bro. Don't do it, right? And then what do you got, bro? Not every single American knows who Method Man is.
Or the other people, you mean? I mean, most people know who Method Man and ODB are, but nobody knows who the other guys are.
Pretty good, right? Nah, Redman wasn't in there.
That's much I know about it.
He was just down with Method Man when he broke out, started doing a solo shit. Him and Redman was like homies and did a lot of stuff together.
Both got man in their name, right?
That makes sense, right? One would imagine Redman was like, if I call myself Redman, can I be on your team?
What was his name?
Pull me up, bro.
Hell, he still talks about making money off the Christina Aguilera duet he did. And I'm like, bro, don't bring that up. Like,
but anyway, the point there, bro, was smart dude, son of a bitch. You need a smart guy, right? And then he got a team, smart thing, started the business, made all the homies be their own thing, man. And so that's why we don't know about that guy. And they weren't really popularizing like.
But then
they were rapping about horrible shit, but some of it was like kind of just joking.
But that's the decision you have to make, where it's like, do you want to make an infinite amount of money and have no pride left, right? Or do you only want to make a fixed amount and then still be around, but then know that you could have been, it's like that whole selling your soul thing.
100%.
You could either have the whole world, or you could just have this kind of nice experience.
100%. But those dudes did all of that shit in racism.
Yeah.
So how did all those dudes do all of that stuff?
Well,
but
if it wasn't,
and that was in the flipping 90s.
If it wasn't for the community of white people that listened to them, I don't think they'd be as big as they are today.
Which again is not racism.
I know.
So that's more of the point.
But it's more of like the idea that that's how I get from my white friends how they felt about Wu-Tang. To where I look at them and I'm like, we're brothers in arms at this, because you hear this and you get almost agitated the way I do about what I've been going through, but you listen to it and you almost feel what I'm going through.
Because those dudes were really good at telling stories.
I know.
Man.
When I hate when a white guy starts rapping Wu-Tang in front of me and I don't know what the fuck he's saying, but he's like, no, these are the lyrics. And he tells me, and he's so passionate about it. So where I'm just like, I'm touched in a way, because I'm like, you know, a black man said that, right? He's like, yeah. And they almost have this persona they get into, to where I'm like, oh, we are brothers, you know? And two, that's why it's easier to speak with them, because it's like we have this kind of understanding of,
which is just a clique culture thing, dog. It ain't really easy to talk to a stuffy old white businessman, because I ain't good at talking old white stuffy business.
The whole problem with hip hop, where they're saying, well, who's committing crimes? It's like, well, you grew up in a demographic where they're putting this down your throat and telling you this is everyday life, to where when you step out, you think you have to repeat what you've heard and seen.
And on top of it, dog, during that time, they were not only told that, they were also told it was the only possible way to break out of the black man down system, was you got to go be a hip hop artist. That was a whole thing during that time, bro.
That's
the only way to get out, dog, is you start doing hip hop music.
Well, that was probably there was a lot of crack epidemic was in the 80s, wasn't it?
I think it was earlier, but yeah.
So you almost got to think of what was going on in these communities, where you're trying to survive poverty, but then this major drug hits that it's almost like COVID, but 1,000 times worse, right?
Well, then
80s, early 90s, I believe.
Yeah. Okay, so 80s.
70s was like weed and acid.
Right.
Then 80s was cocaine central.
Which then you go to the conspiracy theory that the United States government was illegally off the books working with Pablo Escobar in trafficking cocaine, creating crack, and teaching the black people who wanted to like make money how to do crack and cocaine and sell it, and then literally perpetuated and created the entire crack epidemic, which was another, like, if someone was going to be a black guy who critiqued black guys, that some say black guys sold black people into slavery and started that whole thing. Then we had black people got snake oiled by the white man to sell out their own community and start the crack epidemic. Because if they just would have put their foot down and said, nah, just kill me. Because, like, I'm sure if it was black ops, they were like, well, no, we told you about this. And if you're going to say no, we got to rub you out, you know? But if they all just said no until the whole thing was gone, maybe that never would have happened. But it did. But it was the deep state, evil, bad guys, whoever's controlling the crazy system. And then we got Freeway Ricky Ross, who he literally got sold into the whole cocaine crack system. The government was working with them. And then the war ended. And they were like, well, we like this extra money that we got off the books, kept doing it. That got caught up. And then they said, well, now you go to jail because we're about to get caught up. So shit, bro, you going to jail.
And too, you got to remember they killed a lot of black leaders who were trying to change the mind state of the people to be like, hey, let's go against this because that person was costing them money.
Well, and now thinking about it, bro, we have no idea how many stood up and said no.
Well, it's the idea.
Because they were off.
We have to know that.
Until they found the one guy that said, yeah.
It's more like, would you think that everybody would just look the other way?
Yeah.
Like, that's that idea that you think that people wouldn't fight back, but they went above that and made sure they took out, look at the Black Klansmen, to where it's like, the KKK was so pushed prolifically for like hundreds of years or last couple decades in our America, you know, to where that was being allowed. But then yet you have black people who are trying to do for themselves, and they have to deal with not only that, but now crack, but now that their government is not even helping a crisis they put on them and facilitating it. And we don't even talk about it. But then we come down to, well, aren't you guys committing crimes? I'm like, some of these people are still the fathers or grandfathers, or these kids are grandfathers or fathers who were crackheads because of the 80s. And now, or two, they really made prostitution culture that's been going on for the longest time, for hundreds of years in our society, to where, it's considered the oldest profession. So it's more of people thinking it's okay to sell somebody to somebody else for pleasure. And therefore, okay, well, I'm not selling a person, now I'm selling a product.
But it's a choice.
It's been with us.
But you talk them into it or trick them into it or like nudge them.
But a lot of people, some people don't want to be prostitutes. They're put in these certain situations to where they feel like that's the only way out. When you give somebody only one or two options,
correct,
you almost put them in this
That's
box
what I'm saying by nudge,
where they feel like they have to do this.
Which is why we were very upset about the illegal immigration and the wide open border, because that 100% perpetuated drug trafficking, drug use, the trafficking of women and children, and then the use of women and children.
Yeah.
That's absolutely bonkers. And we had upwards to 10 to 15 million people officially and 20 to 30 estimated that were all coming in here where they were probably put into a situation where it was like, well, we brought you here and we gave you a discount. So you're going to be working for us for the next foreseeable future.
And two, how many are even documented to where, like you said, some of them, we don't even know where they are.
Oh, it's 10, 15 million official, bro.
So,
and then it's estimated 20 to 30 million. That's bonkers. But that's, so what I find difficult about this argument though, is what Charlie's doing is a little bit difficult when perhaps a man like yourself hears it, because you say, well, what about the past? Just like this young man, right? So now what's tricky is, yeah, sure, but we're right now, which is the best ever, which, yeah, maybe I'm a little bit not from that. So I am more easily to say, dude, we're past that. We're past that. So, I mean, like, from a Charlie perspective, kid, you here. And then, homie, you're there. You're here. So, like, let's get going.
Another
so that's
thing
where
is, we don't think about trauma. They said can be passed through lineages.
Absolutely.
Like what happened to somebody's father can be put on the child. Therefore, that child put it on his child. And that's kind of what has been done in the Black community, to where a lot of us face the pains and struggles of our parents and our ancestors, to where it's been instilled in us, to where, yeah, we see the time that we're in now, but also we still live with the trauma that's been put us from our ancestors, being like, you have to do better, but this is the world I grew up in. And it's hard to conversate with other people who haven't been in that kind of situation, because they think it's so easy to deal with traumas of your parents. And even your parents' parents and parents' 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 parents.
Well, it's tricky, bro, because, yeah, no, I understand it's difficult, but it is easy. It's got to be the right environment and the right teachings and everything. But, like, literally, you talk to the right person or do the right trainings and therapy and stuff, you find out, yeah, none of that actually matters. But, yeah, no, it's way harder for other people. So, again, I have another bias, is somehow I watch way too much Zen content of, like, philosophy and understanding your psyche, of, like, having some sort of a control on that. So it's like, whatever the hell bugs you, man, it's just like, well, are you going to let that thing own you? Or just be like, okay, we're done with it, moving forward.
The internet wasn't really available in the last 10, 15 years to me, or maybe 20 years. It's only now to where there's all this technology and information that you can almost help self-treat yourself. But before that, it's almost like walking out of a cave to a whole different world.
But that's where we're all special now, dog. So there's even less and less of a reason of why we should feel put down by the man, or incapable of fixing ourselves, or incapable of communicating with someone. There's a thing called Connect, and you can literally just hop on and like pay a small fee to talk to somebody that's going to like homie therapy or legitimate therapy or business therapy, like super duper about like therapy kind of stuff on that one.
Bro, that's oppressive. They try to say that oppression is actually good for you, because that's actually what makes you a stronger person. So it's almost a way of, this person I listened to, Louis Farrakhan, he almost says that, oppression is a way of God giving you a gift to feel pain in such a way so you can do better for yourself and be more enlightened. So it's almost like we might look in a way.
Don't build without being tore down.
Yeah.
Iron does not sharpen without being shaped with a hammer.
Right.
So it's almost like people who are in situations where they're being formed. It's almost like a higher calling, but at the same time, it hurts the entire process until you get there, or you're almost done working with yourself.
It doesn't hurt the entire process. that's just how some of us view it, because just like Goggins and all them, you just gotta love the hard shit.
I know,
Once,
right?
once you get loving that hard,
And that's why the
shit,
handouts hurt so much, because then society builds the opposite belief of like, oh, yeah, I mean, like you don't got to believe in God and everything, but unfortunately, the way reality seems to be is like you got to overcome shit and everything has to be hard, and then it means more, and then you did stuff, and then it helps your brain.
the only way you grow is you go through hard shit. So technically, if you get thrown more hard shit, you're being blessed even more than your.
But sometimes that's hard to teach people that weren't trained
But
that
again,
early.
It's your viewpoint.
But then
I know.
after the fact,
Yep.
it makes you feel better about what you're going through. But then it's kind of like that little tear that comes from your eye because you're like, oh, this is a good thing.
Of course.
The book of
Yeah.
Job.
Of
Like
course.
the book of Job.
Yeah.
Job lost all of his sons.
You know that one?
And all these
What?
different things. He had to go through all these trials and tribulations. Like, God, I haven't done anything wrong. Why do you do this? On the backside of things, it shaped him in ways that probably more than I mean, every situation is going to be unique, no matter which way you look at it. No situation is going to be exactly the same. You could go through other things to kind of get you to the same endpoint, but it's all about that journey.
Right.
So he learned very specific things with very specific ways. Those trials and tribulations happen for specific reasons to build him for whatever trials and tribulations were to come next.
Yeah.
That he'd
Like
be
Wilkinson's
asking for.
That almost goes
100%.
back.
Like Wilkinson says, man, design class war and not a culture war.
It's also part of the affirmation and manifestation thing. Like
Yeah.
we ask for certain things, but if we don't fully understand that manifestation game, we get thrown things. We're like, God, why world, why? But we don't understand that it is literally there. We asked for it. We just don't even realize that's there because we basically asked to have that put there. We just didn't manifest in a specific way, or we're in a negative energy to see it as a bad. So like, oh, this isn't, how I pictured it, but this is still a gift. I'm going to use every bit that I can. I'm going to make all the lemonades I can out of this lemon, and then, work on manifesting and focusing on the next.
That's why I felt about the Charlie clip when I first saw this one, because it's almost like we're using Bible passages for this. And I'm sure he knew those, to where it's almost like where you see what black people are going through and they're being oppressed. So you think that God's getting them ready for something, but then why do you answer the question almost in a certain way where you're kind of not giving the answer that you probably know, but you're leaving enough air there where the kid might have some self-doubt after leaving this, because like, well, Charlie said it's because we commit crimes, don't we? And it's like, no, because I don't want that young college student to think, oh, it's us, and it's like, well, think a little farther than that. But then it's almost like he has to go through his own rabbit hole of understanding and discovery to be like, oh, Charlie, did you really mean this? Because maybe, you have to have the conversation twice because, you weren't prepared for this kind of debate with somebody to where you're like, well, and then other people are talking to him like,
Or he got on the mic, so he thought he was.
should have said that. And now it's
thought
like,
he was.
yeah, the next time you come around, it's like, I would have told him what I told him, and be like, well, hit him with that, and see
And
what he
what
has
would
to
that
say.
be? That would be sharpening your sword. So is this like a bad thing or wrong? Absolutely not at all, bro. Because even if Charlie is wrong here in your opinion or this man's opinion, he did not do well, but it was a learning example. And then also it's a opportunity for him to maybe then look into it further, and perhaps he does find something that goes, well, shoot, he was kind of right about that a little bit, but I still feel like this. But like, this one part about it.
Clickbaits where he's like, but don't black people commit crimes? Like, like, come on, bro. Like, but I get it because it's almost like you have to pander to your audience.
No, dude. Like, I don't understand that perspective at
he's
all.
talking about.
Are you saying that it's not true?
I'm trying to really have the concept that black people commit more crimes than white people. But it might be just
like you're trying to wrap your head around it.
Well, it's just more of how I mean, in a way, because
so who kills the most people in Chicago? Let's just look at one place.
Okay, well, I could see that being more of a certain demographic.
So then why do you think it's not extrapolated?
In the entire continental United States?
Sure.
Because being an African American black person myself, I feel like there's more of us that actually want to do right and aren't with that.
So I don't know if it's true or not, but perhaps you have a bias of, I hope that is not true.
Right.
Because that would make me disappointed about my people.
Here's maybe something that'll
That's
help,
what I would feel like.
hopefully unlock something that might need unlocking and hasn't been seen in a way. It'll go into what, before I forget to say, before you restart that and have it play any longer, I was going to say, I want to make a bet that his rebuttal to Charlie's thing upcoming here is he's going to answer with, it was the culture perpetuated, through the years, which was his answer for, I think, Charlie's rebuttals at least 10 times. So far, that has been these sole answer. And so here might be a super key, a tiny little thing, but it's an important step. Yes, sure. Even if that's true or not, guess what? It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is what happens in the future, which is a choice you have to create.
Like history important.
You are now
not
writing
identified
the future from here on out, the very present. But they just like people are indoctrinated into going and being debt slaves really well. The system works with schools, as we know. So, especially with him, every single, because I've heard this answer so many times. It's literally like the hot. It's like the easy button. Well, bam, why
black card sometimes.
Why is it sucky for us? Well, the culture's been perpetuated for decades. Okay, so why don't you have good jobs? Oh, easy button. The culture has been perpetuated. Okay, so sure, true or not? Guess how we get over that and get better on the next step. You don't let the culture get perpetuated. Yet you just either keep talking about it or you let it happen. You're not doing anything against it. You just keep saying it's a thing, but you're not like, hey, brothers, let's get together. Let's not do that anymore. So much. We could go this way at the fork in the road and not over 100%. Here. We could not perpetuate the culture.
BLM
we are now aware of it.
Centers.
Culture has been perpetuated. Okay, so now you have to fight and go against it. If you know that's the problem, just go against it. But it seems like everybody is indoctrinated and it's what I do. I am part of the culture that does this. So I don't know better. I do it's like robot mode. Like the indoctrinated, they're just subconsciously,
going to do the same thing. It's product of environment, bro. It's 100% product of environment. That's why I get so upset that the BLM, the rich black folks, bro, do not have some household name. Every effing big, semi-big city has got some, it's this organization center where we're teaching the African-American community the thingies we need to teach them, whatever you guys feel like is the most important, but probably something to do with God, family, country, to try and something break out of the system and have that different environment to change things.
We had the Black Panthers, and they infiltrated that and brought the whole thing down. Where I feel like black people tried to have.
That wasn't what I'm talking about.
But you're talking about let's get together.
That was
and
like
change.
a militia system, right? My point is,
saying that how it really was. That wasn't that much of a militia. It was actually them trying to promote.
What was the actual definition of the type of organization?
They were trying to stop the police from coming.
What was the actual definition of the organization? What kind of an organization was it? Was it a committee?
It was to uplift.
Was it a nonprofit?
The injustice that was done.
It was a militia, dog. And why are you acting like militia's a bad thing?
Because if we say militia,
it's in the Constitution, fam.
Yeah, but we say that in this day and age, people get scared and think,
you say
these people out to kill people.
No,
they were here to serve their communities.
Did they kill people?
That's then our job to educate the people on histories of militias and what their actual purpose was.
Killed one person?
How did we become America? How do we have these? How do you have the freedoms you do today?
Militia.
It was because of militias.
Nah, bro, they was a black folk militia, dog.
Okay.
But,
They had to be
and
in
things
that
got
time
radicalized.
because they were being
100%.
right. So it's not like and that's where that came from. They were trying to.
You took
promote
that as a negative word. Nah, I was just classifying it as I don't know what they were.
Well,
so that's my point. They weren't taken seriously, or they were more easily infiltrated. Right now, check out the Charlie Kirk system. Charlie Kirk, as an 18-year-old kid, founded Turning Point USA. Right, and 12 years later, right, 31-year-old he died. So 13 years, So that later, it's now a gigantic movement. They had 18,000 chapters in colleges around the United States. And then when he died, they've now accrued $3 million in donations and got 18,000 requests to start a chapter in a college overnight. And to now this day, the total sum is 31,000 extra.
Double.
So they have 18. They doubled it in one night, and now they have 31,000 requests. So let's just say they land only 18 out of the 31 and trickling in more here. They'll double the movement because of this martyrdom, right? But what he did was he founded an actual company and so now it's going to be harder to infiltrate or perhaps still infiltratable. However, they're starting to be a name that's known around the internet community, right? And so why has nobody successful with dark skin done that? They did the BLM thingy, and then people believe that was set up from the beginning, and Patrice Coolers was the stooge lady who they hate, hey, here's the money, girl, play along. And then she was like 3 mansions. My brother's going to get $150K a year because he came up with the logo, which is actually just the communist logo fist. But he got that $150K, right? And then they're going to donate. They're going to put a quarter of $93 million into the systemically white racist stock system that they would condone publicly, but then knew that's how you made money. But they would go out there with rhetoric and stir up the African-American community and say, stock market bad, the racist white people, oh my gosh. Put a quarter of $93 million into the stock market. One quarter of the $93 million was then given out to nonprofit organizations where only one, and this is all alleged, this is all documentary data that I haven't looked up myself, one of those organizations that they gave $100,000 to $200,000 to actually said African American in their charter.
And what
did they say?
That doesn't even mean anything.
What did they say, right?
We know with NGOs.
Transgender.
It could be just a name. Where's the receipts on what they do?
That as well. So some of them have folded up and they weren't even accessible over the phone. So who knows where that money went? Probably to the people that were dangling the money in front of the Stooges' face, right? Then there is a nonprofit who gets $150,000, $250,000 in Canada, and you're like, what the F? These were all in America, and she American, and we try to help the black folk out in America. Maybe there's some black folks up in Canada that need some help. So let's go check that organization out. Okay, who's the head of it? Ooh, it's a gay woman. Interesting. Well, she could still be fighting for the black folk over in Canada. Who's this black? Oh, she's the girlfriend to the woman who heads BLM, Patrice Coolers. That's a little bit interesting. Or maybe they're just both into it. That's neato. But she's Canadian, whatever, but kind of strange. All the money kind of stayed in the family. The brother got hooked up. The moms got hooked up. The people living in the mansions got hooked up. The girlfriend got hooked up. How in Lord's name did that not birth some kind of amazing BLM system of community centers and blah, blah, blah?
You know why? Because the black community has been infiltrated ever since maybe the civil rights movement.
Bro, but where Denzel Washington, bro? Where Wesley Snipes? Where
infiltrated?
Like where's everybody, dog? Where Jay-Z? Blah blah blah. But we think he's Illuminati. So
I mean, I wouldn't say infiltrated isn't anything. Like it's not part of it, but at the same time,
Chris Rock
for what's been happening, which is a lot of just theft between, like one party.
Yeah.
That's not
Democratic Party.
That's not Antifa painting themselves as a Robert Downey Jr. Tropic Thunder character, going in there and stealing, making it look like that people are stealing from their own people.
Well, look at this culture of
That's the
finessing.
people doing it to
The culture.
themselves.
Did you know
Brothers
that
brother on brother violence, man?
during the election, I think it was
we brothers.
the first Trump run, or maybe it was the one he lost. BLM's donation website literally went to the Act Blue, which Act Blue is the one and only sole donations company for the Democratic National Committee, the DNC. Their effing donation link on the website went straight to the DNC. That's crazy.
Somebody had to be behind all of it, but
the Democrats. He just.
but it's more of, like I said, I don't think, because you have to take, it has a level of intelligence and mastermindery to do these kind of things, and it's the people that are put in these positions. You can look at them and be like, "There's no way this person's that smart."
Yeah,
you
right.
know? So that being said, we know there's more to it than that, but it's just what's presented to us, so that's what we chew on, but it's not even really what it is. We get shit and call it caviar.
This is why religion is very important, because if they were then like God, I mean, even not just Christian or Catholic,
Some kind of faith of God of some sort.
What are you taught in your faith? Like, if evil's coming around, what either
if the snake's trying to talk to you,
if you lay your back down, you don't do anything about it. That's like basically admission into hell. Like, you didn't safeguard the kingdom of heaven. That's a sin. You were supposed to at least give a fight. You might as well go to hell. So it is our position as a lot of people like to go, "Oh, that's not me, that's somebody else," because being a hero is scary and whatnot, yada yada, or doing big stuff like that. So people don't want to take it into their own hands and be the possible fork in the road, the change in direction, the different person, like, oh, they've been like basically forced to go down this way, because everybody just keeps conforming with that, or just like complying with the system, and the only thing that'll stop it is one person. Maybe if they, if you don't make it because you stood up, well, the only thing that's gonna do it is somebody else stands up,
right?
And that's a lot tied to religious beliefs and upbringing. Like, the only thing that'll give somebody the thought and courage to stand up in a situation like that, because if you're going off primal instincts to just survive, you go for the easy route and a more what sounds certain route, which would be them paying you off and like, yeah, you'll still live. Like, oh, immediate unthreat of death. Cool, I think I'm gonna go this way. Even what the survival instinct and brain does.
Because even if you don't believe in God, you then have some kind of a moral structure of this magical Santa Claus figure in the sky that is going to punish you if you do bad moral thing. And then that's what keeps society, community
to evil
moral
happening.
Yeah, right. And then then that just kind of like builds the foundational character of doing things. So even as I was like anti-religion and always spiritual, but anti-religion. And even my current state of seeing all these thingies and becoming more educated and blah, 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 it's a little bit still silly and like my silly egotism or something. Maybe I don't need religion and I can do good thing and baba dooba dee and have like, the fear of like doing bad thing. But I do think religion is a required thing for the average freaking human. Average Joe person needs this moral structure of a community and a scary Santa Claus thing in the sky that makes them stay on the straight and narrow.
Better way, more maybe up to modern times way to say it. Don't even call religion, just spiritual. Everybody needs to like be spiritual, because that's the understanding. You don't have to put a label on it, because religion makes it feel like, oh, I'm either with Satan or God or this other alternate. Right. Like, no, just like your belief that you are here and unknowing for sure why, how, what, what's on in the past, in the future. So now what is you to do with your existence on this planet? And that's where spirituality comes in on like, oh, everything's living here, so I want to not do harm. I want a symbiotic relationship on the planet would probably be the best for all situations. Less hurt, more, everything's going to be good. If you don't have that and you're just think about surviving any other way, no virtues, like destruction doesn't matter as long as you solely are surviving.
That's why I have a
It's
problem
like
with
nothing
Satanism.
else in the world matters other than your survival.
And it's
then
as
things
simple.
aren't going to go well.
It's as simple as doing services for others and doing things for yourself. Because I studied Satanism, and the core part where I couldn't get on board with being totally okay with it is it very much teaches do everything for yourself. So you only do things to other people and like nice things for other people because it benefits yourself, and blah blah blah. In my humble opinion, that ends up not working out.
Yeah, which I think before we had
Spiritual,
so many people and technology and all this different stuff, the whole like take care of something and take care of you, that was if you were nice to things around you on the planet, you were taking care of like
You own
animals.
to others,
Basically, you made
you
sure the
want
plants
them to do
got
to
what
you.
the plants were happy. All of a sudden, you got provided for.
This one comes in from Wilkinson in the live chat.
I want to see if I won my bet. If he was going to answer.
I saw what he changed up, and I was like, he wanted to know what he was.
The Charlie Kirk, if that kid was going to rebuttal with cultural perpetuation again, if that was going to be his answer.
Oh, it's just over and over and over again.
All right, I'll just say I won that bet.
Over and over and over.
Rap artist that a black kid in the hood is listening to is glorifying marriage and family and saving your money.
That's what sells because it's a culture thing. It's not just within the black community.
I agree.
You can basically just skip to when you see him, and that's all he says. So you could say, oh, that's all he's been told, and that's all he knows. But then maybe an older black man like yourself would say, poor kid just needs to get a little bit more mind bullets in the chamber to have a better debate.
Right, you could have shot him up with a couple things that Wesley would have challenged Charlie a lot more, but I'm sure Charlie knew who he was speaking to, so it's almost like playing dodgeball with.
So again, why do you say that though? So why do you have to add the rude thing?
What rude? What was I saying was rude?
So you just said, well, I'm sure he knew who he was talking to. So like, the guy.
So
why do you have to add that?
Because when we believe when a
Who's
child,
we?
I mean, if any of us, if a child
So do you think
or a teenager
wait,
comes
hold
up
on,
to
hold
us,
on. So you're saying Charlie Kirk is being mean to the kid, or
I'm not saying
taking
that.
advantage of the kid to look good, or it's a bad argument here, and then he's not pulling out all of his mind bullets because it's a kid.
Neither of
Charlie
or because
knew
it's a
who he
black
was
kid.
talking to wasn't a black kid. It was a uninformed kid.
It's more of he's
But then
he's
why
in the
is it-
business of going to colleges to therefore try to have this conversation of enlightening college
And
students.
then who does he show
they're-
it to?
They're in the realm.
And then who does he show it to?
Whoever will look at it.
Who looks at it?
Anyone who wants to.
Curious
So
people
who's
still
anyone?
figuring it out.
How many anyones are there?
A lot.
How many?
Millions.
Like a F ton, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Well,
So
can't be more
an
than the
F ton
population
of
the
everybody.
world, but-
Okay.
By anybody, you mean everybody.
Okay.
So what color are they?
All colors.
Anybody.
Okay.
Millions and millions and
We're
millions
going
and
back to
millions
what you said
and millions
about
and
me
millions
being
and
rude.
millions of
All right.
anybody. One moment. Millions and millions of anybody is going to see this.
Okay.
So what do you think he thinks people are going to say to him if he goes and just takes advantage of a kid or is like hot shotting the kid? No, dude, this guy has been literally doing this for like, what did we say?
12 years.
13 years.
13 years.
From being an 18-year-old kid, he's just now a 31-year-old man, and he's been doing it the whole time. So he's been honing his debates and
For
his
13
arguments.
years to go back and talk to some college kids.
So you are trying to say that he's got a weak argument.
I'm saying he's just overpowered in the conversation because the other guy doesn't have the equipment to really rebuttal back.
But that's irrelevant.
Is it?
What's the point of this?
Would have been better dialogue, that's all I'm saying.
So you just thought this was poor dialogue? You didn't think he had good points?
No, I'm not saying he was, but it's.
So did you think that Charlie had good points?
He's saying that kid was unprepared and
That's
did a
irrelevant.
horrible
Again,
job.
that's irrelevant.
Did a horrible job trying to show up for our
you were
side.
saying because by rude I meant you had to put a dig in at the end of it.
Well, the dig was
So you were
more
like, well, it's a kid, and then Charlie.
Well, it's like if you saw two people fighting, right, and you seen one obviously had expertise in the fight, and the other guy was kind of just off the street.
Wait. Are they fighting here?
They're having a debate.
What's a debate? What's a
Having an
debate?
Argument of two perspectives.
What's the point of a debate?
To give perspective on both.
And to
people's-
hone both arguments, right?
Right.
So it's like training, right?
If you look
So
at
if
it
I
that
saw-
way,
No.
everything's training.
How
right?
is that not? How is it not?
Everything's training.
So now if I saw a 31-year-old man with a sword fighting a 18-year-old kid, where the 31-year-old's been practicing for 13 years on top of that 18-year-old kid, right? And I saw them sword fighting, the 31-year-old guy was winning. I wouldn't be like, please do it a kid. Well, of course it's going to win.
I'd be like, stop putting it online with you
Look, the
schooling these little kids. Fight
Why?
somebody who actually is going to do something.
He
But it's
does.
more of
He
the
does.
perspective-
This is the shtick that his company was founded on when he was an 18-year-old. And this is how you get into kids. And then he's given all these kids that come up and debate him the opportunity to get a little bit of fame and get publicly shamed if their argument sucks. So do you think that these arguments,
most of their arguments do suck.
and do you think any of these kids have come back and debated him several times and honed their arguments?
He's not making these kids debate.
How
These
long has he
kids
been doing it?
willingly get up on the
Do you
stage
think
themselves.
that any of these kids have come back and argued with him again because they watched that video and got shamed by all their friends and family for sucking? So they honed their
I don't
argument
know.
and went back.
Well,
Do you think for
well,
over 13 years
I
and
hope
he
one
went
person
around?
did. One person
you know
did.
what-
Do you
know
think,
one
bro?
person
Come
did?
on.
Well, you know what one person did with it? They shot him.
I'm the type of
Because
person where,
they
like I said, when the
received
person was in the chat who said something about me, and I was like, "Hold on, what'd they just say?" Because then it's almost
Uninformed.
I've seen
like
people
when you're
went
right.
digging through like
But you are on the show,
more
so
recent times.
don't take too much offense to it.
But it's more of let me interject on. But did you say the guy was a troll anyway? So it's like, all right, this guy had an agenda in the first place. But it's more of if you're gonna tell me something, don't do it in a way where it's like playing basketball with me. Don't cross me over just to watch me fumble down and then go past me and dunk it. You know what I mean? It's like,
Why? Isn't that going to make you want to hone your skills
but
and come
if
back
you know
and
better-
try and juke on him?
What you're trying to tell him is to let you save face.
That's not
Yeah,
much
sure.
of that.
Which is
but-
what I would
Do
say is what Kirk does with this kid.
Correct.
Like,
Because did you watch it to the end?
Definitely,
so.
he definitely could just get him, like, embarrass the shit out of him.
He can nuke him like a
but
jerk.
He's doing a little bit of the man thing, like, we don't
And
we
godly
like,
thing.
We like to be a little harsh on each other when we can, but we rack on each other, especially dudes at the job.
That's how you push homies.
The new guy, we're gonna
Yeah.
And your kid. And your kid.
We're dudes. We're gonna give each other a little hard time. It's just what we do.
What were you doing with your kid today? Throwing him into a beanbag, right?
Yeah.
And he loved it.
Right.
And then you did it harder.
Yeah.
And then you did it harder. And then you did it harder and he kind of fell over and he kind of maybe bonked his head and you were like, do it. Why did you continue to do that? You were kind of like making it more fun. What was more fun about it? It was more dangerous.
Okay. I'm gonna let you come home with this one. Go ahead.
So that's kind of like what we all do, like he's saying, is we kind of push each other to try and go more.
Well, I guess I'm the mother on the outside looking, being like, "That's too hard."
Sure.
Yeah, he could have told him right off the bat, like after the fifth one, like, okay, your argument is the same thing every
he could
time.
have kicked him off
So
the
I think
stage.
he's like
he
letting him
does that
save
sometimes.
face by asking him to try to like get the kid to realize, like, oh, I am saying the exact same thing every time. Is
Yeah.
there something wrong with this? Is there like, is this not actually perpetuating my side of an argument? I'm not really like showing anything here.
And then
I
what's
think he could have blurted him out or like called him out on it.
Yep.
So he is letting him save face a little bit. At the same time, like these kids are doing it to themselves. He's not like making them go up there to like if they embarrass themselves. He's not making them embarrass.
The idea is though is like if I didn't know what I know now or knew in the first idea, watching something like this would have me feeling a little insecure about a lot of things because it's like a lot of Black people, African Americans have that same rhetoric of it's the culture and it's that and the other, but then you see this guy kind of shooting it down, where it's like I don't want to be in that kind of position where I'm trying to stick up for, you know, a whole society of people, and I lack the ammunition to really give us, you know, where everybody's like, all right, they both got through some punches, and I like to see how it went. The black guy might have lost, but at least we saw him at least throw a good right in there, you know, but you don't see that on some of these clips, and it's like, come on, man. Like,
which is unfortunately not the actual goal of the video. And then once in a while, you do see that, and then they make peace at the end, and they kind of agree, right? It's interesting.
Yeah.
And then when the ones are like really, really tough, and they're being like really nuts, though, he does kind of be like, okay, this is enough. Look at the kid.
Like the one girl.
Next. Like,
maybe it's your algorithm, because like, I mean, I get fed a lot of I've seen a lot of Charlie Kirk clips, and the I'd say I've seen way more liberal white students go up there and make a way huger
me too.
ass of
I'd never seen this one until now. 100%.
So it's more of look where they come from too. It's like the self of entitlement to where you think you know all the answers about everything, and then you're willing to take on the world only to get squished like a bug.
Yep.
And then afterward, you get so upset even after you say something that, because I saw one of the clips where he was talking to a girl, a college girl, and you know they brought up that whole thing about rape and incest and keeping the baby.
Yeah.
And he was still talking about,
okay, you watched that one too?
If this happened to my daughter, I still let her keep. And the girl goes, well, I hope that happens to your daughter. And got up. You know what I mean? To where he was like, well, that was kind of mean. You know what I mean? And then the girl came back and was like, I can't believe I said that. I'm sorry for that.
Oh, no way.
You know what I mean?
She did?
Yeah.
Oh,
you know, but it's still,
I wish,
you know,
heat of the moment type shit.
Yeah, where she just hated being corrected in that type of way.
Right.
To where, you know,
nobody like losing a fight, dog.
You watch that kind of stuff and you're just like,
because allegedly there's a clip going around that people started digging through Charlie since this has been, you know, Charlie Kirk's just everywhere in the reels right now. He is just the most popular,
at least our feed
thing right now.
Yeah.
And, oh crap! Now I forgot what I was even gonna say with it.
From the girl that actually apologized from saying something nasty. See if you got it later. Wrap this one up.
Show the people that I actually have compassion for others, and that I want to try to help, you know, people of different skin color. But at its fundamental core, I have to go back to this. I don't actually think skin color matters that much. I don't. I want a country that aims towards MLK's dream of one based on content of character and one on competency. I think the hyper-racial obsession of this country is really bad. It's really bad for everybody involved, including Black America. And I would just ask you, what would you do to improve the material well-being of Black America? What is your solution?
Education.
Okay, we've spent trillions of dollars on education.
It's not
trillions.
You need to fundamentally change the system of education, because there's not enough funding. Teachers are not paid enough anywhere. Let's be honest. We need to seriously fix our education, especially when public school education comes from property taxes. When you're in a low-income neighborhood, you're not going to get high-income teachers.
If it's not a black thing, it's a poor
teachers
people
getting
thing.
paid more is not going to get kids in the classroom. Teacher getting paid more.
That
The
too.
student doesn't go, my teacher's getting paid more. I want to be a class.
That too.
What?
If you had to choose more money for education or more dads for Black kids, what would you say?
That goes hand in hand. Education goes into
I agree.
family
That's
planning.
why if we get more dads into homes, it starts solving the problem.
No, education is what solves the problem.
Well, hold on, but again, if you're just educating and there's not a
He also could have gone with right there. If we got dads into the family, wouldn't that bring the income up of the area, which then would allow them to get more funding? Blah 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 blah.
also
Dad at
to
home.
educate
reinforcing it.
Black people that they need to be in a home together.
Right, but are you going to listen to the white man, or do you guys got to do it yourself?
We listen to the white man regardless, bro.
Like we
are not listening to the white man.
Like, you know what I'm saying, though?
We listen to the white man. We go to the courthouse and we listen to the white man.
But if that's going to be the solution, if the white man's going to come and say, well, hold on, I'm here to teach you guys the stuff. And especially right now's culture, it's going to be like, oh man, F you, dog. We ain't going to take it from you, dog.
We listen to the white man, bro. Even as much as we act like we don't. Okay.
Sure.
So if the white man showed up and said, hey, get back together, we probably would.
That's what this homie's trying to do, dog.
Okay.
And then they're trying to say he racist, and how I just don't believe it has anything to do with skin color. And let's start working on dads and families with God family in country. How is that racist? And then people, all the racism, dog, is from slander and fake news media and clips out of context.
We use the word racist, but we even deconstructed that to where it's kind of an oxymoron.
Which I think is just laziness
like
for
a blanket
people.
term.
I think it's laziness for people being offended that the things he says makes them frustrated and want to say mean things about his
And
dog.
they're triggered.
Right.
You know?
I did remember what I was going to say earlier. At least that girl came back and apologized because have you seen, allegedly, there's clips going, people found a clip of where the guy, Tyler Robinson, if he is the guy that actually shot Kirk, was seen, it was one of the debaters. He was one of the guys debating.
He went up and talked to him?
And then he got basically like shut down.
Yeah.
Like, you know, kind of like the student body laughed about it.
Bro,
And
way to
instead
bury
of-
the lead.
Instead of him, he just, you know, made a plan to assassinate him.
Well, I mean, that's the idea too. You got to be careful of who you, you know, you make an enemy of. You know,
Who you poke in the eye?
yeah, because some people
God.
really can come back with that.
That's one of those life skills of figuring out that person just gives off a weird vibe. I'm gonna not
Dude,
prod
is this
him too
it?
much because he's got the
Where is he at?
the school shooter vibe to
He's
him.
about to show up.
Freedom of speech. If you don't like it,
People want hag on him.
Why don't come up to the mic? Come up to the mic.
That him with the loudspeaker.
Come up
I didn't like see it. That's why I
Yes,
said
we're watching it.
allegedly.
to the mic. No, come on, come up to the mic.
Is that him?
Since you're so smart,
so, yeah.
show the world how smart you are. We'll give you our mic, not your bullhorn. So come on up.
You wouldn't know who he was talking about.
So now we know that you're like a blatant narcissist that needs attention at all times to cut in line. Tell us what's so pressing that you needed to interrupt us before he could even talk.
So,
That does not look like him in my
It doesn't
opinion.
I
really
mean, you gotta almost
matter.
do a side by side.
let's talk about the 200 people deported without due process to El Salvador. I don't know if you saw this morning, but a United States citizen was actually deported.
It was not a U.S. citizen. That's not correct.
Liar.
It's not a U.S. citizen. It was
What?
actually.
Come on.
No, it was someone that was living here. Yeah, it was not a U.S. citizen.
Hey, this guy just f***ing lies. He it's not.
No.
Hey, no. You wanna have a debate, but you don't.
It was
debate.
not a U.S. citizen. First of all.
You wanna have a debate, but you actually don't debate. There's nothing more ill-faith than this.
So
No, you're not.
we already have a mic.
Name 2 times. Name 2 times where you've changed your
Show me
mind.
you're losing without telling me you're losing.
No joke.
It declared an act
Actually,
of war.
that's not correct. Congress never declared war against Iraq. We never declared war against Afghanistan. We actually never had an official declaration of war against Vietnam.
Well, everybody
the President
knows
of the United
America
States
commits war crimes
Hold on.
every
Okay,
day.
that's a separate
And-
issue.
and
but
supports
let's
Israel committing
let's stay
genocide.
focused. Who is the commander in chief?
Donald Trump.
Yes. So praise God. So if the commander in chief labels an invasion, it is an invasion. So when Venezuela opens up their prisons and sends in and to the interior of the United States, we have the
Give
right.
proof.
We have give you proof. The Venezuelan government has been found with a bipartisan congressional study that they have been sending the worst of their citizens to our country to increase crime, to kill people like Lake and Riley, to come into our communities. We have the opportunity and the ability, based on the laws of the land, to say that this is an invasion from a foreign country and we are repelling it. And by the way, how is it not an invasion when 10 million people come into your country uninvited?
That is an unfact number.
Okay, then let me ask, what is an invasion? What is an invasion?
I would call an invasion. I would call an invasion similar to Israel taking Gaza.
Hold on.
That's an invasion.
Hold on.
And that didn't happen.
I would say
So this is
it
the-
is. Oh, again, so there comes the narcissism right through the pores. Like, my opinion's the only one that matters. I didn't even actually look up the definition and understand, but you know,
I can see him
what-
shooting them now after that kind of talk. Like, you
What
know,
do you
to where
mean?
you see, no, you could see the kind of
I don't know if
like
I-
how the guy
right,
felt
this is-
in a way that it was like, you know, I mean, how old was this too? You know?
Yeah. No,
Where-
I don't think it is him.
Okay, because I'm like, how long ago would it take for this guy to be like, forget it?
But again, what do you mean I could see him doing that,
They kind of
bro?
don't look the same.
They're similar,
can't
but they're
see
definitely
that.
not the same.
I was saying
person.
if it was, it kind of made sense, but
Why?
Right.
How does it make sense?
well,
because he was getting roasted.
right.
How does that make sense? You don't go and shoot people.
Well, not that
Like,
it was
what's wrong
right,
with
not
you
that it was
guys?
right. But it's more
no,
of
for understanding
if
how
you-
soft and
if you hurt
shitty
anybody's
they are.
personality in any way,
you prove me
they
wrong,
come
I'm
back
gonna shoot
and
you
want
up
to
in
kill
school.
you.
What?
Like,
What are you talking about?
there was a clip where Cat Williams.
If you roast somebody,
Cat-
they
look,
come and kill
look,
you.
Cat Williams
What
made
is
fun of-
wrong with you?
Cat Williams was on the radio
if
once.
they're from the left side,
No,
is what
not-
we've
not
now
even.
learned.
Look, we even saw that. I always saw like maybe a year ago. Cat Williams made fun of this lady on the radio, was making fun of him, and then he made fun of her. But he made fun of her so bad that she quit. But then her husband tried to kill Cat Williams at a show like a week or two later. He had a gun on him, and like they arrested the dude with the gun. And it was like more of he was going to kill Cat Williams for making fun of his wife on the radio just because of the backlash of that kind of humiliation.
Yeah, bro, I
so
think
don't put it past
that's
people.
bitch stuff,
if you
bro.
if you make them feel some type of way, they do get that way.
Which again, anybody that's going to kill somebody is mentally ill.
There's a lot of mentally ill people in this
here's
country.
a fact. Yeah,
That's
we got
where
a lot of mentally ill.
I didn't pull up the clip, but
So
the
you
tape-
or him was saying, we got to be careful how we talk to mentally ill because they might, since they're mentally ill, they might just do irregardless things because they don't understand since they're ill.
And the point,
And so we got to have some intelligence here on how we talk to these people.
and the point that Tate made was, well, I don't think any murderers could claim insanity because if you murder somebody, you're insane. So how can you be an insane person and then try to claim extra insanity and get special treatment? And I was like, yeah, no, this is like 100% true.
I always felt like it was a buffer for privileged white people to get off on shit. Because they know people who seem like they go to court and the judge is like, oh, you didn't mean to do it. But if
Them
you're
white-
black, nope, you're going to jail.
Them white people got a loophole for everything.
You have to be there to see it.
Yeah, bro, that's not him. Okay, anyway, trying to get to this one. Wait, did we finish this one?
I think we did.
I wanted to see the finish.
We've seen this play out. We see this in Chicago. In Baltimore, we've spent hundreds of billions of dollars in Baltimore, Chicago, Detroit. We have entire classes of kids that can't read at grade level. We have incredible
And who runs those cities?
Democrat.
Man, I wonder if they pocketed money like all the money for the homeless in California.
examples of this. And it goes back to this. If you want to have a privileged life in America, very simple. Start acting a certain way. Our belief system is that you come down to the most foundational family unit. And when that breaks down so severely, don't be shocked if that group, when it acts that way, stays in poverty over a longer period of time. Asians are incredibly loyally married. It's one of the reasons why Asian Americans do so well in this country. Hispanics do very well. White Americans increasingly are not doing as well.
They also came here by choice too. My ancestors did not come here by choice, but
okay, so
we don't have to go again.
What does that matter?
He was saying more of the idea because we look at Asian people, but it's more if he doesn't understand that these communities are big because they keep the money cycling in their societies, while the black community seems to give all its money out to every other cultural group besides that. But it's more the idea coming here with a plan than being born here, having your whole identity stripped and then given an identity, and then being like, all right, you're not slaves anymore, figure it out. And then not being able to figure it out because you're still treated like a second classism, or like you're still a slave because your ancestors were slaves, but feeling less than because of an insecurity that's gone on for decades in the government doing the things that we talked about, from the crack epidemic to incentivizing women not to have men in the home.
So what does any of that have to do with this kid right now? His dad was born here. His dad's dad was born here. Dude couldn't even name one homie in his family that came over here. But guess what? My great grandfather literally came over here off the boat. And my great grandfather started a business where his son took it over. And then my dad dropped the ball and didn't want nothing to do with the business. and then didn't teach me anything about entrepreneurialism. And somehow I started my own business.
What's
Now,
in your DNA?
my ancestors came here.
Well,
so his didn't come here. What does that change?
Well, how was your ancestors treated the time they were here compared to how his ancestors were treated?
What does that matter to me? How does that affect me literally?
Well, it's your DNA, part of your DNA.
So how is he different now being in a college, now having all of this opportunity? How is his life different because his ancestors came here not by choice or by choice, and he doesn't even know that? He's repeating what like your community has said or a headline has said. What if his happened to actually come here by choice? Maybe that's super rare, but you have no idea. So now he's identified his whole thing because of the perpetuation of every single black person in the entire United States came from black people that were slaves brought here, all on not their own regard.
I couldn't imagine any African coming to America in the time of slavery by choice. Because then if you're here, who's to say they're not, hey, you're actually a slave?
What if they came here on their own choice and then slavery?
You're aware that they changed from being slaves in Africa to being slaves in America? That was what changed in that time.
So
not all of them.
What if his ancestor was a slave owner?
They were sold off by their own people.
What if his ancestor was a slave owner that came over here, brought a whole bunch of slaves?
Profitable enough there, so they said, "Screw you guys, we're gonna make money.
Okay.
And we're gonna ship you off over here."
Now, super rare, but I would like to fantasize if I was a young black man in this world, I would have by this time decided I'm going to lie to myself and say, my family came over here all on its own and that shit ain't got nothing to do with me. And I'm going to get out there and do my effing thing, bro. I'm going to lick some white boots and get by and whatever the hell I got to do. And I'm going to make that shit effing happen, bro.
Yeah.
Oprah this shit, bro.
Yeah. You know, certain people get chosen every now and then because they feel like certain people are so smart or inclined that they might break this matrix of keeping certain people down.
Right.
But it's more of the idea that us that come up out of the crabs in a barrel scenario still realize there's still a barrel full of crabs who will never make it out, and ones that are just right there but got pulled back down. But the idea there is this barrel that was created
100%.
to put them in and keep them in. And the ones that get out, it's like, do you really want to go back and pull somebody else?
But who's pulling them out? Gosh.
Huh?
Who's pulling them out, bro? Like nobody coming back.
I mean, some
dog.
white people pull us out, and some of us pull each other out, but we can't pull each other out in such a volume where it looks like it's making that big of a difference. And two, we're kind of repeating the rhetoric of our parents.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So the perpetuation of it and then bringing it up constantly
And the trauma
is also a difficult thing. It's like, yeah, dude, we want to talk about past, but oh, hey, y'all got to like bring it up differently or something and move past it or something because then like,
get over it.
You know, lack of a better terminology because
Right.
that sounds rude to
So
say.
easy to get over things.
Gotta get past it, bro. Gotta get
But
past
at the same
it, bro.
time, luckily I heard that press is about saying, hey, God only puts his most blessed people through the worst. So it's almost like, oh, that's comforting.
Whether
you know?
this magical God thingy of that is true or not, I would choose to make believe that.
Well, you're never put in a position where you have to feel so downtrodden that the only thing that could give you hope.
Well, no, that's not true. Because maybe I was not a black man who had slavery to myself or in my culture or lived in the ghetto hood, but I put myself into a horrible, absolute, terrible situation for my life and then had to think my way out of it and just completely change my perspective on everything.
Almost like a level setting in a game, huh?
Right.
Like,
So, dude, like white folk parents lived in middle class. They broke their ass off and blew a bunch of money to move us to the east side to be in a totally safe place, right? Work blue collar ass jobs, and we were in a neighborhood with doctors and shit. And I was like, Wu-Tang Clan's dope and hip hop sweet. I'm gonna go sell drugs in the hood. And then lost my license for 14 years and somehow still came out like with a business and blah, 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 and learned a whole bunch of shit, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, it's not the same and shit like that, but my struggle was horrible. I had to believe that bullshit and make believe everything's going to be great. Get there, kid. You know, so maybe not the same, but same struggle situation of, yeah, going to turn the game up to hard mode. And then
you want to play that, usually die a lot faster.
Turns out it was a horrible idea.
Yeah. But you get more rewards during the game if you try it on a harder. That's where you get all the special item.
Well, I almost got knocked out and maybe could have possibly lost my life one time coming back from the blunt store at the corner shop because these kids from the Orton Keys were like, yo, we're going to steal that blunt you bought. And I was like, but I just bought you a blunt. What's good? And luckily I got out of it. So.
Right. It could be that, simple of losing your life over a blunt. But
like that poor Ukrainian woman on a bus. It wasn't even over nothing. God bless. Give me the crickets.
It's one of the stories that go told or untold amongst several.
I saw that.
Holy
shit! Too, bro. What was? I didn't know anything about that, dude. I'll be honest. I think a lot of those, that field, those tech guys, bro. I'm always very iffy about them, man. Because you're given so much power so quickly, bro. Like, I don't think any human being is capable of handling that amount of power.
Yeah,
just not.
Let's find that video.
Here we go. This clip right here.
Before I let you go, I want you to address one thing, and it's just the absurdity of it. Some of the internet rumors that somehow Israel is behind the Charlie Kirk murder, and I don't believe it for 1 second, but I want you to
please don't kill me. That's basically what she was saying.
It's so absurd.
That's insane. Israel also changes the orbit of the moon. Israel pushes the sun. I mean, the whole thing it's not only insane. I think it's so absurd, so stupid, and so ridiculous. You can't believe that people are saying this. They just found the perpetrator. They'll get to the bottom of this, but they go. They have no limits.
Oh, stop!
When you hate Jews, when you hate the Jewish state, you're willing
stop.
to.
So he could have stopped right here.
Mm-hmm.
He could have stopped. Mm-hmm. But what do people do when they're guilty of shit?
It's just what we said when we just were like thinking about it when she explained it to us.
Keep going.
You could have been simple, but yeah, you had to do it. It feels like you're doing the over-explaining thing.
But too, they also said this thing is when stuff like this happens, what else is being covered up? Because it's almost like you need something big enough to take everybody's focus off for something else.
That's kind of what I've been wondering.
False
Oh yeah, I've been wondering what's been happening in Congress. If anything's been getting voted on right now.
Ain't talking about deportations.
Say anything and promote all these absurd rumors. And by the way, they're willing to kill us all the time. I mean, that's what they're doing. And over the centuries, when Jews, especially in the Middle Ages, the horrific Middle Ages, the worst things were said about Jews you couldn't possibly believe. We were poisoning the wells. We were drinking the blood of Christian children. You name it. I mean, these things, that continued actually up to the Holocaust. The Nazis said the same thing. We're carrying vermin. We're spreading disease. And people believed it.
Wait, so the lore of them drinking the blood of children has been going around since like forever?
Children or Christians? Which one did you say? I thought it was Christians.
They have children. He's talking about the adrenochrome.
And every time they believed that this was a prelude to a greater and greater massacre, culminating with the worst massacre of them all, the Holocaust. Well, since then, we've learned
that wasn't the worst massacre of them all. Oh. There's a number of massacres that were far more deadly and far bigger and far more impactful to human history that are never talked about. Mm-hmm. Keep going.
When people spread these lies about us, prepare yourself for the assault. And, they're trying to delegitimize the state of Israel. Charlie Kirk said to me that he wrote me this detailed letter. You have to fight the slander. These untruths, these vilifications have consequences. And he was right. But I'll tell you one thing. We're fighting on the battlefield against the terrorists and winning. And he was fighting on the battlefield of ideas. And I think he was winning. He was going to win. That's why they shot him. I hope they don't silence him. I don't think people will give in to these ridiculous lies.
Okay. How did you read that?
Well, that last little piece just caught me. He said, I think Charlie Kirk was fighting on the battlefield. I think he was winning. That's why they shot him. I think that's probably the only truthful statement he made in there.
Okay. Very clearly, he's a fucking liar.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And he's been lying for years and years and years and years. He lied about WMD. He's the one that drew us into this war that lasted 20 years. Okay. The reason that this dude does this is because he understands that he's in the middle of a whole bunch of people that naturally hate him and his people. So they continue to drag the United States into these conflicts intentionally one way or the other. Now, people are starting to wake up and understand what's happening. It's not all Jews. It's the Jewish mafia elite, okay? And by the way, there's different sects of Jews that have come from different places. And when he talks about this is happening for thousands of years, these accusations and these things that people say about the Jews, well, it's not like they had the internet. It's not like they kept records. So why the does the same people why do people keep accusing them of the same thing over the course of 12,000 years? Okay, so let's think this through a little bit. This whole thing that he's talking about here, he's clearly lying about. So I don't know. Like, after watching that, my tendency is to feel like he's somehow involved. That's not Jewish people. That is the elite evil that run that state, that use the regular Jews that are, by the way, all pissed off at this right now as cover for us to call them out. Okay, so that's what I see when I look at this, and that's my honest assessment. I think that he is the world's biggest criminal, and I think that Charlie Kirk was starting to turn away, and he couldn't allow that to happen because he controls the next generation of youth.
Yep.
All right. So when we look at like what he's talking about in that interview, he continues to talk about all these things that allegedly happened 100, 200,000 years ago, whatever, right? That in his mind, he thinks that wherever action that he has to take is justified because of something that may have happened 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 500 years ago. Okay, that's what I see when I watch this.
That's actually a really interesting, different take on continuing to focus on your past and then cry victimized culture and then use it to rationalize doing mean stuff in the current.
I was going to say, it's
That's
funny
interesting.
you're seeing it, because I was going to say I'm seeing a pattern here.
That's interesting.
And that is like cultures of people who talk victimhood about the past seem to have the most violence.
That's interesting.
Of what they do.
That's interesting.
Almost given as a springboard for the violence, because as long as you can give a reason behind it to reconcile.
Think about it.
Well, and that's why people are upset about the push of racism, slavery, and then guess what we have now?
I think
the big, huge BLM Antifa riots, the blah blah blah.
I think we've uncovered an important pattern here, guys.
That's interesting.
So, Israel, they cry victim all the time, yet they perpetuate violence in their actual actions. Black culture, what is it? We're the I mean, they're not even the most recent technically, because there's still in other parts of the world still slavery happening, but
yeah,
that
the
was
Uyghur
most,
Muslims,
the most popular, most biggest, most popular recent thing.
Well, there's still slavery going on right now all over, especially in Africa, China.
I mean, if anything, women are almost the biggest slaves
now currently.
They're being, if anything.
Well, think about it. So the Jews, they cry victimhood, they perpetuate violence. We unfortunately know that that's kind of happens with the whole gang culture and stuff. They are talking about the more recent past. Violent stuff happens. What's another group that always is calling victimhood and now does horrific
transgender? Interesting.
You get somebody to believe they're victims and just do nothing but think about that victimhood.
It justifies violence.
You create violence.
That's interesting.
You stem it. That would actually be the what they say what the heck
like
are they?
Core idea or something?
Jan 6 insurrection. that insinuating violence, like perpetuating violence, like when people get prosecuted because they like said things that perpetuate violence. That so can we get a lawyer here that's good enough? Like, how many cases can we put ahead of the judge to show, like, hey, look, they did this, they perpetuated the violence because this and that. That is breaking this law. Lock them up.
That's interesting.
Because what else is going to stop it?
Any last quick ideas on that one?
They're
We got
never
one
gonna
more.
lock up people who got an endless amount of money. They're gonna just throw you a couple people just to justify somebody.
That's why we
somebody got
need
caught.
James O'Keefe.
Because his famous saying that's been going around after this Kirk thing.
You don't know James O'Keefe? Oh yeah, you are uninformed. We gotta help you out, bro.
After this Kirk,
we gotta get you a couple more, man. I want to know what the one he said was uninformed the first time.
After this assassination of Charlie, the clip of James O'Keefe has been really floating around of where he's asking that person. He's like, "What's your price?" And the dude's like confused, kind of giggling. He's like, "No, come on, seriously, what's your freaking price, man? Everybody's got a price." And he's waiting for the guy to go, it's my life. Because he goes in to explain, unless the price is your life, you have a price and you will be sold out. You will be bought out.
Right.
So unless your price is your life.
And which is what everybody's saying about Charlie, is his price was his life.
Yep.
That's why he kept doing it.
That's probably, honest. I bet if FBI ends up digging really hard and like lets it all be transparent, he kept talking about he had a feeling. What if that was because he couldn't say it, but as Mossad and Israeli intelligence likes to do, because we know with the Epstein thing, it's all about quiet behind the scenes.
Well, of course.
Pushing people to do what they want. They offered him a big amount of money and to stop like going against Israel or something, and he was like,
well, the bad guys in America don't want him either.
Bought. He went, I can't be bought,
right?
And they went,
right.
Well, all right then. Well, okay, have a good day, Mr. Kirk.
Right.
And then he was like, I got a gut feeling like that's weird. They just like were like, okay, whatever. Like they don't just okay, whatever. And so then maybe
perhaps Charlie wasn't conspiratorial enough. And didn't even believe the rest of it, because we also believe that allegedly
he's such a believer.
Mossad,
he said nothing will keep the word of Christ from being spread. So
and then,
he did not let that keep him from his work.
And we believe
which is what we have to hold real up there as men.
Amen.
Like we can't be pushed.
Amen.
That's the only way the price is your life.
And then we believe that Mossad was working with CIA with the Jeffrey Epstein thing. So like, evil bad guys of America that want to control everything and create chaos so they have more control and push communism in America. Charlie Kirk is the #1 enemy of the state for them. So, I mean, definitely stretching and assuming conspiracy theory, but
what's the idea?
Who wanted him?
The white guys aren't safe either,
Yep.
Just no matter who you are, what your color
Never
is.
been.
If you're against
never.
agenda, if you're against the oligarchy of the people who
when
run
in
the
history
scene,
has the white man that's talking out against the control state, whether it be king, whether it be president, when has that white man been safe?
Like more have been able to slip through the cracks than others. Some have been allowed to live longer or live their full lives than others.
no man, every alternative fuel other than gasoline engine creator that I have heard of was white, and they then all of a
That's a
sudden
great
no
point.
longer were around.
Over 100 patents made for free energy, and every single one of them, their laboratory got ransacked or messed up or blew up, and then died of a heart attack, car crash, or some other kind of strange death.
Wasn't there this black guy in Africa who came up with the water for his car?
I doubt every one of those patents was a white person.
Oh, wait, are you talking about the recent dude?
Yeah.
Nah, he here in the States, bro, and he made a plastiline machine So he didn't invent it. It's been around, but he's trying to repopularize it. And he's been documenting for the last year and a half the process of making this thing so that maybe they wouldn't be able to take him out because he was putting it all on YouTube and everything.
Yeah.
But now he's starting to trip out, bro, whether it's true or he's getting a little bit psychotic. He said helicopters are around, weird things are happening, the phone's strange. So he went dark like 2-3 weeks ago when we covered it on the show. And everybody thought government took him out. But then he popped back up and said he was just having to lay low and shit. But he has a whole plastiline machine that he's been documenting how to build it, and it's fully functional. You put plastic in, you get gasoline out, allegedly.
I mean, he's.
Based
I mean,
well, so it's been invented already.
I mean, kind of, sort of. He's got to put a good amount of energy in.
Where are those guys? Like he was saying, the ones that had created free energy devices where we can get energy out of the ether, aka the empty space.
They just went public.
They're all gone.
With their hydrogen power, like it's not hard to do.
Well,
honestly.
actually, they're all gone except one. There is one man who made a patent for the free energy device. Happens to be white, but he is actually alive.
They got bought out. Here's $1 million.
Close, but no, he's alive. He's still on the internet. What's the other one where you don't die, but you didn't take money? You're still working on the thing, but you're working with the government because you signed over the patent to them, and then now you work for them. Like without the money. He's probably taken care of, but he wrote over the patent to the United States government and now works for that.
Well, of course, either that or we're going to follow you until you do something bad, and then we're going to throw you.
Just like the other 100 that made patents, and then all of a sudden weird shit happened. And then we got the one last one here from the Wilkins saying, just because it's a Benny Johnson intro, I think we should watch the intro. But she was noting like 940 here. So
it's a sin to not watch a Benny intro.
Right.
Ooh, guys,
that one was
look at
chill.
a
landscape of
That one was chill. Okay, this one is something about so somehow we have a video of the dude getting off the roof and dismantling the gun, but then they found the gun fully reassembled.
Maybe we pick up those arguments sometime in the future. Now we have to stand together. Here's JD Vance doing just that on Charlie's show.
Now, the most important truth Charlie told is this, that long ago a man, begotten, not made, came down from heaven, and by the Holy Spirit was incarnate of the Virgin Mary and became man. For our sake, he was crucified under Pontius Pilate.
This is absolutely wild to actually see a politician saying Christian Bible stuff. That's awesome.
I mean, they believe in it.
When's the last one you've seen talk about it? When's the last time you've seen a big politician or a vice president
Everybody's
or
been
president
scared.
say anything positive about God?
Everybody's been scared into getting roped into. What about the separation of church and state?
Can't even, bro.
And suffered death and was buried and rose again on the third day. Charlie believed, as I do, that all the truth he told flowed from that fundamental principle. I really do believe that we can come together in this country. I believe we must. But unity, real unity, can be found only after climbing the mountain of truth. And there are difficult truths we must confront in our country. One truth is that 24% of self-described, quote, very liberals believe it is acceptable to be happy about the death of a political opponent, while only 3% of self-described very conservatives agree. 3% is too many, of course. Another truth is that 26% of young liberals believe political.
Perhaps the elimination by law,
messed it up.
Right? You shouldn't be able to have a
came down from heaven and was buried, as I do, that all the truth he told flowed from that fundamental principle. An assassin himself. And now the most influential principle. Very liberals believe it is acceptable to be happy about the death of a political opponent, while only 3% of self-described very conservatives agree. 3% is too many, of course. Another truth is that 26% of young liberals believe political violence is sometimes justified, and only 7% of young conservatives say the same. Again, too high a number. In a country of 330 million people, you can, of course, find one person of a given political persuasion justifying this or that or almost anything. But the data is clear. People on the left are much likelier to defend and celebrate political violence. This is not a both sides problem. If both sides have a problem, one side has a much bigger and malignant problem, and that is the truth we must be told. That problem has terrible consequences. 100%. The leader of our party, Donald J. Trump, escaped an assassin's bullet by less than an inch. Our House Majority Leader, Stephen Scalise, came within seconds of death by an assassin himself.
Yeah, Steve Scalise was shot by a crazy extreme leftist and almost died as well. Senator Steve Scalise.
Really? And now, the most influential conservative activist in generations, our friend Charlie, has been murdered. This violence, it doesn't come from nowhere. Now, any political movement, violent or not violent, is a collection of forces. It's like a pyramid that stacks on top, one support on top of the other. That pyramid's got a foundation of donors, of activists, of journalists, now of social media influencers, and of course of politicians. Not every member of that pyramid would commit a murder. In fact, over 99%, I'm sure, would not. But by celebrating that murder, apologizing for it, and emphasizing not Charlie's innocence, but the fact that he said things some didn't like, even to the point of lying about what he actually said, many of these people are creating an environment where things like this are inevitably going to happen. Right. A couple of months ago,
Do you think it has anything to do with calling them Hitler, Nazi, fascists for the last 10, 12 years? Maybe a little bit.
Called what?
How the liberal media and the entire political system is just repeating over and over again that Trump's fascist, evil, Hitler. Anybody conservative, anybody Trump, Hitler, anybody like Trump, Hitler, fascist, or terrible person, horrible person.
If you see him in a department store, if you see him in the street, give him hell.
Yep.
Who says that?
Headline.
That was literally
the older black chick that's all
Maxine Waters.
Yeah. That looks just unhappy.
Black woman senator.
Well, at the same time, that's almost kind of the rhetoric that's pushed in the black community, how we're supposed to feel about the police, criminal justice, almost white people who look down on black people just because they feel like black people should have less than them because of how black people were raised, or just that idea of some people feeling like they like all white communities and they don't want anybody coming in, to where you go out and you meet other people and you're like, they're not like that. But if you're coming from an area where that's all that's spoken to you, you get out of your community, you almost feel like you're combat ready.
A fundraiser in Southern California. And since, we'd be out there anyways, my wife and I decided to take our kids to Disneyland one weekend. We had fun, and to be clear, most of the guests said very nice things, or they just left us alone. But there was a loud and very cool minority that would shout at my children, who were 8, 5, and 3, whenever they got the opportunity. "You should disown your dad, you little shit," one middle-aged woman yelled at my 5-year-old. "Tell the Secret Service to protect the Constitution, not your father," screamed another. Are these women violent? Probably not. Are they deranged? Certainly. And while our side of the aisle certainly has its crazies, it is a statistical fact that most of the lunatics in American politics today are proud members of the far left. After Charlie died, one of his friends, and one of our senior White House staffers had left-leaning operatives in his neighborhood passing out leaflets telling people what he looked like and where he lived, encouraging neighbors to harass him or, God forbid, to do worse. While he was mourning his dead friend, he and his wife had to worry about the political terrorists drawing a big target on the home he shares with his young children. Are these people violent? I hope not. But are they guilty of encouraging violence? You damn well better believe it. We can thank God that most Democrats don't share these attitudes, and I do, while acknowledging that something has gone very wrong with a lunatic fringe, a minority, but a growing and powerful minority on the far left. There is no unity with people who scream at children over their parents' politics. There is no unity with someone who lies about what Charlie Kirk said in order to excuse his murder. There is no unity with someone who harasses an innocent family the day after the father of that family lost a dear friend. There is no unity with the people who celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. And there is no unity with the people who fund these articles, who pay the salaries of these terrorist sympathizers, who argue that Charlie Kirk, a loving husband and father, deserved a shot to the neck because he spoke words with which they disagree. Did you know that the George Soros Open Society Foundation and the Ford Foundation, the groups who funded that disgusting article justifying Charlie's death, do you know they benefit from generous tax treatment? They are literally subsidized by you and me, the American taxpayer. And how do they reward us? By setting fire to the house built by the American family over 250 years. I am desperate for our country to be united in condemnation of the actions and the ideas that killed my friend. I want it so badly that I will tell you a difficult truth. We can only have it with people who acknowledge that political violence is unacceptable, and when we work to dismantle the institutions that promote violence and terrorism in our own country. Now, our government, you heard me talk to Stephen Miller about this, will be working very hard to do exactly that in the months to come. We're not always going to get it right. We will sometimes move more slowly than you would like. We will sometimes move more slowly than I want us to. But I promise you that we will explore every option to bring real unity to our country and stop those who would kill their fellow Americans because they don't like what they say.
Damn, bro. Every time JD Vance opens his mouth, I like him a little bit more.
I don't know why he acts like, I mean, if he's really want to put it, why don't they stop the police? You know what I'm saying? But I guess that's not a conversation.
Back up, what?
He was talking about people who like openly harass and like go out to kind of like hurt people and stuff like that. I feel like at the end, and I'm thinking about the police.
Why?
Because he's black, Scott.
Right. Because I get pulled over.
But that's all you can think about.
But it's almost
so we're talking about a certain topic, about a man who just got assassinated, and we're talking about the crazy people that are going out and harassing people because they're all riled up by a rhetoric being told to them that's lies and deceit. And then you said, yeah, we'll call the cops, bro.
Well, the police pulling me over on that, like on some rhetoric, on some, well, you're out here, you're like this. And I'm like, oh, just because I'm out here and I look like this.
Were you doing something illegal?
No.
Then what's it matter?
Because I felt the same way.
Yeah, but what's it matter?
Relating to how you guys are going through. It almost felt like, too, in another way, it's like, oh, yeah, JD Vance, you're going to sit out here and
did the cop yell and berate and scream at you? You ever been beaten up by the cops? You ever been pulled out of your car because you're black and you said, oh my God, he looks scary and he's going to come at us. Whip him out the car and beat him up.
Maybe you're put in that place.
So
you
no.
have the courage and the knowledge.
So what's close? Describe it.
Like
this JD Vance.
Like when they
did a cop hit you?
No, he drew his weapon pretty quickly though.
Yeah. What about it?
Well, you know, he's gonna kill me.
When was he gonna kill you?
Because you know.
Did you do what he said?
Yeah.
Did he not kill you?
Yeah.
So why didn't he kill you?
The weapon come out.
Because I did exactly what he said.
So what's the big deal?
That he pulled it out before anything happened. Where it's like, bro,
So what does that matter? They do that to white people. So if a white people looks cranked out, bro, he gonna whip out his gun.
Was it cranked out?
If a big old white dude is swole and jacked, and that guy's a fat, lazy dude, he gonna whip out his gun.
Were they pointing it at you, or did they just have it out?
No, they were pointing at me.
I have also had them. A lot of cops point their guns at me.
How many times has a cop pointed the gun at you, Dan?
I mean, see, that's one occurrence, even though it was a lot of different cops. Other than that, have I had? Yeah,
one
I wasn't
time?
looking at the barrel, but I'm pretty sure they were pointed at me.
So
other
one time,
times.
1.5 times.
Yeah, we'll just say
And you got one times
I got 2 or 3.
that they pointed the gun at you.
One, I was like 7.
And what was happening?
Neighborhood kids were going to fight another kid. Well, actually, it was some Hispanic kids were going to fight some white kids, and they wanted me to come along with. And then the white kid's grandmother called the police, and the police showed up like we were thugs, even though we were like 7 to 11, and pulled their guns out on all of us and was like, "Get out."
So it wasn't because you were black.
I didn't say. I said pull the gun out. We didn't say it was necessarily a color thing. It's just times got.
That was the follow up.
Oh, okay.
So then being pointed at a gun had nothing to do with you being black. So it's like that one
That
doesn't
might
count,
have
right?
been. I didn't ask the police what happened.
So what did the woman tell him?
That there was kids coming to beat up my. There was somebody coming to. I don't know. I figured it was more. Kids
Somebody
coming
was around that needed a gun pointed at them.
I don't think that's the conversation.
That's what she said. She said there are people trying to beat the shit out of this kid, and I don't know if they're going to harm him or kill him, but you need to come and get him.
There's some 7-year-olds.
I would say it
What
depends
age
on
were
the
those
cop.
kids?
10, 8.
All of them.
I'd say it would depend on the
7
cop.
to 9 to 10, 11.
And have any 7 or 8-year-olds in your area ever been beaten up in a bad way?
No.
So they was just hot on the trigger. That's not good.
It would
Yeah,
probably
I know.
depend on the
Tell
cop,
me
but
about
also,
But not because you were black.
It was probably a
Also,
minority
wait,
thing.
hold up.
Because they saw us before they probably pulled the weapon.
mean,
But
it's
they, were
probably
like,
because-
they probably looked at everybody like, okay, nobody's white. Pull the gun.
No,
I mean,
you
are
missed the
aware
answer. Is
there's-
because they were going to beat up white kids.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Probably. I mean, that might have been it.
You are aware.
They're
that,
trying to get the whites. Go and get the guns out, Jethro.
Cops don't really have a choice out in Chicago because literal 8-year-olds shoot each other.
Well,
in
now, yeah.
Chicago.
Yeah, this was like 20.
But this was his
This was
example.
30 years ago.
My point there was it wasn't because you were black. But yeah, that's a bad cop experience.
Especially but going forward.
Especially 7
it
years
gives
old.
you a
Yeah.
perspective.
Kids.
Well, did it make you mind your P's and Q's a little bit?
Kids
Yeah.
actually
I
probably.
was never really a bad kid anyway. I was just with the wrong crowd.
Kids
Well,
probably had
more of a reason not to do that.
Right.
Probably had easier access of, back then to guns than today. I would.
Yeah, probably.
Cops probably had about the same ratio of occurrences, if not more.
That's a bit of a bad one.
Kids with guns back in the day.
You would say that.
But again, bro, you were never shot because you just did the okay, yep,
Right.
sure, okay.
Game's over. You won.
weren't resisting.
Yeah, at all.
And so,
Right.
I know, yeah, it's annoying, dog. If I was a black dude and I got pulled over 28 times in the last 10 years, I'd be salty peanut too, bro.
You get used to it.
Right.
I mean, there's definitely occurrences of cops being shit. No doubt about that.
I'm salty about all the 25 times I got pulled over, not because I had black skin.
I don't know. I think it's
Right,
just
right. You're like y'all just trying to even it out here.
And
aren't you? Like,
99% of the time, I was guilty of something and then received a ticket or was wrapped in handcuffs.
I think the only thing that can really fix it is what my dad taught me when I was a little younger.
But
people that bully you, I mean, we can do things in the physical world like laws, put up physical barriers, yada yada, to keep it from happening. But also, it's a weird concept. At least it is at first. If you never heard of it before, you just turn your cheek, and you just don't give them attention, and then all of a sudden, they might not even realize it, but a lot of these people only do this stuff for attention. You don't feed them with like, haha, they're getting annoyed. Like they realize they're getting oppressed. All of a sudden, they don't get enjoyment out of it anymore, and they quit doing it.
Yeah.
You gotta like if they only do it because they know it bothers you.
Yeah, true. And they only and I get that too.
That's another
They
angle.
definitely do that. But it's almost like in a way to where it's just like it's so annoying. Like it's almost like when you're at the airport and they're trying to tell you you can't bring in a liquid, but you bought the liquid at the airport. But they're like trying to tell you can't drink it. You have to drink it before you get on the plane. And they're like, well, why can't I bring it on the plane? They're like, we just don't allow it. You got to drink it right there. And then you basically got to go for it. And then you got to just look at them like.
And then you
I'm
definitely
done.
are like, I'm peeing on the plane. I didn't want to have to pee on the plane.
But it's just more of being inconvenienced. You know, I mean, too, I think I get that idea of you get so Americanized, you go anywhere else, you start acting like the people who oppress you to other people, and you don't even notice it. Where you almost reflect how you're treated on other people who subjugate, who you're now subjugating, who therefore you were taught being subjugated too. So now you get in that place of power, you start acting like the people who almost treat you to where you almost have to check yourself a little bit because you're like, man, I'm starting to act like I'm so entitled.
Which is why in America, when our founding fathers created a system to try to keep it going well, it was the system of checks and balances because we understood how that could be a problem.
And the elite robber barons get in there and take over thingies and make laws for themselves. That's what the chapter in that Rich Dad Investments book is right now. It's
Make
literally
it
talking
look
about
like there's two parties going at it head to head, but really in the back, in the back room, they're all shaking hands, partying.
And keep the poor
system.
And keep the poor dumb people down there not paying attention to us, buttering up with these politicians, paying them a bunch of money to change the laws to benefit rich people.
It's all the systems.
Yeah.
They've infiltrated pretty much all of them.
All of them at this point.
Yeah.
That's why shit's getting crazy and we're trying to kick back, bro.
That is what.
And that's what the whole Trump bullshit's all about, dog. And this
Some
JD
tell
Vance
me-
guy, blah, blah, blah.
Some tell me they are referred to as the swamp, and that is why I'm trying to clear the swamp.
Green the swamp.
So, I mean, we'll see in like 3 years, right, who the next president is. And
Hopefully it's going to be this.
And then where do we go from there?
I'm really glad.
Yeah, but you can't say that because you're going to say that every year, dog. It's about right now. It's we got to do the thing right now.
Talking amongst
Get into the
ourselves.
movement. Get into the movement. Talk amongst selves. I want to plug in with the turning point chapter.
Realization.
Yes, that's the slogan motto of the show. Amen. So like that's the point of my stupid little show, right? So trying to blow this stupid thingy up, but getting involved locally, bro. So like, can we start a black kids community thing about teaching finance and entrepreneurship? You could say no because that sounds complicated, but could we start rubbing elbows with people or some crap? How about you use some of the jet setter money to say, hey, I got some funding. Can I load up with some other cats? Like,
Sometimes
you got
doing
expendable
that, am I not?
income and you're a black man with a black man story.
Yeah.
You would be a prime candidate. I'm just saying.
I'm working on it with the course and the ebooks and all that.
Amen. So if we could make that even more of a concept to get people to plug into, then God bless America. But shit, my immediate idea, which is a little bit, not novel now, is plugging in with this Turning Point USA organization, bro. That vigil I went to yesterday, 18-year-old kid said he's going to try and start one at Rock Valley.
One in Belvedere or Beloit?
Yes, the one in Belvedere.
I saw that and I was like, wow.
Bruh. I'll show you the picture, bro.
It was mad.
I'll show you the
I wish
picture.
that
I'll
wouldn't have
show
been
you the
working.
picture. It was mad people, dog.
I almost wish I went.
It was really cool, dog. You should have went. You would have been the only black guy.
You know what? I thought about it.
Damn,
Yo, I don't think I saw one black dude
Yeah,
there,
you should
bro.
have called me.
That
Like,
doesn't-
Joe,
that
he's up
doesn't
here right now.
I posted it like 3 times on my Facebook. Not one friend told me they was going. And then like three friends posted something about it, and I was like, what the hell?
I saw the
I-
post, but I kind of was like, this thing about to really be popping like that?
I wonder
It
if
was
there
like
was
400 or 500 people, dog.
I wonder if there
One
was no
black.
black people because of the stigma.
Oh, wait. No,
put
he was
on
Mexican.
the internet, or
The priest was. What?
I wonder if there was zero black people because, like, one, it doesn't necessarily make it look that great. For
And
this
black people-
item.
black people have smartphones and Facebook,
He was a
man.
racist.
No.
Oh, well, why was there then a bunch of black people at his diggle? Well, it turns out there was 0. Like, that doesn't exactly help our,
Well,
him not being
no.
racist generally.
Nah, it just means our area is 100% lied to and believes the bullshit.
They're not.
That's where I was
That's not
going.
it.
I wonder
what is
I
it?
wonder what it is.
They haven't pushed the same narrative in my community as they have in your community, to where he doesn't necessarily speak to all people, even though his message could go to all people. You know, you usually speak to you usually speak to who looks like you and you can identify with. And I mean, certain people can, but not
That's
a lot
racist.
of people can.
I only listen to people that look like me.
It's just human nature in a way, you know.
Well, it is, but we're trying to break out of slavery.
Right.
You know,
We're all
like
still
slavery
slaves
was
for
human nature
something.
for a very long time, and
It
that was
was.
not good.
It was, but it was still done, and people had to live in that space their whole
was
lives,
being
live and
done.
die,
Which was
to where
not good.
They didn't see a beginning or end.
And we don't want to do
You
things
know?
like that.
That's probably why there was no black people there. I just was like, hey,
Yeah.
so don't get mad at me when
But it's probably
there's no
error.
black people there.
'Cause I bet you there's black folks down in like, you know, other.
I told you, I
larger
saw
areas or
about, I
something
saw
like
it, but I was just like,
I always thought it was
Yeah,
because
sure.
watermelons
They
didn't
were
grow in
big,
that
but-
region.
oh, okay.
Yo,
It was region. There's watermelons everywhere. And two of the watermelons we have now aren't even real watermelons.
Yeah, bro. Did the black community get salty when they came out with bad watermelon? When it was like, now this shit's seedless and
I don't know what happened.
ain't tasteful.
I stopped eating it a long time ago.
Monsanto got involved with GMOing. That's what happened.
It was going around for like summer or whatever. So Emily was like, "Oh, dude, like this little meme thingy, like tells you how to pick out the good one." So we did go like look and find one like that, bro.
The
And it was
tighter the butthole, the juicier the melon.
It's got to be round,
Thought you had to
not
knock
huge
it.
and oval. Nah, so that's not true, right?
That's kind of a myth.
That's empty.
Sometimes it has validity.
So it's
but it's not like
you're trying to
high for sure point.
So when you go there, bro, they're all oblong, like football type shit. You got to find the round ball looking ones, and then you think the webby shit is like, oh, that one's gross. That actually is good, and it's actually sweeter.
Webby
so you want
shit?
like the weird little like gray shit that's like on the outside and
looks
shit.
like crack.
So it's not, like
Oh.
cracked kind of stuff, like vine.
This like way the skin gets.
It's webby. So it's kind of webby, growthy gray around it. You know, it's not like perfect green and black, you know?
okay.
It's like this webby stuff and shit, but perfect round webby, and that shit was flame. It was on
Have
point.
you ever heard this? I said earlier. Did you hear what I said earlier?
that?
The tighter the butthole, the juicier the melon.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I heard that for a second. I was like,
Well, and then it was explained,
Wait,
and I was
what's
like, oh, that kind of makes sense. So, fruit have a ripe period, right?
Yeah.
So with watermelons,
Well, that's how you do cantaloupe.
Melons ripen early.
Right,
After
right,
that,
right.
they're just sitting there, and they have a limit once they get filled. Like on the vine, the longer they are, the more like juice goes into them. They just ripe, and then they just go to unripe after that.
Right.
They get a high amount of juice, and that's the most they get. It doesn't. The longer on the vine, it's not the longer the juice is in it. So
We're over pumpkin, and we're here talking about melon.
I didn't know this.
Yeah.
So the butthole in the thing.
We gotta
is
come up with another
where
branding name
where
for
the
that one.
Stem breaks off of it, and
The stem hole? Can we call it the stem hole?
the stem hole. You know, I just want to have an excuse to say butthole.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So, the smaller that is, like the more ripe it was, because if it stays on there longer, it like gets bigger from basically like
Overgrowth or
You want a
something.
smaller one and a bigger stem coming
that
out?
means it popped off when like right after it ripened up. So it's going to be the juiciest. If
Yeah, so like it didn't overgrow or something.
big, that
That's
means
interesting.
it
Left there.
snapped off. It sat
Grew a
on the
little bit
vine
more.
for a little. So then,
Like overcooked.
moisture, just like us, our skin's porous. Like its hide is porous. So
Well, our white people's skin is. How about?
Lack of melanin.
Moisture's gonna evaporate a little bit out of it. It's gonna dry out.
I don't want to assume anything.
You know they need melanin for the space ships to go into outer space.
Bro, you don't tell me they harvesting black folks, dog. Don't tell me they harvested black folks, dog.
Melanin is usually
Don't
used
tell me.
because it absorbs sunlight, right? So if you're gonna have something go close to the sun or even go to where it's in that kind of radiation, you need something to protect it. The thing that can protect that kind of radiation is melanin. The only way you can get melanin is through people who have
black people.
So we're gonna close up the podcast here and tell you about adrenochrome, and you're gonna go, "Oh my lord, that sounds like what I'm talking about." So that's all I've got for everybody here.
This made me. At first, I was a little disappointed back in the day when Vivek wasn't the VP.
Yeah.
This gives me zero regrets that JD Vance.
You thought Vivek should have been the VP?
Oh yeah, no, he was dope, bro. Nah, he's dope. What do you like?
Sweet businessman that's all about money.
He was too like,
that's great.
Like,
bro, you like anti-autistic?
No, I just didn't. I didn't like. He looked like a used car salesman.
That's not
kind of talking like he was too like, like Better Call Saul kind of like
too dang professional. The dude was
he's
never
too
like,
dang good.
So it was like, no, I don't know, man.
He never relaxes.
But haircut kind of was like, that haircut is too Republican.
That wasn't a great response, man. You say that about anyone I showed you.
Really, it's just
you say that about anyone.
Cookie cutter in a certain demographic. It's almost like the black kid who dresses super preppy.
Wait, but he wasn't.
You know what I mean?
But he wasn't cookie cutter. That was just your critique. Your critique was like, oh, he's too kind of like out there, and like.
Next time I go to my barber, I'm gonna go give me the Republican cut. I want to see what he does.
Yeah.
I mean, add more hair.
I can't really, but
put some gel in it.
So did you listen to any of the words he said? Lord Almighty!
I tried to.
You vote?
I heard
God,
some of the stuff he was
help us.
Vote.
So tell us how.
Okay, cool.
Tell us.
Hopefully, we can get you informed and vote this time.
Sounds like you heard some headlines or read some headlines.
I heard him speak directly, and I did like him, but I don't know about him being a VP. I was okay with him standing by himself. But now you go VP. I think it's how the way they all kind of like bowed out at the end, like it was all a setup.
If he would have stayed,
oh, so you've never watched politics? So that heads up is how it happens every single time. Because one, you need a fugazi of we're gonna give the people a selection of who to vote to be the person.
So we're really gonna pick
when really it's in the cigar rooms that they figure this all out, right? But also it's used as marketing. So now he ran a whole campaign and invested all that money and got donation money to then maybe run again later. But now we'll remember him from running before and everything and shit like that, right? So that's something that I found out like 2 elections ago or something like that. Like, yeah, so heads up. Apparently that's how it worked. So they all play the game, and then either they agree. So for this one, they bowed out because they all said, we're gonna run. Now that I've been into it for 8 years, right? I was like, homie, they're all gonna step back and kiss the ring of Trump. So this is all bullshit, just like DeSantis. So everybody, like, dude, so my mom was like, Ron DeSantis should be the president. I like him the most. So and I'm like, look, Mom, he ain't gonna be the president. Trump's got too much juice and he got 1 term already. So it's likely that he would get in. He'd already know how thingies went. So we'd get that 2nd term like squeeze. Yeah. And so there's no possible way, in my humble opinion, or like very unlikely that the DeSantis guy would run. He was the 2nd most likely candidate probably because he's a governor. He was doing great. Florida was
pretty kind of.
Then he started saying some offhanded shit. Yeah. Then he was the first. This one's that makes me appalled, bro. He was the first political campaign to use AI to make a fake video, and it was a fake video to try and slander Trump. Makes no sense. So I said, it's all a show, dude. We're watching a movie. Him and Donald Trump were like, hey, bro, we're going to have to go at it for the guys, like for the people. Yeah, dog, we good. Yeah, I'm going to step down, so don't worry. We're going to throw some jabs at you and blah, blah, blah.
He called her all the time, where I was like, must be nice to be like, hey, I'm going to say everything about you, but don't say too much about me because I'm going to win this eventually. Just,
gangsta, bro.
Right.
Gangsta.
You're just like, all right, real time.
Bro, that's why a lot of people say the African American community really like Trump a lot, bro. It's just because he's like, you know, an old white man, rich man style, but like in that manner, gangster. Like his character,
we
his
respect
bravado.
that because we grew up in a community like that of gangsterisms.
Right, which is merit based.
Right.
Which is merit based. There ain't no DEI in the gangs, bruh. Well, son, you got a little bit of light skinning, so we're gonna not let you get to the top, bro. You a light skinned black man, so we're gonna like. And then DEI came around, bro, and then all of a sudden the hood was like, well, light skinned black man, we want to make you represented. We gonna jump you up to the high ranks. And then the hood was like, bro, the gang's falling apart now. So
Yeah. I wonder if
that's a funny skit. That's like some Key and Peele shit.
Right. I wonder if Vivek's
DEI in the hood and the gang start falling apart, and then they're like, "Wait a second,
like,
this DEI is not
it's gonna be
good."
over people's heads. You only can show that in certain states.
Or maybe it's a more Chappelle, right? Because Key and Peele was kind of straight at you,
Yeah.
not over your head. Chappelle was over your head.
Yeah.
Over.
So, talking about the politicians bowing out and whatnot, I wonder if he, because the last thing he was doing, he was going to be going for what, governor of Ohio?
Oh yeah. He was talking about that, and I haven't heard none about it. But the primary's coming up, so
yeah, that's what
you gonna vote in the primary?
No, who am I voting for? And for
I'll tell
what?
you.
And why?
I'll tell you.
Okay.
Okay. And then I'll see if it
pros
works.
and cons, please.
Well, you're gonna be coming back, right?
Well, if it's worth it, you know, because you know we all time. You know what do we? All right, yeah, I guess.
How would it not be worth it? It's a fun time, and don't you want to feel educated and informed?
You already came back.
Don't you want to bring this back to your home neighborhoods and tell all the other
Look,
peoples you know?
I stand alone.
Guys, I got informed, dog.
And they're not ready for that yet. So
Is this
shady, bro? That's elitist.
Is this the third or second time you come back?
This is the first time we didn't record it, right?
Nah, second time live.
Oh yeah.
Third time back, second time live.
Yeah,
we did one live, but he was like, yes.
We do that.
My first time here. Like, how does this work?
Okay.
We also
Right.
do the like basically pre-show every time. You know, like what we talk about before could be an entire show.
Yeah.
Before the show.
That's what the
But we
Primo
always
Squad's
end
gonna
up
get
getting
when we
into a bunch of
when we
stuff.
have enough people in the Primo Squad to make it matter.
Right. Yeah.
So-
Kickoff show.
I like that.
Doing
Somebody
the
write
rest
that
of
down.
the behind
Instead
the
of after
scenes-
show, pre-show would be way better.
behind scenes truth.
And we
BS.
could leave when we get done instead of having to do an hour for the Primo kids.
Right. Yeah.
'Cause that gets rough. You're tired giving the juice for the public show, and then you
Right.
gotta do another hour for the people that paid money.
Or you guys can make a rap song at the end about whatever you guys talked about and just freestyle it. They do it on this.
There's
other
a
show.
dude that does that about the current events. It's sick. I can never remember his damn name to pull it up, bro. But he intros the videos, rapping the current events.
Yeah, I
And
know
it's
what you're talking
nasty.
about. I forgot what his name is. But
He's a video
yeah.
game dude.
Yeah.
He just plays video games
No, I
hard.
didn't know that. It was an actual rapper who does that, but he does it every year. He like raps off the.
No, this
events of
dude
the
is
year.
it's his effing channel.
Oh,
Like it's a shtick, bro. And I'm like, how he do this over and over again? This is masterful. And then it's like video gamey, pop culture-y, like mixed in and stuff too. And so he flows it all together with like the current events, the political events, the video game culture events, and it's like, God dang.
hopefully he ain't AI in that.
Nah, it's legit.
To get like real lyrics, like here, put all this together and give me the lyrics.
Well, that's what I do. But he's a black man, so it's probably legit.
A little bit of both.
So,
But I mean, if you
know.
cheat just a little bit when you already have the skill, then you're overpowered.
Well, he's probably starting to do that. Then he's losing his skill, you know, but because he's been doing it before AI was bad. Like,
Yeah. At least now it's like.
He's had that AI downloaded already.
Right.
it was in his brain, yeah.
That was a preload that he had access to.
How many sticky notes have I did? All right, we got to wrap this up.
5 hours, right?
Any last words for y'all?
It's pumpkin o'clock.
God bless.
God bless. Amen, man.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Violence isn't
Alleged-
the answer.
Allegedly, there's
Unless
7
what is
people.
not the answer.
I was gonna throw the smart ass in. All right, people. Thank you very much. I didn't plug it, but signup.toleratetech.com. There's no one here anyway. Much love. Spread the word.
It says there's 3, but I don't think that's correct.
Hey.
Hopefully there is the all 3 musketeers out there.
Don't be a hoe. Share the show.
Right, yeah. 3 unconscious people. Just it's still streaming in the background.
We got the 3.
Subconscious
We got the 2.
programming.
We got the 1.
All right. Woo, 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 woo.
Oh.